Howdy, howdy. Good morning. Overslept a little bit today, so we're a little late. We start around 10 on Friday and weekends anyway, I suppose. Oh, still kind of waking up. Woke up early, like around 5 or so. Stayed up for like an hour till like around 6. Decided I should probably sleep an hour or two more. And ended up waking up at like 9. Actually, no, that's a lie. I had an alarm set for like 8:30. I woke up then, and then I just kind of immediately ignored it and went right back to sleep, and then I woke up at 9. Yeah, we're about 40 minutes in here because I just wanted to eat and get my coffee and stuff. Figured to be best to go into this with full energy and whatnot. Okay, thinking. Um, what's this last VOD? What did we do? I know what the ending was. Okay. Okay, let's get back to here. Why did you turn? Always having issues. Prison strip. I don't know why I keep like I'm always unsure what it's named because I got the name wrong like the very first time, and then that just completely messed me up. Anyway, now. This song gets me hyped every time. I loved hearing it at the end of the first tea party when we got to that. Okay, I got the scrolling through the last VOD. I got the gist of ordering. Alright, time to spend a nice 30 minutes recapping and whatnot. So last time we started with like all of the adults crawling out of the well, like after they had successfully escaped. Prison escape that they had. That I don't know how to piece together the events of that. They started in the like dining, yeah, in the dining room area. Fell down into pits. Ended up somehow in the Commodorian, in the basement. Escaped and then died somewhere outside in the back of the mansion. Most of them, anyway. How do you piece that together in a actual like story that and in a way that actually happened? I'd still remembering my suspicions about Nanjo. I'll never forget it. He knows about the Commodore. He knows about the basement. He knows how to get there. He knew about that escape, like, through the well, but he also knew about some other way through some stairs. Unfortunately, he's dead. In fact, everyone's dead, I'm pretty sure. Okay, let's go ahead and just load right in. I don't think we're gonna have like update. No, we only have updates on George because that's the only one Battler has seen. Oh yeah, Battler's score is missing. We'll get to that in a bit. All right, at that point, pretty much everyone except Maria. Presumably Goda and Kumasawa. Kinzo as well. And Battler, if we ever get back to that, or were the only ones alive? Everyone else had died. I don't trust. Kyrie has been suspicious to me the entire episode. Let's go Golden Sneer. I like this with my thinking music. Uh, but right, Kyrie has been weird to me this entire episode so far. Especially that very last conversation she had with Battler. I really don't trust that was Kyrie. I don't believe she would tell Battler just to like trust everything. If there's a witch, to just believe it. That's seems too out of character for her. Plus, somehow, by some like miraculous miracle, is that an even correct term? But right, by some extreme luck, the Chaser's like thread arrow, like that they use, kept missing Kiryu after she locked herself in a room. Something that we've seen has been like 100% accuracy before. On every other person that it attacked, like in this episode and like previous ones. I guess the only previous one would be episode 3. But right. It had like 100% accuracy, never even missing, and then somehow, when it came to just Kyrie, in a locked room, not even moving, it took like 10 shots for it to finally hit Kyrie. That was also extremely odd. I'm questioning that. Anyway, she has a phone call with Battler. Tells him to just like accept things, to believe him, even if it's magic or witches. And then Battler and Maria go off to take their like tests that Kenzo had prepared. Originally, Beatrice was going to test Maria and Kenzo Battler, but they decided to switch. Apparently, Maria like passed with flying colors. Wonder where she ended up going. We haven't seen her since she left. We know that she passed, but that's about it. Battler did his test. His test was to announce some kind of sin he did 6 years ago, and that's where things got very weird. Like, he couldn't remember, and then I guess the Beatrice that was originally there, and like the nice like suit she had. I don't know how to describe that outfit she has. That's the one we saw in episode 2, anyway. She was all sad, kind of upset, disappeared, and then the more cruel Beatrice that we, I guess, that we know of, came in and was very upset. Ended up torching Kinzo, because I guess he has to go like that every single time. That's one of the constants in every episode, huh? Episode 1, he was found in the furnace. Episode 2, he was also found there, right? Oh, that was episode 3 that was also found there. In episode 2, he was charred after meeting up with Beatrice. Actually, no. Hold on. In one of the episodes, he actually... Was it episode 2 then? That he actually made it to the end and then he just got eaten along with Battler? I guess that's not a constant in every... Is there a constant in every single episode? That Battler maybe makes it to the end? Before dying? That's one of the final, like, 5 that didn't become part of the epitaph, like, sacrifice ceremony stuff? I guess so. Anyway, I got sidetracked. Beatrice is upset, doesn't want to talk to anyone, and then proposes, like, she wanted to abandon the game. And I guess offered some sort of challenge to see if Battler himself was still permissible to be her opponent. So she had him start speaking in red, and everybody started panicking. And she just snapped them all away to start questioning Battler. Only witches and demons can use red, apparently, so I don't fully trust that he was using red there. I feel like it was Beatrice making the red for him as he was speaking. It was the bit when he was choking, trying to say, like, the last statement she wanted him to say. Anyway, how that went. He is Ushiromiya Battler. Ushiromiya Battler is the son of Ushiromiya Isumu? Those were 2 red tacks. But he couldn't say the third one, which is that he himself was born from Ushiromiya Isumu. So she proposed a blue text that he isn't actually the Battler that she wanted to fight. The Battler that was... like Kinzo's son, or not son, grandson? Right. Oh, man. So, like, I guess he stopped believing who he was and disappeared, and that's why Square is gone here on the family thing. There was actually one more red text that started. He is Ushiromiya Battler. Ushiromiya Battler is the son of Ushiromiya Sumu. But he could not repeat that he is also born of Ushiromiya Isumu. I wonder if he would have been able to... It's... Ah, man, it's tough. Because I don't know if I should be trusting any of that red text because of that idea I mentioned earlier where maybe Beatrice is using, just using red for him, pretending. But if that was the case, she would be breaking that, that truth she said way at the beginning where the red she speaks. Well, I guess she wouldn't be speaking. Red she uses? Maybe that was the term. It's true? I don't know, man. It's all confusing. We close that. It's all so confusing. So I guess anyway, the result of all that is that she ended up making him somehow accuse the Red to deny his own existence. How do we even come back from that? There's apparently no game, everything's over, and no one was left in the mansion. The game is, I guess, abandoned with no winner or loser. And that leaves us to here, where it snapped us about into the 12 years in the future. Anji's on a boat, presumably going to Rokkenjima with the help of the fishermen from the last time we were in the 12-year ahead timeline thing. Man, nice timing on the music. I guess a little bit of time to think about those events again real quick before we continue. I like doing that. So, far too many things that are just weird. One, Danjo. How did he know about everything? Two, Canon and Shannon. How did they know about the events of every previous episode? Because they seem to have memories of things that happened before. Three, Kyrie's been really weird, and I don't trust anything about her. 4, what was the sin that Battler apparently did 6 years ago that I can't remember? Is there anything else? Only George died? This must be the good timeline? Or I guess that could be considered another strange thing. Also, howdy, Estram. Another strange thing about the episode is that throughout all of that, we only got a status update on George. Like in our little character tips thing. Not even Kumasawa or Goda, who we've seen their bodies, like Battler's seen them hanging in the shed, like through the window. I feel like that should have been more than enough to update their profiles. Maybe could make the argument that he wasn't able to inspect them and see that we're dead. But I don't know. I don't think that's correct. Who the hell is Battler? Me. I'm Battler. Anyone else acting strangely? Oh, there's Kinzo being all great, all big and powerful. Oh, this weird second Beatrice that we saw. I was questioning Battler at the beginning. Ooh. Thinking maybe that could have been Angie or something. Maybe upset. Trying to question him about that sin. Who? If my first thought was maybe it's Angie. And the sin that Battler did was just leaving the family and leaving her like alone, like so long. But I don't think that could be it. Also, the thing where he is Battler, but not the Battler that Beatrice was trying to have a match against. But then I don't even know if I can trust that red at all. I've been trusting every like red dialogue up to this point, but that one I don't know because it doesn't make sense to me, dude. How dare you not be there in the first 6 years of my life when I'm barely sentient with your entire family? I don't think it's like I'm not saying that that every Beatrice we've seen before was Angie. I'm saying just that one that was there at the like beginning of episode 4, like all happy and stuff. That asked like Battler that like one question there before going away. Because we didn't see like unlike the I guess episode 2 and 3, we didn't see Beatrice at all until the ceremony was apparently complete. But at the same time, the ceremony in this one is completely off. Like, sure, in the previous episode, you had the thing where Rosa and Maria were counted as the two who were close, which could be a bit of a stretch. But everything pretty much followed the epitaph, but I think... No. Cross and Tatsui definitely did have stakes in them. I think Maria and Rosa didn't. Those two did. Oh. Anyway, I guess the point there is that most of them still had the stakes in them, but not all of them. In episode 4, however, I don't think the stakes were used at all. All of the deaths, almost all of the deaths were just like straight shots to the face, like blasting half of them off. And Beatrice didn't appear until like after like 13 people were killed. Nothing was really followed at all. Nothing was followed at all. And all we truly have to go on are like just those phone calls between Battler and the adults. Because Battler was in the guest house pretty much the entire time. So we don't have like real hard concrete proof that most of everything even happened to begin with. Everything this entire episode so messed up, dude. Anyway, that's about my 30 minutes of catching up. Almost exactly 30 minutes. Holy, it's like 28. Too many thoughts. Anyway, this rate, we're never gonna get through this. I'm gonna be here all day. It's a Friday. That's why we do these on Fridays. Not really. And a week just feels nice to do this. Alright, so... Battler's gone, and I don't know how we even continue this. Angie, have anything to say about it? What about Lambda Delta? Like, this all can't be like some sort of plan by her to somehow keep things going forever, because She seemed pretty concerned with Battler answering Beatrice, like, correctly. That true, like, concern? There's a lot to think about, but I can't think of any answers myself. Let me take a sip of coffee and then we continue here and see where things lead. How does Battler come back? Actually, thinking about all this kind of makes me want to... Maybe I won't end up taking a break. And next week we start the answers right away. That's not how you pause music. Oh shit, I forgot. Funky music. We could have been listening to this the entire time. George has to be the pro tech now. But he's dead. He's red. A big hole in his head. I don't think he can be. What is going on? Is there some connection between Asumu and Beatrice, maybe? Okay, I'm not getting anywhere continuing to try to think more about this. I'm gonna be lost in thought for like another 30 minutes. Let's go ahead and start. Holy. Tessa, could you turn that off? What? Why do you want to turn off the cool music? M. Zeki? Not in a mood. Because I turned the radio off. The world of cheery sounds was immediately swallowed up by the roar of the sea, and blotted out by the ocean's gray. Was at the time. It's not there anymore? The boat captain pointed, but I couldn't really recall the scene of 12 years ago. I thought I'd surely be able to immediately remember how things had been at the time, but no memories came back to me. After that incident, the island was sealed off and left to the wild. I couldn't satisfy myself with the thought that this was just inedible, and felt sad and pitiful and painful for some reason. But at least I remember one thing. Might say it'd probably be the same anywhere on the sea, but I remember at least one thing. The cry of the seagulls? The cry of the seagulls. I do remember those. When I was young, I rarely went to the ocean, so everything that symbolized the ocean meant Rockinjima and a family gathering to me. In short, it was a symbol for the happiness of going out with my family. However, at this point in times, it seems doubtful whether that... Hold on. I can't read. However, at this point in time, it seems doubtful whether that even was happiness. In my younger days, the trip had felt like a relaxed family vacation, but considering my parents' situation at the time, it was surely a very difficult trip to handle, with the distribution of the inheritance filling the place with the smell of gunpowder. I can remember giggling all over the place, completely ignorant of my parents' feelings.
六軒島で全ての始まりで全ての旅の終着駅ってわけだ。
Place of beginnings. Mikasa, an attempt to speak from my innermost feelings, tried to sound cool. It did sound cool though, was it not? The boat slowly rounded the island. I'd hoped that viewing it at a different angle might bring back my memories of the island silhouette at the time, just a little. But in the end, even when that islet was hidden completely by cliffs, I wasn't able to remember anything.
船長、さっきのもう一つの船着き場の話を聞かせてください。
うん。六軒島には船着き場は一つしかないことになっとる。だがそれは表向きだ。
Oh, that's interesting info.
島裏のもう一つの隠された船着き場。六軒島そのものね。誰も知らない二つ目のもう一つの顔がある。
And we're only learning about this now? I guess even George didn't know. George. What's it? Fuck. George is the protagonist now. I guess even Battler didn't know about that. Or actually, did anyone of the family know about that? Even George didn't know. And he's so smart. Man, that's why he's single. No, did anyone in the family even know about that? Because during all the talks when they were all panicking and trying to figure out if there's another person or not, I don't think anyone ever mentioned a second arbor. They mentioned that they never seen anyone come to the harbor, but that's just the one they went to. No one ever, like, spouted an idea that maybe they went around to another one. Oh, man. Alright, let's continue before we start thinking of more theories involving that.
六軒島は後ろ宮家の領有する島だ。だが金蔵さん個人が所有する島というもう一つの顔がある。
So Kinzo would have known about this at least.
一つの島、二つの船着き場、二つの屋敷ですかい。愛人を囲うためだけに随分と金をかけたもんだ。
So the other mentioned as a harbor. That's the one they're talking about, huh? Oh.
もう一つの船着き場のことを知る人間は
Thank you, that's what I want to know.
限られとる。金蔵さん、執事の源氏さん。
Oh,
わ
Genji.
しら船の関係者。高齢の使用人がほんの数人だ。
That means Kumasawa. A Mondor. So I figured Kinzo, Genji, Kumasawa, and most likely Nanjo. I think at the very least those four knew about it then.
南城診療所の先代先生も
Oh,
熊沢
okay.
のばあさんも知っとった。
Let me be smarter. You don't tell me.
数えりゃ結構いるような気がするが、とにかく知っている人間はわずかだった。
Okay, so confirmed. Kinzo, Kumasawa, Genji, Nanjo. So maybe Goda didn't know about this. I think Canon and Shannon knew? Maybe not. Kumasawa knowing is interesting. But I guess it lines up a little bit about why one of her grandsons would be given the letter, in the same way that Nanjo's son was also given a letter. And then Genji, I guess, doesn't have any family. He's only here to serve Kinzo, nothing else. Why was... What was the Angie No wonder receive a letter. Or was it even meant for Angie in the first place? That letter. Going on? But I'm not getting much of anywhere with this. I guess we go back to my suspects from, I think it was, when did I start suspecting these guys? Was it episode 2 that I laid out my suspicions for Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa? I feel like it was. It comes right back to them again. But that can't... surely not a coincidence. They clearly have something to do with all this. Well, at least Kumasawa and Nanjo. I'm starting to like Goda a bit more than I did previously. But the way that, like, underground fight went when they were, like, doing the prison escape, that had to be both Goda and Kumasawa together. Alright, continuing. Naming them off like this makes it sound like there were quite a few, but basically, there were a small number of people who knew.
そのもう一つの屋敷について教えてください。
クワドリアンちゅう名前のお屋敷があるとだけは聞かされとった。
Hold on. Those of us involved with the boats. So more boat captains other, like, aside from him. That's maybe an important detail. We'll try keeping that one in the back of the mind. I wonder if that might play out with how, like, multiple messages in a bottle were, like, found.
わしは船を離れることを許されんかったから一度も見たことはないが。
船着き場からは見えないくらいに遠いということですかい？
わからん。ただ隠し屋敷だからな。外からは見えん場所に建ててあったろうな。とにかくクワドリアンについてはあの島の最高の秘密だった。
クワドリアンにベアトリーチェが住まわされていた、あるいは幽閉されていたという説がありますが、船長はどう考えますか？
わしはクワドリアンへの雑貨も運んでおった。その中に女しか使わんような、それも高級なもんが含まれることも多かった。
I'm starting to think back to that backdrop we saw like a couple streams ago. The one where he had a plastic bag of all the little lion plushies. I wonder if something like that is like what he delivered, but what would that even mean? Like, even if it was... I think my mind stretching a bit too much.
わしもその説を確信しとる。
では船長はベアトリーチェって女を直接見たことはないわけですか？
ない。20年近く出入りをしたが一度も見たことはない。
20年？ひゅー。ってことは最低でも年齢プラス20ってわけだ。こりゃマドモアゼルは期待できねえな。だがクワドリアンへの出入りはある日を境にぷっつりとなくなっちまった。
今からだいたい30年前だから。
About 30 years ago. So minus the 12, that would be 18. What, during the time of the family conference, it would have been 18 years ago that everything stopped, right? Which I guess could line up to around the time that of that story that Rosa was giving, and like episode, was it episode 3 or episode 2? Episode 3 it might have been, right? Anyway, it was the story that Rosa was telling where she met Beatrice, tried to clear her out, and they fell down the cliff. It was episode 2. I'm starting to get some of the beginning parts of episodes mixed up. At least when it comes to episode 2 and 3. But right, yeah. What does it all mean? The 12 years after, like, part of this story that we're getting here is so strange. We're getting like the small bits and pieces of the info we're getting about the past from this point seems to be a mix of different things that happened in each of the games that were played out so far. Like we got Eva living after the end of episode 3, like, and only her. But then we have like the message bottle, which was at the end of episode 1. We have this bit of info which lines up with a small bit in episode 2. I guess there's actually 2 message bottles. Remembering about that. A message bottle is still something pretty large, because that's something that only happened at the end of episode 1. In each of the episodes afterwards, Maria never got to do that. We don't know about episode 4, actually. Because the game was abandoned, we don't know how everything ends there. Anything else? Oh, I guess there's this book that Angie has that's like... I guess we only really seen in episode 4? I don't think we've seen Maria with this like big diary notebook thing like in previous episodes. There were times where she's pulled out a notebook, but it was said to be like a small thing. I don't think the description it ever gave of it was this like big, like fancy looking book, this grimoire. Is that how I should be thinking of things? Every episode is a little bit of the truth for what actually happened. Like we in episode 3, Eva surviving, everyone else is dead. Episode 1, a message in a bottle was sent out. Episode 2, Rosa met Beatrice, but Beatrice died. Episode 4, Maria owned this like grimoire and like wrote in it. Used it kind of like a diary, put all her little magic stuff in it. Oh, and Sakataro existing. That's another thing. Uh, man, a lot to think about there. I don't think I'm getting any closer to figuring things out. Not at this point. I wonder if that's what the answer arcs are. Figuring out which which parts from each episode are like the truth to piece together the entire story at the end. That would be kind of cool. Anyway. One day, bang, all coming going to and from Kumadorian. Kuadorian. Suddenly stopped about 30 years ago.
昭和43年頃だったと思う。
Goa area, 1968. Did we ever get a year? Like, did Rosa ever state a year for when she supposedly met Beatrice that day? Don't think so. Just said she was young. If we assume Rosa's about 30 when she's telling the story, 18 years ago would be about 12, which I guess lines up correct enough. I can see that fitting pretty well. If she was somewhere around 30, give or take a couple years. Okay. So I think... Well, I can't trust the... Well, I'm not fully sure I trust the story she gave. I think we can trust that some sort of event happened. Actually, Renove did say that a conversation between the two of them did happen, right? Or was that red text? Red Truth was about Kinzo and Beatrice. It's gonna be interesting going back and reading what Red Truths we have access to. Dang! Yeah, like a gun. Like what Kinzo owns.
食料やゴミなどの運搬往来でわしらは決められた日程で裏に行っとった。ああ、裏っちゅうのはクワドリアン側の船着き場のことだ。
The hidden side. Interesting name, quick to the point.
わかります。それで
ある日、源氏さんから急な連絡があった。
Genji.
別の指示があるまで裏には行かなくていいって言うんだ。
Oh, now I'm thinking even more. Right, okay. Beatrice cleared everyone out. I wanted to take another look at Renove. Disregarding stuff about him being a demon and doing magic and all that. He said he was once like Genji, or Genji was his original form once upon a time, something like that. I think I could see him being like how Genji looked when he was younger. He serves Beatrice. So if we assume about... I don't know, would he... Actually, no. If we... 18 years was the time of Beatrice's death. So we could go back even further a bit. If we go back, like, say, 5 more years from that point, would Genji have had the appearance of a Renove? Maybe somewhat? How old does Renove look to me? Would that fit in line with the time of him possibly serving Beatrice at that mansion? Who even is Beatrice? Wait. Virgilia did make a macro joke. You're not gonna get that past me. Freaking Persona 5 pancakes moment. She's pretty old too. One younger would she have looked like Virgilia? Probably not all fancy like that. You definitely weren't in the picture before. You couldn't have been. She did. I know that much, yeah. It's just... I'm just thinking of, like, connections now. Beatrice... His connection... Has, like, Renove as a butler. And, Virgilia as, like, a teacher. I think we can link Renove and Genji together. Go back about 30 years or so. When Genji was younger, he probably looked similar to Renove and was serving whoever was at the Kuadorian. Along with Kumasawa, who is a maybe like some sort of teacher educating the whoever was there too. Nanjo was there too, apparently. Did she knows about the freaking Kuadorian and underground and stuff? Maybe she either fallen ill or after her body was found, Kenzo was like, oh shit, get Nanjo. He could help me. And that's how he was led to the Kuadorian? I don't think there's any servant or anything that would match up with Gab. Right? Nanjo could fix Beatrice after she fell down the cliff. Maybe he could! Also, howdy darn. Here, I need to fix my stuff here. There we go. He's a genius. I'm getting sidetracked thinking again. General Practitioner, a legend. Just like the legend of the witch, it all makes sense. Anyway, one day we got an urgent message from Genji-san. He said that until we heard differently, there was no need for us to go to the hidden side anymore.
別の指示とは？
特にはなかった。早い話が、ある日突然裏には今後定期便はいらない、食料も届けなくていいと言われたわけだ。わしは最初クビにされたのかと思ったよ。だがすぐに気づいた。それにクワドリアンのことを知る使用人たちの様子からもなんとなく察しがついた。
ベアトリーチェが死んで食料を届ける必要も世話人を送る必要もなくなった。
わしはそう考えとる。それっきり裏へ船を出せという指示は受けてない。しかし裏については死ぬまで何も喋るなと。
Genji came to see him?
その後源氏さんが直接わしのところへ来てえらく強く念を押した。
ああ。
その20年間も放置されていた隠し屋敷にどうしてエヴァおばさんが？
On that day, 12 years ago, Ushime Eva somehow escaped harm alone in a hidden mansion 2 kilometers away from the mansion. A very good question. Actually, if it had been abandoned ever since that point, that Beatrice died, how did... One, anyone know about it, and two... like Eva supposedly escaped there. I'm thinking about the epitaph riddle again and how that could have been solved, but I can't think of any. Why was she in it and mentioned that had been forgotten for 20 years?
ワイドショーで見たよ。わしにも何が何だかさっぱりわからん。エヴァさんを裏へ案内したことは一度もない。どうしてどうやってクワドリアンを知りたどり着いたのか、わしにはさっぱり。
裏のクワドリアンに陸路で行くことは不可能だったのかしら。
Seems to be.
もしも話通りに未開の密林だとしたら、おめかしした奥様風情に踏破できるもんじゃありませんぜ。
じゃあ回路モーターボートみたいなものがあったとか？
まさかあの二晩の台風はそりゃひどいもんだった。船なんぞ使えるわけもない。
It would be that underground passage through the well.
じゃあ屋敷とクワドリアンを直通する
Aha!
例えば地下通路のようなものがあったとか、愛人の家へ出入りするのに毎回船の用立てが必要なんて面倒でしょ。
全長 2km の六軒島の対角線上に存在する
No
屋敷をつなぐために
I'm literally a
そんなに
battler.
長い地下トンネルを
I might actually be Angie. Oh no.
バカにしてところだが、愛人のために隠し屋敷まで作っちまう大富豪だ。
Oh no, the A stands for Angie. He figured it out. Even I didn't know that.
それも否定できんところですね。どうなんですか、船長。
わしは海の人間だ。
Man of the sea.
穴のことはわからん。だが硫黄島で旧日本軍は25キロのトンネルを掘ってみせたぞ。
And Kenzo did buy the island from the military or something, right?
あの金蔵さんなら2キロくらい掘ってみせてもわしは何も驚かん。
やっぱりおかしな島ね。私たちはこの島のことを未だ誰一人何も知らない。
This island is pissing me off. From the original Golden Witch. Boat reached the shore. We'd have to walk a short ways to reach the mansion.
わしはここで待っている。
This shore, where she died, you're gonna find a body at the bottom or something?
屋敷は向こうだ。当時の道が残っているだろうが、草木で覆われてしまってるはずだ。迷わんように気をつけてな。
ほんじゃ行きましょうかね。
Damn, the freaking, like, the... You can't see it because I'm kind of covering it. It's like right above my head. You can still see the, like, chair and the umbrella. Oh, that stays standing for like 12 years, dude.
ありがとう、天草。あんたもここで待ってて。
ま、そう言い出すんじゃないかと思ってましたぜ。
Oh, bring him with you. You know, probably, maybe no relation. He does have a cross. How many people have crosses? He has like the same silvery hair that Kyrie has. With a cross on her tie! Hold on. Cross on him? Cross on her tie. Battler had like a cross on his zipper. You can maybe make an argument that there's a cross on her torso there with the bright, like the bright purple trim. Then Maria has like a little cross on her crown. George doesn't have anything. Eva doesn't have anything. Does that mean anything? Is that a connection or is that just coincidence? Kyrie, Maria, Battler, and Amakusa? Cross on you. No cross on you. Interesting that the eagle is like not printed on any of her clothes, but it's on like a sash on her shoulder. That could easily be taken off, I suppose. Kyrie, Maria, Battler, Maku. I don't think they would be related. I get other than like Battler and Kyrie, I suppose.
届け物をするだけよ。あなたが一緒だと向こうが迷惑するの。あんたの毒素強そうだから。
毒素はて。
すぐに戻るわ。今日の本命はクアドリアンの方だもの。届け物をしたらすぐに戻ってくるわ。
But then she'll never come back. And she put on her knapsack holding the flowers she would offer.
さしてやれ若いの。行ってこいお嬢ちゃん。あんたの家族が待っている。
Through the path. I want to remember her name because I forgot it. Kasumi. Madara Kasumi. She's gonna end up appearing at the like shore and doing something, isn't she? I did not read that. Oops. I've never been on a road like this, but I had no trouble finding my way. If I walked straight ahead, it would probably guide me to the final destination for everything. It was true that the vegetation was incredibly thick, and if I didn't pay attention, I would lose track of the path. Looks pretty clear to me, but the road that was left was much clearer than I guessed it would be. Still, that didn't change the fact that it was a bad road. Contrary to the distance shown on the map, I was forced to walk a long way. Oh, this area. I wish they do new backgrounds for this part. This background, they tinted it a bit darker because of the like overcast, like cloudy skies. It's different-ish. The forest was deep and dark. At the time, I had. Why can't I read? At the time, I had been threatened into staying away from the forest because a witch lived there. Of course, that fear is gone now, but I feel it. Because I was me, I could feel the presence, like an aura, of the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Here and there were massive hollow lumps of rock along with overgrown trees and ivy, and the voices of birds and bugs. Yeah, I feel it. I feel that witch is here. Still? Ahead, an ivy-covered construction site fence and a warning sign stood. No entry, Tokyo Metropolis. What? That was written on it. Yeah, that's right. When you think Tokyo, you tend to think of a city. But Rakanjima is also located within the Tokyo metropolis. Apologizing to the sign for my rude mistake, I climbed the fence. When I crossed this steep slope beyond that, my field of vision rapidly expanded, and a fresh sea breeze blew through my hair. It was like the top of a little hill. Below me was a vast view of the island. I could only see desolate forests and rock walls spread out below me. But I realized that the mansion was probably somewhere around there. The steep slope the steep downward slope beyond this hill had probably been caused by earth and rocks collapsing from 12 years of wind and rain. It had become a slant filled with crags that you might even call gentle cliffs, and would be easy to tumble down, though it looked like climbing back up would be pretty difficult. In any event, it seemed that proceeding any further would be impossible. If I continued any further, I wouldn't be able to return. In other words, this is the border. This place is 1986 and 1998. And it is that day and today. The boundary between this world and Nirvana.
ここがこの旅の終着点みたいね。
The strong winds blew Mamon's and Sakataro's hair. They looked down from the hilltop.
ここからじゃさっぱりわからないわ。お屋敷はどこ？もっと近づきましょうよ。ウリュ、無理だよ。戻ってこれなくなっちゃうよ。
We won't be able to come back. Is that it? I see. This is 1998. And I am the Ushiromiya Anji who has been left all alone. At first, this was a journey to die, but not anymore. It's become a journey to accomplish something.
だからごめんね、二人とも。あの日の私なら何も戸惑わずにこの崖を降りるだろうけれど。
ビルの屋上から飛び降りた後ろ宮エンジが情けない。
ごめんね。
ここでも同じだよ。あの日の風が感じられるから。こんな風だったっけ？うん。もうすぐ来てくれるよ。みんな。
Everyone. Sakataro said it as though it was completely natural, and I believed it. Dad, Mom, Oni-chan, all of my relatives and those fun servants, and Maria One-chan.
私よ、エンジよ。私は帰ってきたわ。
When I started my journey to expose the past of 12 years ago, my goal had been abstract, and I hadn't understood. But now, I have no doubts. This journey was induced by several thoughts and fates over 12 years. A journey to reach the end for me, Ushiromiya Enji, and a journey to reach the end as the last witch of the Mariage sorcery. Came here as the last daughter of the Ushiromiya family, and as the last witch.
お父さん、お母さん、お兄ちゃん、ごめんね。先に、マリアお姉ちゃんとの挨拶をさせてね。
Wrong tailwind urged me on. That tailwind took just my soul out from inside my body to the vast forest beneath me. And though from here on I couldn't see, I believe that it flew me to the mansion on that day, to where everyone was, where Maria Oni-chan was. One-chan. And so, even though my body was on the top of a hill, a strong wind blowing against me, my soul was now certainly dancing through that sky. The vast, vast sky of Rokkanjima. Below me was the green of many trees, but I understood. I understand. I can comprehend the presences of my family and relatives, and all the servants. And Maria One-chan too. I couldn't even comprehend Maria One-chan as a witch. It was vast, more so than any vast space I'd imagined up until now.
マリアお姉ちゃん、聞こえる？聞いて。
She called out to the Maria of that day. He told her of the long journey she had undergone, of her long-delayed realization of just how much she'd wounded Maria in her youth. She understood magic and now understood everything about the world Maria had wanted to show her. It was very warm, overflowing with love and happiness. She wanted to become even happier by sharing that world, but I trampled it.
だから私、今こそ全部理解したの。魔法を理解した。私たちの魔法はきっととてもささやかで身近にあふれてる。でもそれは誰の目にも見えるものではないのよ。魔法とは、ええ、はっきり言えるわ。
Without love, it cannot be seen. Sorry, One-chan. I've already been excommunicated from the Alliance of Witches. But now, I understand how wonderful it is. And I know that after that day I wounded you, Mariage's sorcery was transfigured into something different from what you truly desired. Even the magic that spat anger by cursing people was probably important to Oni-chan in those days. Oni-chan's environment was sad enough to permit that.
でももうそんな悲しい日々は、だからお姉ちゃんの魔女同盟を元の優しいマリアージュ・ソルシエルに戻そう。
The grimoire was in my hands before I realized it. Strong winds were rapidly blowing its pages one after another. That world had been kind in the beginning. How could he give birth to magic that would make candy fall from the sky? How could he give birth to magic that would make tomorrow's dinner cream crochet? How could you give birth to magic that would make the weather good when you went out the next day, making your whole day fun? New spells of happiness were created one after another, covering her world with kindness. Those days were flipped through one after another, and months began to flash by. The pages with drawings that had once been colorful gradually began to change into the color of black ink. Eerie magic circles and demon summonings. Evil magic for harming people. How could he give birth to magic that would cause the class bully to catch a cold? How could he give birth to magic that would seriously injure someone in class so that they died? How could he give birth to magic that would cause a bus loaded with all the bullies to fall off a cliff? Malicious spells were created one after another, burying the pages and her heart.
私がお姉ちゃんを傷つけたからマリアージュ・ソルシエルはこんなになってしまった。お姉ちゃんは黒き邪悪な魔女じゃない。 白き無垢で無邪気な優しい魔女だったのよ。私が元に戻してあげる。元のみんなを幸せにする魔法を世界中に振りまいていたマリアお姉ちゃんに戻してあげる。そのために私はここへ来た。運命に導かれてきた。お姉ちゃん、聞こえてる？その姿を私の前に見せて。
Oh man, she's gonna appear but be the like psycho one that we saw earlier in the episode. That voice rode an even stronger wind was sent 12 years into the past. Then, the wind gradually ceased, and silence fell. Crunch, crunch. I could hear the sound of gravel being stepped on. I listened to those footsteps, surprised at this miracle. Without a doubt, those were Maria One-chan's footsteps.
マリアお姉ちゃん。かすみよ。
Okay, I kind of suspected that was gonna be it. How did you find this place?
ようやく見つけたわよ。エンジェちゃん。
Before I knew it, Aunt Kasumi and her black suits, a total of 7 people who didn't resemble Maria One-chan in the slightest, were standing there, surrounding me. I felt like my voice had just been about to reach Maria One-chan too. As these guys talked in, the magic was cut off. And she clicked her tongue at it, but Kasumi probably didn't hear it that way.
そのお花は亡くなった家族への？えらいわ。それ投げるんでしょ？いいわよ。それまで待ってあげる。
Just what are you waiting for? Banshee could more or less guess. The way the black suits unnaturally stuck their hands into their pockets clearly brought to mind the likelihood that they had handguns. This is a deserted island. There could be no more convenient place to dispose of someone. There's a sniper in there for it. How doesn't she know? I have absolutely no interest in family matters, said the Sumidera family. But if I die, all that wealth will go to them. Unlike me, they're probably very interested and concerned about this matter. Of course, it seems that if the massive amounts of stock islands only go to them, it'd be pretty bad for the Ushiromiya group as well. They're apparently having a secret feud fighting over me all by themselves. That's probably why President Akanogi gave me Amukasa as a guard. Having Amukasa wait on the boat was a regrettable mistake. Did he actually wait though? Maybe he secretly followed you.
いつからここで待ち伏せを？
早朝からよ。おかげですっかり待ちくたびれちゃったわ。
It's this morning, damn. Here before them.
何しろ喫茶店もお化粧室もないからね。
トイレもないからお上品に木陰で用を済ませていたわけね。
仮にもスマデラ家の血を半分引いてる淑女がそんな汚らわしい言葉を使うんじゃないわ。やっぱりスマデラキリエの子ね。気品のかけらもありゃしない。
Grabbed me by the hair and forced me to face up to hers, and then spat at me. Gross? My words might be filthy, but they're no worse than her spit.
おばさんが私のことを話すといつも母さんのことばかり。私そんなにも母さんに似てますか？
ええ、似ているわ。その生意気そうな目つき、鼻も口もそっくりよ。自由奔放で無責任。歴史と伝統あるスマデラ家の重みなど何も考えず、自分勝手に家を飛び出したわ。おかげで私の人生はずっとその尻拭い。
まさにあんたの人生クソまみれね。
When I was slapped on the cheek, my ear was smashed, and for an instant my head rang. My hair was pulled, spinning me around, and I fell to the ground. And in a flash, the ground was kicked, and I was struck with sand.
ああ、本当に姉さんに似てきたわ。その目つき、そのどこか小馬鹿にした目つきよ。 あ、思い出すわ、いろいろと。
哀れな人ね。きっと幼い頃から何かにつけて母さんに比較されて蔑まされてきたんでしょうに。そしてあんたは一生その惨めさから解放されやしないわ。
お前みたいな小娘にはわからないわよ。あんたのお母さんはね、何もかもを投げ出してスマデラ家を逃げ出した負け犬なのよ。その負け犬のせいで私がどれほど迷惑したことか。
あんたの迷惑なんか私の知ったこっちゃないわ。私の生まれる前の話をされても困るわよ。あんたの人生はいつ始まるの？始まりゃしないわ。いつまでもいつまでも永久に死んだ母さんに嘲笑われ続け、そのまま死ぬのよ。
Ooh.
というか死ねばなんで生きてるの？
この口の減らないガキが。あんたたちちょいとお茶をしてやりなさいな。
Oh, tea, how nice.
お任せを。口の利き方も知らねえクソガキが少し勉強させてやるぜ。
Black Suits dashed up to me, violently grabbed me by the nape of the neck, and dragged me down.
私が一服終えるまでに適当に可愛いメイにちょいと身の程を教えてあげなさい。
Oh, I don't like this. Umadera Kasumi. When I think about it, she was a pitiable person. To the outside world, women of the Sumadera family were trained to be in a position that supported and deferred to men. But in actuality, strong leadership was required from them so that they could manage all of the common people. The role demanded of them really was that of a female commander, a literal reading of the word okami. Managing the Sumadera family with all its traditions was not something that could be accomplished with just an ordinary level of dignity. It was an unimaginably heavy responsibility. Normally, this would have been demanded of Kyrie. Kyrie had undergone that harsh training, and Kasumi, as the younger sister, should have been able to take it easy. Oh, on the contrary, she had lived like a lazy, selfish, and affluent princess, sneering at Kyrie, who had been given the heavy responsibility. However, Kyrie had suddenly been disinherited. She had refused the fiancé her parents had arranged and gotten pregnant by her lover, Ushinomiya Rudolph. From the Sumadera's perspective, even though the Ushinomiya family had vast fortune, it was a low-level family that had already collapsed. Wow. And to become not even a legal wife, but a mistress to the second son of that family. Normally, a daughter of the main family would have shown no mercy for such dishonor. They would wrap her up in a mat, place a pole at the end, and throw her either into the Pacific Ocean if the pole fell to the right side of the sea. What? They would wrap her up in a mat, place a pole on the end, and throw her either into the Pacific Ocean if the pole fell to the right, or the Sea of Japan if it fell to the left. Okay, that was hard to read for some reason. But Curious punishment ended with disinheritance, an unbelievably warm-hearted decision. After that, the Sumadera family began receiving favorable treatment from a section of the Ushinomiya group. There must have been some kind of backroom deal. In other words, Kyrie openly left the Sumadera family under the pretense of gaining financial support from the Ushinomiya family. Emiya watched it happen in shock. Oh, she even disparaged her dishonorable sister as a loser. But eventually, she realized that the heavy responsibilities Kyrie had borne would be passed on to her. And then, for the first time, she saw that she had been outwitted.
あんたの母親のせいで私の人生はめちゃめちゃにされたわ。いいえ、一度殺されたと言ってもいい。あの日に私は一度殺されて地獄のような日々に突き落とされたのよ。
それまで人生舐めてきたツケじゃない。
口の減らねえ小娘だぜ。うら
The black suit punched me in the gut and I doubled over, but I was quickly grabbed by Nip and neck and made to stand up again. Me cold-heartedly looked down on me, smoking a cigarette. The painful days after Curie had left were floating through her mind. Until then, she had been allowed to be a simple lady, freewheeling and naive. Only her older sister Curie had been harshly trained, and she, the younger sister, had been able to live as nothing more than a princess. Then suddenly everything got flipped over and her life came crashing down.
私の人生、生活も生き方も事情を知らない親類からは姉さんの不名誉を理由にどれだけ蔑まれたことか。呪ったわ。あなたのお母さんを血を吐くほどに呪ったわよ。
そりゃ嬉しいわ。
Just keep up the good work. A kick landed in Angie's side as she crawled on the ground. Angie didn't stand up again, so she continued to lie there like a caterpillar as she was kicked each time she spoke up.
姉さんを後ろ宮グループのパーティーで見かけたわ。あいつ旦那と一緒でとても幸せそうに。
And you hated it.
笑ってやがったわ。私に全部を押し付けて自分だけ幸せに。
だから何？私に八つ当たりするとどうあんたが幸せになるってわけ？私に八つ当たりすると時間が巻き戻って歴史が変わったりしてくれるわけ？
あんたさっき言ったわね。私の人生はいつ始まるのって。いくら恨んでも八つ当たりしても時間を巻き戻すことなんてできない。じゃあ私は死ぬまでこうして死んでもなお姉さんを恨み続けて？冗談じゃないわ。いつまで私は姉さんの亡霊に苛まれてなきゃならないのよ。だから考えたのよ。これを成し遂げたら全ての恨みを忘れてやり直せるってね。
Would you really, though? Angie was about to lash back out at her, but stopped. That she'd be kicked again if she responded. Even if Kasumi didn't say anymore, Angie had a pretty good idea of what she meant. Kasumi thought that by taking revenge against Curious' daughter, Angie should be able to put an end to her hatred. Talk about pushing your problems onto other people.
ほら立ちなさいよ。そんなにこの島が大好きならしっかり深く埋めてあげるわよ。その若さで死にたくないでしょ。母が迷惑をかけてすみませんでしたとか言ってみたくはならない？
誰が言うもんか。
エンジェ様、ダメ。こいつらを挑発しちゃダメです。ここは表向きだけでも調子を合わせて時間を稼ぐべきです。
くだらないプライドは燃えないゴミの火に出しとけってよく言うわね。
天草さんは天草さんが来てくれればきっと。
I'm not too sure he will.
あいつの姿は見えないわ。エンジ様のバカ、どうして天草を置いてきたんです？
I didn't need Maman to tell me. I was seriously regretting it already. I walked a long way. The forest was very thick. I got no doubts that signs of activity here won't reach the boat. During the time it took for Kasumi to finish casually smoking a whole cigarette, I was continuously tormented by the black suits, as she had told them to. The moment I grabbed at my head, my scalp was kicked by someone at a bad angle and my head was filled with stars. The feeling of stars flickering in this grey, twisted world was one I remembered clearly. My life was very similar to the one Sumidera Kasumi led. After all, as the successor to the Ushiromiya family, I was tormented constantly with various kinds of bullying under the guise of education and training. Yes. Having the inside of my head filled with stars like this is a feeling I know well. When being reprimanded for some error in manners I seem to have made, the discussion always turned to whether I was fitting to be the successor or not. And on about the honor of the Ushiromiya family and how deep that was. By the time the conversation reached that point, I forgot what mistake I was being blamed for in the first place. She's a face. No, in fact, it was the same for Aunt Eva. After all, sometimes she'd ask herself, what was it again? But in the end, she wouldn't be able to remember and would say something like,
私が怒っているということは、きっとエンジェが何か悪いことをしたのだろう。なら、その悪いことが問題なのであって、何をしたかなんて今更思い出せなくても問題ない。
Classic Eva indeed. Not based. Horrible. Sucks. There'd be some ridiculous reasoning like that and she'd keep on punishing me. Yes. Eva's punishment wasn't something that would continue until I learned something, or acknowledged a mistake, or apologized. It would continue until Aunt Eva wanted to stop. So this violence was a bit nostalgic in a way that made me want to vomit. I open my eyes and look. There's Aunt Eva. Right next to Kasumi, who's smoking a cigarette. I can see Aunt Eva, almost as though the two of them are laughing together. When I think about it, even Aunt Eva's life might be a thing worthy of my sympathy. The responsibility and pressure of being a member of the Ushiromiya family, which she'd often mentioned to me, had probably caused her great pain. After all, people can't make insults that they've never been the targets of themselves. It was probably the same for Aunt Rosa as well. As the youngest child of the honorable Ushiromiya family, she must have gone through many tough times. So it was just like what Aunt Eva did to me. Just like what Sumidera Kasumi is doing now. Aunt Rosa must have been the same. People tend to push the pain they're burdened with onto other people. Otherwise, they can never escape from that pain. So on and on, in eternity and perpetuity, the chain of pain and sadness does not end. That's why Maria One-chan's magic was so incredible. With her magic, she didn't have to bear the pain caused by Aunt Rosa. The pain probably was pushed onto her. Its weight probably tormented her, but One-chan didn't carry that burden with her own shoulders. She purified it and filled her world with happiness. So I'm sure, if Maria One-chan had children in the future, she probably wouldn't have pushed the pain that had been forced onto her children. That chain of pain and sadness that stretched back for who knows how long, which she couldn't understand and which she had inherited, which had been forced onto her, Maria One-chan cut it with her magic.
なーに？私に何か文句でもあるの？
In the past, I would have snapped back. I would have met her hatred with hatred so that they cancel each other out. No, nothing got cancelled out. The thing being forced onto me ended up right there on my shoulders. Just like how even now, I hate her. Heat! So, now that I know of magic, I'll look at the human called Ushiromiya Eva again. What I could see through to was a sad human form no different from me, who had lost her family and bore deep wounds in her heart. Unable to withstand the pain of that torn heart, she was doing nothing more than howl sadly, like a lion crying in pain, like a child. Even Ushiromiya Eva was someone I should have felt compassion for. She needed someone to understand the difficulties and pain of her childhood years. Even she, who was the only survivor of the Rokujima crime, was faced with the curiosity of all of society, who was publicly slandered and forced to have salt continually flung into the wound, and needed someone's compassion in order to let Eva forget her pain and sadness at least a little. The Black Witch taught her magic just like the times it had possessed Aunt Rosa. was the same magic of anger and sadness that Beatrice had taught Maria Oni-chan when she was mourning her torn-apart friend Sakataro. That same magic, that witch, had probably dwelled inside Aunt Rosa too. So many witches, so I mustn't hate Ushiromiya. Maybe. I should have became her ally, as the only person in the world who could understand her. What did I say to her when I was young, when she returned alive all alone? Could it be that I acted well she killed my family and returned on her own? I can't believe it. Aunt Eva, who has never been more than an object of and a synonym for hatred throughout my life, is turning into a human I can understand. So, I can see, right next to Aunt Eva, the form of the Black Witch who taught her the black magic. With that creepy portrait, dude, and Eva was crying. It was only natural. Not only was no one willing to understand the pain of losing her husband and son at once, but her only relative had insulted her, saying, "Give back my dad and mom." I can make the excuse that I was merciless because of my youth. However, to her at the time, I had probably been cruel enough to sever the last thread in her heart. In the following days, talk shows and magazines publicly slandered her. The truth of her husband's business and character, and even her beloved son, were negated. She no longer had anything left. She could do nothing but cry and howl, trying to forget the pain and sadness, at least for a while. After all, she could only feel a tiny bit of release, and only during the time that she howled. And so, the Black Witch taught her how to howl. The one I hated was the Black Witch. Black magic can probably release one from that pain for an instant. However, it never lifts that weight from a person's shoulders. On the contrary, it forces that weight onto further victims, filling the world with hatred. Only Eva knew of white magic, and had a true witch nearby. Couldn't that have been me? Then I learned the magic to create happiness from Maria One-chan. If I taught her with that magic, could we have built a future with a completely different relationship? Up until now, I hated Aunt Eva constantly, so I didn't notice the Black Witch beside her. Without love, it could not be seen. I didn't have any love for her, but now finally, I'll glare at the Black Witch. The one I truly should hate. Okay. Great. Look at them. Twins!
あら
Oh, you're back, dude?
なに私のことが見えるの
Be gone, demon!
見えるわ。私が憎むべきはエヴァおばさんじゃなかった。あんたよ。
すごいじゃない。人間の分際で魔女の私が見えるなんてね。それでその目つきは何だと言いたいわけ？私が憎い？
憎い？ええ、憎いわ。でも少し違う。ただ悲しく思える。
悲しい？何言ってんの？いいじゃない。怒れば。思いっきり憎んじゃえば？
憎まないわ。あんたを憎むことはエヴァおばさんの憎しみをそのまま受け継ぐだけ。私は憎しみを断ち切る。エヴァおばさんの苦しみを受け止め、それを払って捨てるの。
Whole part about how you shouldn't hate Eva, he immediately hates on her again. Yeah, Esham's right. Maybe she shouldn't be so hateable. Maybe she should be so evil. Maybe I wouldn't hate her.
何悟ったようなこと言ってるわけ？こ こいつ頭大丈夫っていうか、へそでも噛んで死んじゃえばあんたらもっともっと蹴ってやりなさい。顔とかはダメよ。気の毒な顔がマシになっちゃったらつまんないから。
Black suits persistently kicked at my stomach and back, as though they had been ordered to by the Black Witch.
やれやれ、答えないね。私をじーっと見ちゃって。私が憎いでしょ。私もよ。
Umi sneered at me, but for some reason, I had the feeling that she was crying behind that expression. Just like me, the pain of being forced into an unreasonable life would never, ever heal. The sad lion, gasping in pain from the thorn he can't get out, continues to howl.
ほら、スマデラかすみ、見てごらんなさい。かつてのあんたがそこにいるわ。気分が晴れるでしょう。かつてそこにいたあなたが、今度はこっち側にいるのよ。愉快でしょう。立場が逆になるのは。
本当
What?
に
Responding.
愉快だわ。なんでそんな顔ができるのよ、エンジェ。泣きなさいよ。泣きたいんでしょ。
そうそう、泣きたいに決まってる。泣かせちゃいなさいって。あの時のあんたは泣かされちゃったじゃない。だからこいつも泣かせてやりなさいよ。エンジェもいいのよ。泣いちゃえば。
泣きなさいよ、エンジェ。あんたの泣き顔が見たいのよ。泣いてごめんなさい、かすみおばさんって言ってごらんなさいよ。
そう、その言葉を言わせるのよ。あの言葉、辛いでしょ。自分のせいじゃないことを謝らせられるのって本当に辛かったでしょ。同じ思いをさせてやるのよ。そうすることであなたの痛みは和らげることができるの。そうよ、それでいいのよ。もっと自分に素直になりなさい。
Like, I started thinking about something during all of this. How did Kasumi know about this area that Angie was headed to here? She was waiting here since the morning, so she had to have known about this area. About the other mansion, maybe? Beforehand, right? How does she know this was the point she had to wait since the morning? Where would she have gotten the info about this other mansion that even existed in the first place? More so that Angie would be coming here. I'm thinking... Like, I was thinking of that, of a connection between, Amakusa and Kyrie as, like, maybe, like, as a bit of a joke. I'm not sure if there's any real relation. But I'm thinking back to an earlier scene where he had some, like, large suitcase that was apparently heavy, and he said that he hopes he wouldn't have to use it. How old is he? Could he have been working 12 years ago? When I think about the Chaser sisters, I think of them as like some sort of computer tracking sort of thing. Something to help with sniping? Would he work well as a sniper? Has a skill in counter sniping and protecting VIPs. Could he have been the mysterious person? The mysterious, like, extra person on the island. With the Chaser sisters as his, like, being his weapon. Well, when I think back to that scene with Kyrie giving, like, Battler that last phone call, the way it seems to me is like she was being sniped from outside and kept missing. Until it eventually got her, but then another thought comes to me where maybe if they do have some relation, he was kind of just stalling before he eventually had to do it. The secret back then, but not anymore. I suppose so. I wonder if that aside, my train of thought could be onto something there. Has skill in counter sniping and protecting VIPs. Sounds a lot like what the sisters do, the bunny girls. I'm switching because I'm looking at the glass break graphic. It does look like it's being shot through, like there's bullet holes in the glass. If we think of maybe someone being a sniper, I think he fits most into that. Well, let's continue again. Make her feel the same way. By doing that, you can relieve your pain. Yeah, that's it. Be a little more honest with yourself, okay?
もっともっといっぱいに自分の感情を吐き出しちゃえば。
The Black Witch provoked Kasumi. Kasumi began to give herself over to that dark emotion, by turning deep sadness into an evil alcohol and forcing it down, trying to forget it for just an instant. Nothing would change. The words Kasumi insulted me with were themselves sad. And I couldn't forgive the Black Witch who had just imposed that sadness on Kasumi. I had gone limp, which seemed to have stopped the Black Suit's kicking competition. Or maybe the kickers were getting tired too. Kasumi didn't order them to stop, but at some point, they did. However, I was reflected in Kasumi's eyes, and they burned me with flames of hatred. She had been tempted by the witch to do that in order to relieve her own pain.
スマデラかすみ、まだよ。まだまだ踏みにじりなさい。あなたの人生はこんなほんのちょっとの乱暴で許せるの？
So
許
hateable.
せないわよ。まだこれくらいでは許せないんだから。
でしょ？許せるわけがない。もっとよ。もっと憎悪の炎を。憎しみの炎でしかあなたは暖を取れないの。怒りと悲しみの雪原で凍えるあなたを温められる炎は憎しみだけなのよ。ほら言って。叫んで。憎しみの方向で自分を燃やし尽くしちゃえば。
後ろ宮エンジン！あんたを憎まなくちゃ私は生きてられないの。
スマデラかすみ、あの花束を。
Thinking back to my past thoughts, I could imagine. Actually, how long has Kasumi and Amakasa like known each other? Well, they have known each other that far back, because I could imagine Kasumi hating her her sister so much to send like a hitman after them during that last family conference. I wonder. Oh man, I had a thought, but it escaped me. What was I thinking just now? Oh no, my brain. It's already stopping. Oh well. If I forgot, it probably wasn't important. Surely.
これ死んだ家族への花でしょ、エンジェ。
She's gonna stomp the flowers or something? Black Witch grinned at me unpleasantly, using her chin to signal Kasumi to pick it up. Kasumi picked up the flowers I was going to offer, brought them all the way over to me, dropped them, and made a show of trampling them. Her expression was filled with hatred, and a frantic quality that couldn't be explained with hatred alone. She trampled them over and over again as though her sadness was reaching the bursting point. So the sound of her trampling it was just sad.
あら、この程度じゃ答えない？ならこっちは答えるかしら。スマデラかすみ、こっちを使いなさい。ダメ。それは。
Ah, the book. The object the Black Witch pointed at was Maria Onichan's grimoire. Kasumi also noticed it and picked up the book, which was heavier than it looked.
なにこれ。
読んじゃえば。お腹がよじれちゃうかもね。
Kasumi opened the grimoire, skimmed over the contents, and snorted derisively.
返して。それはお姉ちゃんの。
Of course, my hand couldn't reach. My stomach was once again kicked by the black suits, and I doubled over.
ほらね、この本は演者にとっての大切なものでしょ。大切なものをけなしてやりなさい。こういう子には殴る蹴るよりもそっちの方が効くんだから。あなたがそれを一番よく知っているでしょ。
As though remembering something painful, Kasumi's face twisted for an instant. But that quickly disappeared, changing into a scornful smile directed at me.
なにこの気持ち悪い本。 あんたが書いたの？
やめて。返して。
Soundboard.
見てよ、あの顔。もっとけなしてやりなさい。貶めてやりなさい。尊厳を踏みにじられる苦痛を教えてやるのよ。そうすることでしかあなたの苦痛は和らがないの。
何これ、恥ずかしい本。少女の時代に多少は占いの真似事に興味を持つこともあるけれど、これはちょっと行き過ぎじゃない？やだ、魔法だって。あんたあれでしょ、アニメとかのなんとかなんとかって呪文を言いながら魔女に変身するやつ。ああいうの好きなんでしょ。痛々しいわ。
Cackling, Kasumi opened to a random page and showed it to the black suits. The black suits looked too and guffawed. That sneer didn't wound me, but I couldn't forgive it. After all, that sneer was ridiculing Maria One-chan. I don't hate Kasumi, but for forcing that unhealing anger and sadness on Kasumi, I can't forgive the Black Witch. The Black Witch ate into Aunt Eva, Sumidori Kasumi, and Aunt Rosa, tormenting them for an eternity without letting their wounds be healed. I can't forgive her. Can't forgive the Black Witch.
何これ、傑作。お空から飴玉を降らせる魔法ですって。何何？お日様で清めたお水にお砂糖を溶いて魔法の杖を浸して呪文を。痛い。
Black suits were also rolling around, guffawing. Then, grinning, the Black Witch whispered something into Kasumi's ear. After glaring at me with a grin, Kasumi took that page. Kasumi grabbed hold of that page, tore it off, crumpled it up, and threw it away.
ひどいよ。それはマリアの魔法。あら、そうなの？それはお気の毒。
It was one of the spells to summon happiness that Maria had made with Sakataro. Anyone knows that making sugar water coloring it and leaving it by the window isn't going to make candy fall from the sky. But after repeating that every day, one time on her way home from school, she had found several pieces of candy scattered around. How happy must that miracle have made Maria One-chan? Then she treasured that candy, eating it during her night alone with Sakataro to distract herself from her loneliness. That magic that Oni-chan had given birth to had been torn and thrown away, and had disappeared. The whole miracle of happiness that magic had given birth to had been torn and thrown away.
これも傑作だわ。晩ご飯をクリームコロッケにする魔法。次は何？ピーマンが美味しく食べられる魔法。これも生かすわ。バカバカしい。それも破いちゃいなさいよ。どんどん破いちゃえば。
With a brutal, loud laugh, the Black Witch made Maria One-chan's spells get torn out one after another. Magic of happiness was sneered at, torn, and thrown away.
やめろ！やめろ！マリア教の魔法を怪我すな！汚い毒素で怪我すんじゃない！
Mon cried and yelled, but she had no way of reaching Kasumi.
いいじゃない。怪我されちゃえば。魔法の奇跡？幸せにする魔法？ ないない、そんなのないってば。痛みと苦しみはね、他人に押し付けてしか癒せないのよ。あんたは確か魔法のお友達とかいうやつだったわよね。スマデラかすみ、こいつのページを開きなさい。
これは何？魔法のお友達ですって？煉獄の七姉妹？物騒な名前。すごい速さで飛んで敵をやっつけてくれるんですって。エンジェ、あなたこんな魔法が使えるなら今すぐ使った方がいいんじゃない？くだらない。
The page that wrote this episode's repertory was also heartlessly thrown away. The page itself was just paper. That wasn't Mamon's vessel or anything. But the tearing, denying toxin burned Mamon from the inside. Mamon's face twisted from that heat and pain.
大丈夫、マモン。しっかり。これくらい平気。私よりエンジェ様の方が。
However, Mamon's expression was twisted with unbearable anguish and humiliation.
やめろ、黒き魔女。どうして君はそんなことをするんだよ。どうして魔法を幸せのために使えないんだよ。ああ、あんたも魔法のお友達ね。あんたも怪我してあげるわ。スマデラかすみ、こいつのページも探しなさい。
こっちは何？何この下手くそなライオンの落書き。作太郎？変な名前。一番大好きなお友達だって。そうなの？これがあんたの友達？親友？このライオンが？ねえねえ。本当に下手くそな落書き。
こんなブサイクなライオンがあんたなのね。こんなのお友達にしてるなんて、後ろ宮マリアってこの頭のかわいそうさに呆れてへそでお茶が湧いちゃうわ。ばっかみたい。へそ噛んで死んじゃえば。うりゅ、マリアをバカにするな。やめて、破かないで。ダメ。
Jeez. It was a shrill sound. The page had been filthily ripped out. The picture of Sakataro, that Oni-chan had drawn, was violently ripped in half. Man, dead again.
たくそな
お前たちも笑いなさい。
He needs to command them to laugh. The pair of black suits laughed vulgarly and heartlessly trampled the two halves that had been torn and thrown away.
サクタラ、しっかり。僕は悲しくなんかないよ。ただ悔しい。マリアのことをバカにされて何も言えない自分が悔しい。私たちは見えない人間にはいないも同然。私たちは必要としてくれる人間としか。だから家具
Sakataro and Momon supported each other. They crouched down, sobbing. Couldn't stand it either. Those who can't see how wonderful the world of magic is can't understand it. You can't explain to humans who can't understand, so it gets belittled. If you could show them, but you can't, because in front of humans who are filled with the magic-resisting toxin, who can't understand magic, magic cannot be used.
本当にわけがわかんないわ。この妄想日記、頭がおかしいとしか思えない。あんたのお花畑の頭の中が垣間見えて本当に面白いわ。気持ち悪い子。
あんたもマリアも、そこのぬいぐるみと家具もね。
おかしいわ。あんた友達いないんでしょ。いっつも一人ぼっちでぬいぐるみがお友達なんでしょ。かわいそうな子。大丈夫。私にもわかるわよ。そういう生活わかるもん。だから私が認めてあげるわ。あんた本当にかわいそうな子よ。
It probably would look like something made by a pitiful child. That's right. If 100 people were to read Oni-chan's diary, 100 people would probably think the same thing. I used to be like that too. But you know, despite all of that, Rhea Oni-chan, I'm in the world of happiness. Don't deny that magic, that happiness.
頑固な子ね、あんたは。いいわ。これで最後よ。あんたとマリアの信じた本当にくだらない魔法の根源を引き裂いてあげる。妻寺かすみ。そのページを読みなさい。
なに？このカラフルなページは。なに？大好きなママといつまでも仲良しでいられる魔法。
Oh no.
やめて！そのページだけは！
へえ、この魔法すんごく簡単じゃない？私でもすぐできそうだわ。こんなに短い呪文なら私にだって覚えられちゃう。やってみようかしら。
本当に簡単な呪文よね。いいわよ。やってあげなさい。みんなも吹き出しちゃうから。
With expressions that rippled it from the bottom of their hearts, the Black Witch and Kasumi tapered their mouths, and they said it aloud. The ooh part's a part of it? Oh no. That's the entire thing, isn't it? Oh. I think that one actually hurts. Dude. You felt it? Bro. It took me probably a second longer than it should have. It makes sense why she stopped doing that whenever she goes into like weird witch mode. Now that I think about it. The black suit stared blankly, asking what the hell that was supposed to be. Then Kasumi answered, cackling.
これがね、呪文なんだって。おかしい。
ほら、あんたたちもやってみれば？
Black suits imitated that moaning voice, making fun of it. Ooh. That was the incantation for the magic that would let her always be friends with her beloved mother.
何このバカみたいなの。うう言うだけで家族仲が良くなるなら世界はずっと平和だわ。うバカなうなり声。
こんなの連呼してたら頭のかわいそうなこと思われるのがオチよ。
バカじゃない。
やめろ。その魔法だけはけなさないで。
It was the day of a picnic, when Maria, Oni-chan, and Aunt Rosa were alone. It was written that this was one of the top 5 happiest days of her life. Oni-chan was singing a song she just learned from her mama. Her mother had been delighted, but partway through, Maria forgot the lyrics. But since she saw that her mother was so happy, she tried to sing until the very end. With ooh, ooh, ooh. Even though she only pretended to know the lyrics, her mother had enjoyed it a lot. After that, ooh remained as an incantation to remember that day she spent in fun and happiness with her mother. Of course, even though she seemed to find it funny at first, Aunt Rosa eventually tired of hearing it, and eventually started scolding Oni-chan when she said it. But to Oni-chan, it was a memory of a fun day that she'd never forget. So among the spells that Maria had created, it was the oldest and the first. Yeah? Oldest and the first? Bit weird to describe it that way, but okay. To me, stuck her fingernails into that page too.
やめて。破かないで。そのページだけは許して。
ダメ。
With a shrill sound, the girl's world of happiness was erased.
これがあんたらの幸せな魔法なわけ。笑っちゃう笑っちゃう。幸せになる魔法なんてね、あるわけないでしょ。魔法はね、怒りとね、憎しみでできてるのよ。幸せってのはね、自分の背負わされた憎悪を人に全て押し付けた時にのみ与えられる解放感を言うのよ。あんたたちの言う幸せなんて絵本の中にしか出てこないまやかしなのよ。
Sumi laughed her head off. She slammed the grimoire against the ground and stepped on it.
悔しい？ねえ、悔しい？幸せの白き魔女さんたち、そんなに悔しかったら見せてみれば？あんたたちの魔法。あるなら使ってみせればいいじゃない。魔法が使えない魔女なんて魔女じゃない。つまり本当の魔女は私たち。あんたたちなんて魔法の夢で現実から逃避しているだけのクソガキどもなのよ。
じゃあ魔法を私が見せることができたなら、お姉ちゃんの魔法を信じてくれるの？
信じるわよ。魔法を使って見せることができたならね。ならやってみろよ、このクソボケガキ。
Man! The voice actor is good. Makes me hate her so much. Silently, slowly, I stood up. Sensations of this cramped world, such as the pain in my body, felt truly trifling.
あら、まだ立てる元気はあったのね、大魔女さん。
ち上がって何をしてみせるの？見せてみなさいよ、魔法。
魔法はあるわ。
はあ、この子何を言い出すかと思えば、あんたたち今
Ooh,
の
what's
聞い
this BGM starting up?
静かに。へえ、面白いじゃない。半魔法の毒素を理由にあんたたちはいつも奇跡の力を拒んできた白き魔女マリアの弟子。見せてみなさいよ、魔法を。一体どれだけの人間がその奇跡を信じて裏切られていったか知っている？誰もが信じ、誰もが裏切られて絶望した。そして本当の魔法は私たち黒き魔女の力でしか得られないことを知るのよ。
憎しみを誰かにぶつけるのはただの罪。そんなのは魔法じゃないわ。本当の魔法を私が見せてやる。
こいつ。
The Black Witch winced, like slightly. However, Kasumi sneered at me even more.
なら見せてごらんなさいよ。それであんたはどの魔法を見せてくれるの？飴玉を降らせる魔法？それともクッキーを増やす魔法？
The instant I opened my eyes, a tremendous wind rose.
何突然。
さあさあ、おいでなさい。煉獄の七姉妹。
Oh, so many. There was a flash behind me. In an instant, 7 pieces of high-level furniture were gathered there. It was a power that far surpassed the magical strength I had in my prime. It was a power that matched even Maria, Oni-chan, and Beatrice.
煉獄の七姉妹、ここに。エンジ様。
あなたはかつて言ったわ。私に魔力とその覚悟がないからあなたたちを刺激できなかったのだと。私をいじめるクラスメートに仕返しがしたいなんて、そんな安っぽい感情じゃない。私はマリアお姉ちゃんを、マリアージュ・ソルシエールの世界を守るために、今こそ魔法の奇跡を見せることを命令するわ。
無理です。いくらなんでもこれだけ大勢の毒素の前では。
Seven sisters also remembered what had happened in that classroom. They could have obeyed Anji's order, they would have. However, surrounded by the toxin that runs thick in humans, they hadn't been able to display the miracle of magic. And they remembered very well how deeply that had hurt Anji. Anji spoke very quietly.
ならあなたたちも信じて。マリアージュ・ソルシエールは人を幸せにするために生まれた。
Happened.
そしてそれは黒き魔女と戦うためでもあった。その創立者の一人、原初の魔女、その奇跡を見せ、その世界を守るために信じて、魔法を、
Leave.
魔女を、今こそ奇跡を。
Kasumi gave an order to the black suits. One of them took out a gun and pointed it at Anji.
魔法を見せてくれるんでしょ？なら見せてちょうだい。魔法で火の玉でも稲妻でも打ち出してこの男を倒してみせなさいよ。チャンスは一度、3つ数えるうちにやってお見せなさい。できなければ覚悟してもらうわよ。
打ちなさいよ。
なんだこのガキ。イカれてやがるぜ。
Black suit, pointing the gun, laughed at Anji's detached attitude.
本気？こいつ頭の中までお花が咲いてやがる。なら撃たれなさいよ。死んじゃえば。エンジ、無理。中断は魔法では防げないよ。
いいえ、 何も恐れることはないわ。私の魔法は、煉獄の七姉妹は銃弾などものともしない。
エンジ様。
Amon was perplexed by Anji's absolute trust. If she could comply, she would have. On that day as well. But, because she had been unable to do anything, she had hurt Anji.
ガキめ、魔法が使えるってんなら早く見せてみやがるってんだ。どうしたよ、早く魔法を見せてみろってんだ。ほら、遠慮はいらねえぜ。俺にパピョーンと魔法ってやつをお見舞いしてくれよ。
The black suits jeered at her, but Anji simply concentrated her mind in silence.
撃っちゃえば。撃ってみろって言ってるのよ、向こうは。
この子恐怖でもう頭がどうかしてるんだわ。バイバイエンジェちゃん。天国で好きなだけ魔女ごっこをしてなさい。撃て。
いいんですか？
おうち死ねエンジェ。やれるもんならやってみなさいよ、あんたの魔法を。
Black suit cocked the gun and, sneering, pulled the trigger. The sound of gunfire rang out, and the world stopped. A red spray scattered out, and chunks of flesh flew. But it was Amakusa came in and sniped the dude, right?
何をしてるのマモン。銃弾ごとき無粋な石ころをエンジェ様に許すつもり？
Lucifer lined up the bullet perfectly, and with a single swing, sliced it. And in the chest of the black suit had apparently fired the gun was a hole as big as a fist.
たまには私が一番乗りでもいいわよね。
Half of Leviathan's body was covered in blood, and a cold smile was on her face. Then slowly, the pitiful prey that she had brought down fell over.
貫いた。
バカね、まだあんた信じてないの？私たちの主の魔力。
これだけの人間の前で権限したっていうの？
何を何？
Assuming the rest were flustered. Magic is real! He certainly seemed to have fired his gun. However, it hadn't hit Angie. And why was the person who fired her instead?
これが魔法。見事よ、レビアタン。
光栄の至り。我らが主に逆らう愚かなる人間どもよ、今こそ冷やせ審判の時。
どうして人間の世界に魔法は持ち込めないはずなのに、魔法は見えないはずなのに、触れられないはずなのに、どうして？
これが本当の魔法だからよ。
She's so mad.
何をしてるのよお前たち。殺せ殺せ。
One of the black suits had finally come to his senses, took out his gun, readied it.
我らが主に銃口を覗かせる無礼を。私死ね。
Those words were a requiem. The man's chest had already been pierced by Lucifer, who had become the stake of pride in an instant. What? The man's chest had already been pierced by Lucifer, who had become the stake of pride in an instant. Oh god. With the sound of the second person falling, the black suits now realized for certain that their lives were in peril. So weak. The instant when the black suit stumbled over in shock and turned on his heels to escape from that place, the stake of sloth.
我が主への狼藉に対する報い。これ式で済んだことに感謝せよ。死ね
In his right eye, a hole as big as a walnut opened, and his head split. Belphegor was sprayed with blood, and her face twisted demonically with the joy at being able to use her full power. The black suits were flustered, pointing their guns in every direction. But they didn't understand what was happening. They knew that something terrifying was coming for them from somewhere, but they didn't know where.
敵はあんたたちのすぐ目の前にいるわよ。魔女の家具があんたたちを狙ってる。
But they couldn't see. Because they didn't believe in magic, they couldn't see. Just as the Black Witch had said, Satan was standing boldly right in front of the black suit. However, the black suit couldn't see her at all.
人間に私たちの姿が見えるとでも捉えられるとでも間抜けな人間が魔法に対する畏怖を忘れたる愚かの代償を払うがいい。
何よこれ。何が起こってるの。
あなたには見えない愛がないから。
ありえない。これだけの人間がいて半魔法の毒素をばらまいてるってのに、どうして魔法が権限できるの。あんた何者なの。
魔女よ。あんたと違って本物の。
Ew one.
ちくしょう、ドラマ。
It's so mad. Sorry. As though announcing his candidacy for becoming the fourth candidacy? Fuck. For becoming the fourth victim, one of the black suits pointed his gun at Angie. And the trigger was... Angie glared at him coldly and simply ordered,
次、サタン。踏んでるサタン、すでにここに。ならばが、今のエンジェ様と私たちに銃弾ごときが当たると思うか。
The stake of anger pierced and smashed the bullet fired by the black suit. And he straight on towards the man's face.
己が愚かさを知り、地獄で後悔せよ。死ね！
With a terrible explosive sound, the upper half of the man's head was smashed. Bathed in scattered flesh and blood, Angie quietly asked one more question.
ねえ、かすみおばさん。まだ魔法信じる気にならないの？
こんなバカなこと。あるわけないでしょ。認めないわ。魔法なんてあるわけがない。
そうよ。魔法なんてあるわけがない。魔女なんているわけがない。
But you're a witch! You just denied yourself!
魔法はあるよ。魔女はいるよ。ウリュー。そうよ。魔法はあるのよ。魔女はいるのよ。
Angie committing murder just because she got bullied a little? Enzo would be proud? I think it feels like it was more than just a little.
そしてこの怒りと悲しみで満ちた世界に幸せの世界への扉を開く鍵にできるの。あんたなんかにそれを否定させない。幸せな世界への鍵はみんなの手に握られてるんだ。それを奪う資格は誰にもないんだ。
それを理解できぬ哀れな人間よ。そなたの人生に魔法の力があったなら
Pitiful
もっと違っ
human.
た穏やかなものになっていただろう。そなたがその生涯において本当の魔女と出会えなかったことを私は哀れむ。
Me let out a piercing scream. At the same time, two of the black suits came for me at once, thrusting their guns at my head. Like they were trying to use me as a hostage against something their eyes couldn't see. Against the seven sisters of Purgatory, who had now reached a level of weapons, this was completely pointless.
畜生どこにやがるんだ攻撃をやめねえとこの天の命はねえぞ姿を現しやがれ
Oh, I guess I accidentally skipped this.
エンジ様、次は私にお任せを。
You're gonna eat his guts!
許す。殺せ。
ありがたき幸せ。死ね
The man's chest split and his guts poured out. This terrible way of dying threw the other man into a total panic. However, Asmodeus' form was already at his back, grasping his neck and smiling obscenely.
かわいい子。ねえねえ、どこを貫いてほしい？エンジ様、ご希望はございますか？
頭。
かしこまりました。我が主、死ね。
The final black suit had his head smashed by the stake of lust, and as his insides scattered, he twisted and fell. In a gruesome world where 6 people lay in a sea of... 6?! Wait a minute, hold on. We're starting the ceremony again? In a gruesome world where 6 people lay in a sea of blood, witch and human confronted each other.
スマデラかすみ、そなたの哀れなる人生に私は心の底より同情する。その埋めえぬ心の穴を塞げる魔法を授けてもよい。そなたがその魔法を信じるなら
バカなこと言わないで。こんなの私は認めない。
As Kasumi, who was scared of her wit, stepped backwards, he picked up a handgun that someone had dropped, then, shaking, pointed it at Angie.
そうよかすみ、その銃で撃ちなさい。あんたの憎しみを銃弾に変えて放ちなさい。殺してやる。殺してやる。あんたを殺さなきゃ私の人生は報われないのよ。そうよ、殺して火金を引いて。あいつにあんたのみすぼらしい今日までの全ての怒りを悲しみを全部叩きつけてやるの。そうでなきゃあんたは痛みと苦しみから解放されないのよ。
Why do you want this to happen so bad? If she dies, you're dead too?
やめて、かすみおばさん。黒き魔女に耳を貸してはダメ。
殺してやる。殺してやる。あんたの母親のせいで私の人生はめちゃくちゃ。
なら私の魔法でその人生をこれから少しずつ明るく穏やかなものにもできるかもしれない。あなたが魔法を信じ心を入れ替えさえすれば
I think that's asking too much
あ
of
な
her.
たに新しい世界への扉を開いてあげられるの。
そんなものはないわ。あいつの言う救いなんてどうせおとぎ話の中だけよ。あんたの人生はもはや死ぬまでトゲまみれ。その苦痛の叫びをあいつに聞かせてやりなさい。失ったものは何も取り返せないのよ。そうでしょ、スマデラカスミ。
そうね、何も取り返せないかもしれない。でもきっと新しく何かを生み出すことができる。だからかすみおばさん、その銃を捨ててかすみおばさんにも幸せな世界を教えてあげられるかもしれない。
私はね、あんたの母親が逃げたせいで、あんたの母親の言い名付けと身代わりに結婚させられたのよ。
Oh?
将来を誓い合った男がいたのよ。別れさせられたのよ。 親の代わりと継がされて、話もろくにしたことがない男とちぎりを交わさせられた私の気持ちがわかるっての？殺してやりたかった。なのに姉さんは勝手に死んだ。だからあんたを殺すの。そうでなきゃ私のトゲまみれの人生は終わらないのよ。
It's about to end right now, dude. From Kasumi's eyes, tears of passion drip down. So pitiable. This person's tears were so clear and beautiful, but for that very reason, she hadn't been able to fully withstand her sad pain, and given no choice but to listen to the Black Witch's temptation.
かわいそうに。ならばせめてあなたを、あなたの魂を永遠に解放し、塩素の鎖から解き放ってあげるわ。それが今の私にできる唯一の施しかもしれない。
死ねー、後ろ宮エンジェー。
さようなら、かすみおばさん。静かな世界でゆっくりと休んで。
I no longer feel anger or hatred for you. I just want to let your soul rest in peace. Kumi's handgun spat fire. Slowly that bullet continued through a world frozen to the utmost limit, aiming for Angie's forehead.
マモ。
強欲のマモ、ここに。
ありがとう。あなたたちと作太郎に出会えたから、私は全てを理解できた。
エンジェ。
作太郎は後ろを向いていなさい。マモ、その女を解放してあげて、そしてマリアージュ・ソルシエルの名誉を守れ。
はい、覚悟せよスマデラ・カスミ。
Even though the world was frozen, the stake of greed flashed like lightning, and had already gotten behind Kasumi.
貴様に多少の得があるなら、再び煉獄の山で相まみえようぞ。死ねー。
The upper half of Sumadara Kasumi's head was smashed. Her cage of flesh was shattered, and she was finally released. Damn, magic is cool.
あとはあんたね、黒き魔女。今となってはあなたにエヴァおばさんの面影を見ていることさえ彼女に申し訳なく思うわ。
It was nice of Kasumi to come with a party of 7, not 8. Otherwise, Sakataro would have to get his hands dirty too. What would Sakataro even do?
私の姿が未だに後ろ宮エヴァに見えているなら、それはあんたの中で未だに私が許せてないということだわ。分かっているのよ、エンジェ。あんただってトゲまみれの人生から解放されたくて仕方がないの。なら面白いことを思いついたわ。私もあんたに魔法を見せてあげる。あんたを殺すのは私じゃないわ。
Battler will. And then she summons him. With the worst of smiles on her face, the Black Witch changed her form into something like black mist. Or else a vast swarm of black flying insects which began to swirl around me. Then that black mist began to gather bit by bit, shaping itself into the form of a human. Oh, it's this music.
うすうすは想像がついてるくせに、あんたが最も憎み恨んだあの女よ。そして女もあなたを最も恨み憎んだ。
Oh? Right up. When the black mist cleared, over there was Aunt Eva's form. And she began as she had been during her life. Her hands were holding a gun.
エヴァおばさんは死んだわよ。
お久しぶりね、エンジェル。あんたを殺すために地獄から戻ってきたわよ。
Eva glared at me with a mad laugh.
でもあまり驚かないわ。エヴァおばさんそういう人だったし。
私のお葬式はさぞや気分が晴れ晴れしたでしょ。私も晴れ晴れしていたわよ。あんたの面を二度と見なくて済むようになるんだからね。でもたった一つだけ心残りがあったわ。それがこれよ。
私を殺すこと、それが最後の遺言だったの。
How pitiful. Even after death, my aunt wasn't released from her pain.
黒き魔女の力こそが私の魔法の源泉だったわ。怒りと憎しみが私に努力と不屈を教えてくれた。それはあんたの言う現実逃避の魔法とは全く違うの。
Yes.
あんたの言う魔法なんてただの八つ当たりによるストレス解消だわ。私たちの魔法は違う。世界そのものを作り変えるの。あんたの性悪魔法とは全く格が違う。
なら黒と白のどちらが勝つかこの場で決着をつけてあげる。
Black or white, like a chessboard.
死してなお黒き魔法で復活してあんたをこうして重厚で狙える私の奇跡に、あんたの白き魔法はどんな奇跡で対抗を？半魔法の毒素であなたを取り込んだ。七姉妹はもう二度と呼べないわよ。さっきの奇跡はもう起こらない。
それでも起こるから魔法って言うんだわ。いいわよマモン、私に力を貸して。
But Mamon didn't respond. He didn't appear. Certainly, as she said, the magic-resisting toxin had burned everything up like a wasteland parched by blazing sun. This might be a little tough.
呼びかけても無駄よ。もう二度と煉獄の七姉妹は答えない。
だからそれでも呼べるから魔法なのよね。
哀れね、エンジ。さよなら。あんたとのささやかな日々はそこそこに楽しかったわ。これで終わ
Where
り。
are they?
よかったわね。あんたの終着駅がここ
ええ、全くよ。気が利くわね。
で。ありがとう。それじゃお別れね。
The barrel of the gun rose slowly, so that you could see all the way down it. Then, the trigger was slowly. At that moment, the gun exploded. It was trapped! It wasn't that it fired, it burst. You're kidding me. In shock, inside a frozen space, Eva looked at the ruptured gun. When time melted, the fragments would probably smash into her face all at once.
強欲のママ、ここに。バック。
Not much of a final boss, her gun just exploded. Didn't even have to do anything. Behind Eva's back, Mon stood. She had already penetrated the target I had given her, which was the gun.
これで魔法は十分、エヴァおばさん。
エンジェ。
What a line read. Then time melted. The fragments of the burst gun and exploding gunpowder burned her face. Letting out a shrill scream, she covered her face and rolled around. It was pitiful. So many pitiful things this scene.
これでゲームオーバーよ、エヴァおばさん。
I signaled to Mamon so that Eva would be freed quickly from the pain of her burnt face as she writhed around.
ありがとう、マモン。あの日の教室で、あなたたちの無力を罵ったことを、今こそ、心の底より、そして再び謝るわ。あなたたちは、魔女を守るための優秀な家具だった。
こちらこそ感謝します。良き魔女に、良き主に最後に出会え、家具の本分を尽くせたことを心より光栄に思います。
Mon had understood. This would be the final job I'd give her. Mon quietly walked up to me. Then she slowly looked down at
エヴァおば
Eva.
さん、今日まで付き合ってくれてありがとう。これでお別れよ。Have a nice dream. See you hell.
Oh, that was pretty good. Then the light sound of her forehead being bored into rang out. The battle of gunpowder, smoke and fury, the white and black magic ended. I get the feeling it was a long, truly a long journey, and the world slowly sank into darkness. The stars that should have been sparkling lay not in the sky but were scattered beneath me, back at the top of the building. When I realized that the pearl and ruby made a red and white stream, I noticed that it was a vast nighttime scene spread out below. I was in the sky of that nighttime scene, neither standing nor flying, but simply floating. From nowhere in particular, I could hear a clap, clap, clap. A truly dull applause. I know. It's the one who ordered me to go on a journey. Frickin' style.
おめでとう、無限の魔女エンジェ・ベアトリーチェ。あなたは旅路の末に魔法のすべてを理解したわ。
ええ、私は今や魔法のすべてを理解した。
Understands
私は
everything.
魔女よ。マリアージュ・ソルシエルが生み出した魔法世界を継承した最後の魔女。
Did I accidentally skip this? No one besides you can tear Beatrice's world into pieces.
魔法を知るからこそ、それに抵抗も覚えるわ。魔法は愛と悲しみと怒りでできている。ベアトリーチェがどんなに残酷な魔女であったとしても、その魔法の源泉は全く同じ。だからこそ彼女のその世界を本当はそっとしてあげたい。少なくとも彼女にとってその世界は完成しているのだから。
あなたは家族を諦められるならね。
そう。だから申し訳ないけれど、私は戦わなければならない。家族を取り戻せるかもしれないわずかの確率に勝てて魔女となる旅に出たのだから。
ベアトリーチェを殺さない限り、あなたには孤独な世界しか存在しない。それを100億のかけらを旅した私が保証する。
分かってるわ。同情してる余地なんて心を鬼にして彼女の心を切り裂かなくてはならない。
その気持ちが揺るぎないならよかったわ。同じ魔女同士、情が移って志をくじくんじゃないかと心配したわ。
Didn't she not? Doesn't she actually end up doing that? Kind of? Yes. Don't know for sure since the game ended. Or got abandoned, rather. I felt a bit hollow hearing that from a person whose face was almost always expressionless. Frickin' style. Mysterious witch who invited me on this journey.
私、あなたが嘘をついてたんじゃないかと疑ってたこと。
どうして？
私は1998年の演者だから。家族を救っても、それは1986年の演者が救われるだけ。この私が救われるわけじゃない。だから騙されていると思っていたことがあるの。
This after the... No, it can't be after the, like, purgatory events and all that, right?
その通り、私はあなたを騙したの。
でも今は感謝してる。だってあなたは私に家族の取り戻し方を結局は教えてくれたもん。
私は何も教えてないわ。それを知ったのだとして、それはあなたが魔女として自ら至った境地だわ。それは私のそれとは違う境地。私に理解はできないけれど、もしもそうならばおめでとう。
私はこのゲームのプレイヤーではなく駒だとあなたは私に言ったわよね。
ええ、言ったわ。
その役割を今こそ完全に理解した。駒に感情はいらない。ただ勝利のために最善を尽くせばいい。
ええ、その通り。ゲームは最善手を差し合うものでしょう。躊躇や戸惑いで差し手をおかしくしてたら対戦相手も混乱するわ。
Sorry, Beatrice, but don't hate. Ushirmiya Angie still needs her family. So I have the right to fight you, that I can take them back. And you have the responsibility of being challenged by me to a fight. So don't hate. In exchange, if you do win in this game, I'll give you my blessing as well. Come on, let's go. As the piece I am, it's finally time for my true turn. Is this after that event of where like freaking Lambda Delta was talking to her? Telling her like that she was a piece and all that? Sure. Sorry, Beatrice. I won't hand Oni-chan over to you. Oh? The music? The world whitened. It wasn't white. It was a gold color as bright as can be. There was the beautiful Ushiromiya family rose garden. However, the flowers on the roses were all gold. The nectar was also gold colored. The butterflies gathered there were gold as well. Too much gold. This is the Golden Land. The promised land that the witches of the Myriad Sorcerer had finally been guided to. There, all wishes are granted, and all magic and dreams are born. They love gold! In that garden of gold roses were two, and only two, witches. I appeared as an uninvited guest, making the atmosphere tremble with unrest. What was to them a wind of misfortune took the golden roses. The incredibly beautiful scene formed by the golden rose petals scattered by the wind was clearly something not of this world. The two, who had been taking a walk on the path of golden roses, noticed me and were surprised. Alright, I guess this is after Batlords appeared, alright. Beito spoke coldly. She seemed like a completely different person from the boldly sneering woman she had once been. She had closed off her heart and shut herself up in a world where she was alone with Maria on her channel. A world where she could always be alone with a friendly Maria Oni-chan, lecturing about magic while drinking tea, with no one to hurry them and nothing to hold them back. A world where not a single person who might hurt them existed. Yes, to the two of them, it was a small, perfect universe. Seems kinda lonely.
ここに引きこもられちゃ困るのよ。私たちはあんたが戻ってこなきゃゲームが進まないの。
わらわは飽きたからやめたと言った。もうゲームには戻らぬ。
ベアとはね、 ずっとここでマリアと一緒にいるの。ここで一緒にお茶を飲んでね、いろいろな遊びを考えるの。エンジも一緒に遊んでいいんだよ。
マリア、それはならぬと言ったはず。わらわにはそなただけがいればよい。だからそなたもわらわだけがいればよいと言っておくれ。
うん、ありがとう。マリアをそこまで必要としてくれる人はベアトだけだよ。ならベアトと一緒にいる二人きりでいい。
マリア、すまん。ありがとう。
It held Maria tight, even creating a small warm universe between their joined arms. It was probably the birth of the smallest universe in the world. They're the next. Twilight. Tear apart the two who are close. Small universe. The smallest universe in the world, which a pair who needed each other could give birth to. No matter how small it was a complete world. But I had to tear it apart.
悪いけど、そういうわけにはいかないの。私はこのマリアージュ・ソルシエルの黄金鏡をぶっ壊しにやってきたわ。
なぜわらわの世界を壊すのか。この世界がわらわとマリア以外の誰に迷惑をかけたというのか。
Yes, actually.
あんたが初めて終わらせずにほったらかしたゲームでお兄ちゃんがずっと待たされてる。あんたが席に戻らなくちゃ勝負は永遠に終わらないのよ。
あのゲームにもはやプレイヤーは一人もおらぬわ。バトラは消え去り、わらわもまた消え去り、ここにいる。あのゲームはもはや終わったのだ。
終わってない。あんたの始めたゲームでしょ。最後まできっちり責任を持って終わらせなさい。バトラーを打ち負かし、あなたが本当に望んだ世界を生み出すか、あなたが打ち負かされあなたの魔法に飲み込まれた全てを解放するか、しっかり最後まで責任を取りなさい。
ダメだよエンジ。ベアとはこの世界でマリアと永遠に二人きりで過ごすの。
It's kind of boring though.
ベアとさえいれば他には何もいらないの。ここでは全ての願いが叶う。全てがある。
This golden land is made up of nothing more than the crystallization of Beatrice and Maria Onechan's thoughts. To drag Beto out of this world, I'm going to have to destroy it. I will destroy this golden land, which must be a final peaceful world in Beatrice's eyes.
お姉ちゃん、それは違う。この黄金鏡は嘘つきだわ。お姉ちゃんの本当に叶えたい願いを叶えてくれていない。
そんなことないよ。ここでは何でも叶うの。見て、ここには優しいママだっている。
Oh? Whoa, she really is here! Gold butterflies gathered behind Maria, forming into a kindly smelling Aunt Rosa. After smiling sweetly at me, became golden petals and crumbled.
ここでは何だって生み出せるの。エンジだって
Oh,
生
she
み
didn't
出
last
せるよ。
long.
バトラだってジョージお兄ちゃんだってジェシカお姉ちゃんだって、いくらでも呼び出せるよ。みんな優しくしてくれるよ。エンジもおいでよ。一緒に遊ぼう。
Sorry, Ona-chan.
サク太郎は
On hearing Sakutaro's name, Oni-chan looked like she was choking.
よせ、その名を口にするな。
Ito's expression changed as well. He hugged Maria, guarding her shoulders. Sakutaro's name was still taboo for Ona-chan.
どうして口にしちゃいけないの。マリアお姉ちゃんの一番の親友の名前よ。どうしてその親友をこの素敵な黄金鏡に招いてあげないの。どうしてこの何でも願いの叶う黄金鏡ではサク太郎だけ呼び出すことができないの。
それは良いのだぞ。 マリア、サク太郎のことを思い出さなくても。
サク太郎はママに殺されたんだよ。
Ooh, storm of room. Marina-chan flew into a rage with a terrible expression on her face. Surprised by that voice, the butterflies throughout the garden flew up, blowing around like a typhoon of flower petals. A typhoon!
ええ、知ってるわ。ローザおばさんが大切なサク太郎のぬいぐるみを引き裂いたわ。
Her scream became a storm that violently scattered the golden petals and leaves. It truly was a storm of gold.
やめよ、やめよ、やめよ、やめよ。なぜマリアの心の傷を再び引き裂こうとするのか。わらわとマリアの大切な親友の眠りを汚すな。
ならどうしてその大切な親友をあなたの魔法で蘇らせてあげないの？
それができるものならやっている。しかしあのぬいぐるみはローザによる手作りの品。そのたった一つが引き裂かれた魔法的意味は。
ごまかさないで。どうしてサク太郎が蘇らせられないか。答えは一つだわ。あなたが本当の魔女じゃないからよ。
Ooh.
蘇らせられるとも。わらわの魔法でいくらでもこうして蘇らせられるとも。サク太郎でこの庭園を埋めることだってできようぞ。
ええ、できるでしょうね。あなたの魔法では。でもあなたの生み出したサク太郎は決してお姉ちゃんには見えない。どうしてか分かってるでしょ。もう一度言うわ。あなたが本当の魔女でないからなのよ。
やめて。どうしてエンジェはそんなひどいことばかり言うの？レアとはたくさん魔法が使えるよ。とても素敵な魔女なんだよ。サク太郎だけは蘇らせられなかったけど、他のことなら何だってできるの。だからサク太郎だけは我慢できるの。
ううん、お姉ちゃん、それは違うわ。魔女にできないことなんてないの。それができない時点でベアトリーチェは本当の魔女じゃないわ。
Ooh.
それは違うよ。サク太郎のよりしろのぬいぐるみはママの手作りの特別なものだから。
だから蘇らせられないの？ベアトリーチェのあなたの魔法はそんなにも不便なの？
ならばそなたならサク太郎を蘇らせられるというのか。
Yes, actually.
そなたの魔法ならばそれができるというのか。
できるわ。
なんだと。
マリアお姉ちゃん、私が本当の魔法を見せてあげるわ。私がサク太郎を蘇らせてあげる。
本当？ベアトリーチェもできなかったんだよ。本当に？
ええ、できるわ。その代わり約束して、私がサク太郎を蘇らせてあげたなら。
うん。
この黄金鏡から出ていきなさい。
そんなことは許さぬ。ここはわらわとマリアの世界。マリアがいなくなったら壊れてしまう。
The minimum number of humans it takes to create a universe is 2. Otherwise, that world is destroyed. To drag out the witch shut away in the Golden Land, I will have to destroy this world.
そう。それこそがあなたが魔女でない証拠よ。本当の魔女ならね、宇宙は一人で生み出せるのよ。マリアージュ・ソルシエール魔女同盟。この同盟の存在自体があなたが魔女でないことの証になっている。
嫌だ。マリアは渡さぬ。そなたは嫌いだ。
今すぐに帰れ。ここから出ていけ。
勝手にみんなをゲームに引きずり込んでおいて、自分は機嫌一つで飽きたり追い出したり、なんて自分勝手なの。見なさい、ベアトリーチェ、そしてマリアお姉ちゃん、これが本当の魔法なのよ。
本当にサク太郎を蘇らせられるの？
できるわけがない。ここはわらわとマリアの二人だけの黄金鏡。
That face she's making.
部外者のそなたに使える魔法など一つもない。今のそなたには超一匹生み出すことさえ叶わぬわ。
静かにしてベアト。
Ooh.
エンジェを邪魔しないで。
You're like watching from inside the rose bushes or something? And Maria yelled. The storm suddenly stopped, and the area returned to silence. The scene, as a massive number of golden petals that had been blown upward quietly drifted down, was fantastical, as though a golden snow was falling. Maria, thinking about this unlikely, if only, miracle, had unconsciously joined her hands together as though praying. Rito watched Maria do this, her heart racing. If the extremely unlikely were to happen, Maria would... this world would... But it's unthinkable. Absolutely impossible. That stuffed animal, which had been the only wonder of the world, was torn apart and thrown away. And not a thread remained. Reviving it was certainly and absolutely impossible. This is my... she's using the red? This is my golden land. A world where magic that isn't mine certainly cannot exist. Yeah, but she's Angie Beatrice, right? Technically, it's your magic? Does that work?
できるものならやってみろ。後ろ宮エンジ。
As Beto screamed like... At Beto screamed like cry, the world lost its sound. I slowly recited an incantation for true magic.
さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい、マリアの親友のサク太郎。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんなに愛くるしいぬいぐるみだったのか思い出してごらんなさい。
Expressions of shock rose to both of their faces. Then, pushing Beto's elbow aside, Maria dashed forward. Then, she clung to us both.
大丈夫。サク太郎は消えないよ。
ウリュウ、マリア、ただいま。サク太郎、サク太郎。サク太郎。
They're back.
会いたかった。
It was, without a doubt, that stuffed animal lion, Sakatato. Its softness, its texture, its stitches, its everything. Rhea had forgotten. But the instant she hugged that stuffed animal, it all came back to her vividly. He's back!
ウリュウ、マリア、ただいま。サク太郎、サク太郎。体は平気なの？どこも痛くない？あんなにひどいことされたのに、どこも平気なの？ウリュウ、エンジェが魔法で蘇らせてくれたから、全然平気なの。よかった、よかった。おかえり、サク太郎。もう、マリアといつまでも一緒だよ。永遠に一緒だよ。だから僕を 離さないでね。離さないよ。永遠に。
Then, still hugging Sakataro, she looked up at me with tear-filled eyes.
ありがとう、エンジェ。エンジェの魔法はすごい。どうしてサク太郎を蘇らせることができたの？
Because he wasn't one of a kind. I actually got a bag of them right here.
ベアトにもできなかったのに。
ありえぬ、ありえぬ。どうしてわらわの黄金鏡でわらわ以外の人間が魔法を使えるのか。こんなことは断じてありえぬ。
何をうろたえているのよベア。これが魔法でしょ。
魔法のわけがない。ここはわらわの黄金鏡。わらわ以外の魔法は絶対に存在できない世界。そしてわらわの魔法でサク太郎を蘇らせることはできなかった。できるはずがないのだ。そのぬいぐるみは特別なぬいぐるみ。ローゼ
And
と
going
娘の
off
誕生
with
日
the
の
red.
ために作った世界でたった一つの。
You can't say the last part in red.
ね、魔法でしょ。
This miracle that she couldn't possibly accept. Beito understood all of my magic. He looked at Maria and Sakataro, innocently frolicking around. Looked at me, and then fell to her knees, with even her hands pressed to the ground, and cried.
ベアトリーチェ、これは本当に魔法なんだよね。魔法なんだよね。ベアトリーチェ。
うん、魔法であるぞ。それこそが本当の魔法であるぞ。
どうしてベアトにもできない魔法をエンジが使えるの？どうしてエンジすごい。エンジはすごい魔女。マリアなんかよりもずっとすごい。本当の魔女だよ。
ええ、そうよお姉ちゃん。私は反言の魔女エンジェ。
The Witch of Resurrection.
私に蘇らせられないものはないわ。
すごいよ、すごい。反言の魔法って一番難しいってベアトも言ってたのに。エンジはすごい。本当の大魔女なんだ。
At that time, Maria and Sakataro forms flashed gold. The forms of the two became golden flower petals that crumbled away. As the two became a golden wind that swirled together, they left for some other peaceful place, not here. Beito had, as promised, banished Maria from the Golden Land. Banished, never to be seen again.
さよならマリアお姉ちゃん。そしていつまでもお幸せに。大丈夫よ。お姉ちゃんの世界にも必ずあなたはいるわ。でもそれはあなたのことじゃない。
That's it, you.
よかったなマリア。わらわはそなたの親友としてその再会を心より祝福するぞ。
And Beito's face was a mixture of what was probably every expression a human could muster. It was joy, anger, sadness.
それが魔法の根源よね。愛がなければ、悲しみがなければ、怒りがなければ、魔法は見えない。
Ooh. The ground shook. An earthquake. It gradually summoned greater and greater fissures. It began to tear Beatrice's final paradise apart. Golden butterflies fluttered about trying to escape. There was nowhere to escape to. And Beatrice was the same. The golden lamp began to crumble away. The earth crumbled downwards like a floor falling through. And Beatrice was sucked into the depths of a jet black darkness. Then she was mercilessly slammed against the jet black floor. It was a dimly lit smoking room. There was no door to the exit by... Let me read again. There was no door to the exit by... And while there was a window, it let no light. It's a weirdly structured sentence, but okay. Into Beatrice's shadowy smoking room. Even though Beto was moaning from the pain of being slammed against that cold, hard floor, she sickly rose to her feet. There was a seat there, and a game table, still just as it had been when she left it. The game board also remained in the state that Beto had left it in.
そこがあなたの席よ。座りなさい。
わらわに座るべき席はここしかないということなのか。
Beto put a hand against her own seat and laughed sadly.
勝つか負けるか、あなたに与えられるのはそれだけよ。それに行き着く過程での引き分けは許されるでしょう。でも中断して投げ出すことだけは許さない。勝って生き残るか、負けて消え去るか、そのどちらかになるまであなたはその席を立つことなんて許されない。それが魔女のゲームのホストである黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェの唯一の務めでしょ。
Laughing weakly, Beto sat in that seat. Then she rested her elbows and covered her face with both hands, going off a smile with nothing but her mouth.
勝てぬゲームを逃げることは許されぬか。ならばよかろう。わらわが負けるまで繰り返そうではないか。
何よ気弱な。勝ちなさいよ。あなたの最善手を尽くしなさい。あなたが始めたゲーム、あなたには最善手を指す義務がある。いい加減に優柔不断にふざけるのはやめて。
Ooh. At that time, there was a violent sound. Beto felt a cold, pathetic sensation on her leg.
捕まえた。やっと捕まえたわよ、ベアと。
Back!
おや、大ラムダデルタ教ではないか。まだおられたとはな。
Beto's foot was caught in an ice-cold steel shackle, tying her to the chair she sat in. She would no longer be able to escape from the seat.
もう逃げられないんだからね。私こう見えてもしつこいの。意外でしょ。
自覚がなかった方が意外であるわ。
あんたには中座も中断も許されてないのよ。永遠に戦うのよ。勝つためにね。負けたくはないでしょ。負けたらどんな素敵な世界に叩き落とされるか、ちょっぴりだけ覗いてみたい。大丈夫よ。勝てるわよ。この大ラムダデルタ教があんたが勝つまでつきっきりで永遠に面倒を見てあげるから。
All eternity.
しかし戦いたくともわらわの向かいに対戦相手はおらぬぞ。
大丈夫よ。バトラーを見つけてきた
How?
わ。
When Breckenstell appeared and clapped her hands, Battler appeared from the sky and plopped into the opposite chair. Battler's eyes were slightly open, but there was no sparkle in them, almost like a doll's. Without one of the pillars that established his soul, he had fallen into the depths of darkness and had been drifting about all this time. He should have then scattered and disappeared like mist. Arkansas had managed to scrape him together. Incredible that she managed to bring him back into a human form. However, even though his flesh had returned, his soul had not. had been blown away by Beatrice after having its existence denied. It wouldn't come back easily.
バトラもこの戦いを逃げないわよ。あんたに勝つまでね。勝ち目がなくなってきたからって全て投げ出して逃げるなんて、そんな無粋を許しはしない。彼だってそんなことを望んではいないわでしょ、後ろ宮バトラ。
Butler didn't answer. His heart was still dead. His eyes wavered slightly at the question, but he couldn't answer.
バトラー、しっかり。あなたはここにいるわよ。そして敵は目の前にいる。戦って勝つために。
Butler lazily repeated that, speaking incoherently. He'd come back. The wound he bore in his soul was no small thing. That was only natural. Beatrice had woven her red, and he had been denied. He had learned that the mother he respected was not his birth mother, and he didn't know who he was.
自分は後宮バトラではない。
バカなこと言ってんじゃないわ。あんたは他の誰でもない後宮バトラよ。誰が認めようと否定しようと、あなたがそれを信じなさい。あなたの世界はね、あなただけが作れるのよ。あなたが後宮バトラである世界を失わないで。
じゃあ俺は誰なんだよ。おふくろの子じゃないんだぜ。俺はどこから生まれてきたんだよ。
Ooh, indeed. I almost... I don't want to say it was Kyrie because, like... both Angie and Battler can't have the same blue eyes and red hair if they not of the same mother, right? Surely. Battler asked that question as his eyes, which still hadn't regained their sparkle, stared lazily up at the ceiling. Of course, she answered right away.
ええ、そうね。レアトが赤き真実で宣言したわ。だから私も宣言する。後宮バトラは後宮アスムの息子ではないわ。
なれば我がゲームの対戦相手の資格はないではない。
ベアトリーチェに復唱要求。後宮バトラは後宮金蔵の孫ではない。
Oh? Espeto wrinkled her forehead. A painful-looking smile rose to her face.
復唱拒否ね。レアトが宣言した2つの赤き真実。バトラはアスムの息子ではない。そして金蔵の孫であるバトラにしか対戦相手の資格がない。
A loophole. He trapped
これに
herself.
矛盾せずにバトラに資格を認められるのは以下の仮説よ。
Oh, she's gonna speak in
こ
blue?
れが私の青き真実。聞きなさい。ベアとの対戦相手の資格は金蔵の孫である後宮バトラであって、アスムの息子であるか否かは問題ではない。すなわちあなたはアスムの息子でなくても金蔵の孫であることはできる。ルドルフの息子でさえあるならば。
くだらない言葉遊びよね。青き真実有効よ。ベアト、赤き真実での反論は赤き真実で受けられないならバトラの対戦資格は何の問題もない。
Butler was still out of it. He still couldn't really understand what she was saying for him. But even so, his spirit was starting to come back, bit by bit.
じゃあ俺は誰なんだよ。
しっかりなさい。あんたは後宮バトラ。確かにアスムお母さんがあなたを産んだわけではないかもしれない。でもだから何？あなたにとって母親であることに何も変わりはないでしょ。例えばあなたにとって後宮エンジェは何？血は繋がってないかもしれないけど、それでも妹でしょ。血じゃないでしょ。絆でしょ。
そりゃそうさ。エンジェは 血が繋がってなくても妹だ。
赤で言って、エンジェは妹だって言って。
エンジェは俺の妹だ。
He said it. Said it in red.
家と
She hugged Battler, who was still out of it and slumped in his chair, strongly from behind. So much that it hurt.
どういう事情でアスムお母さんがあなたの生みのお母さんじゃないかはわからない。でもあなたは今日まで、そして今でも母親だと信じてるでしょ。世の中にはね、母親さえ、家族さえいない人だって大勢いるのよ。アスムお母さんはあなたを寂しがらせたことがある？ないでしょ。あなたの平和だった家族を簡単に捨て去らないで。あんたは6年も家族の元から離れてたから、家族の絆が希薄すぎるのよ。もっともっと家族の絆を強く感じて、思い出して。アスムお母さんのためにも、こんなくだらない魔女の妄言で愛情を失わないで。
そうさ、おふくろはいつだって、ここはどこだよ、くれよ、帰りてえよ、俺の家族は、みんなはどこなんだよ。
The light still hadn't returned to Battler's eyes, but tears appeared.
お家であなたの妹が帰りを待ってるわ。せめてあなただけでも帰ってあげないと。彼女、妹のためにもどうか魔女のゲームに勝って。
エンジェ、俺の妹。でもよ、わからねえんだ。どうして俺はベアトとこんなわけのわかんねえ残酷なゲームを永遠に繰り返さなきゃならねえんだ。もう嫌だ。
なら早くこんなゲームに決着をつけてお家へ帰りなさい。後ろ宮バトラー、いつまでこんなところで遊んでいるの。妹が帰りを待ってるわよ。
That's right. Battler had been caught up in this strange game before he even knew it, and still unable to understand why he was fighting. He had been constantly sucked into the witch's pace, played with, and made to fight. That should have been his most simple and first question. Because he didn't understand that, he had lost his purpose in fighting. That's why my voice won't reach Battler's ears. Instead of a vague purpose like winning against the witch or because he couldn't forgive her, he has to be aware of his purpose. Of a purpose for which he must win.
そうだ、帰りたい。親父やおふくろ。エンジェのところに帰りたい。もう嫌だ。ここは嫌だ。もう魔女は嫌だ。ゲームも殺人も嫌だ。嫌だ。嫌だ。
バトラの魂が戻りかけてる。
He's returning!
でもあとちょっとが届いていない。もう嫌でしょ。なら家族の元へ帰るためにも戦って、ベアトリーチェを打ち破って帰ってきて。
嫌だ。もう魔女は嫌だ。ベアトも嫌だ。どいつもこいつも嫌だ。お前も嫌だ。お前いつまた裏切るかもわからない。何も信用できない。赤くない言葉は何も信用できない。俺に構うな。構うな。
Battler's soul howled. He hugged his head from behind, strong enough that it hurt. Aw.
早く帰ってきて、お兄ちゃん。私を一人ぼっちにしないで。
お前誰？
私よ、エンジェよ。お父さんもお母さんもお兄ちゃんも誰も帰ってこない。寂しいよ。お願いだから早く帰ってきて。
エンジェ。 前エンジェだったのか。
そうよ、エンジェよ。誰も帰ってこない世界の後宮エンジェ。私の家族は全てあの日の六軒島から帰ってこない。目の前のあの魔女が家族を全て、お兄ちゃんさえも奪い取ってしまった。お兄ちゃんだけがあいつをやっつけられる。あいつをやっつけて、そして家族を取り戻して、そして私のところに帰ってきて。
So much red.
ペアとか俺の家族を。
そうとも。逃げも隠れもせぬわ。わらわが後宮エンジェから家族を奪った。バトラはわらわの玩具よ。その父親も母親もすべて玩具よ。そなたには返さぬわ。永遠に一人ぼっちで帰らぬ家族の帰りを待ってさまよい続けるがいいわ。
From Angie's arms that held him, the painful, sad days that had been experienced by his lonely little sister flowed into Battler. As he'd been playing around in a place like this, his little sister had been left all by herself, had been forced to endure all that pain.
エンジェくそ、俺は何をやってたんだ。ありがとうなエンジェ。お兄ちゃんは大切なことをずっと忘れていた。
Butler tried to turn around, but Angie was hanging onto his head with incredible force, so he couldn't turn back. Was it sweat? Hot drops were splashing on the nape of Battler's neck. But they were, he knew, from holding Angie's arm that clung to him. Because it stained Battler's hands. His fingers red.
エンジェ、大丈夫か。おい。
It dripped and splashed. He didn't know what was going on. Battler didn't know because he couldn't turn around. But the hot drops that stained his entire back were surely blood.
お兄ちゃんを助けるために、ここに来るために、唯一守らなきゃいけないルールがあったの。それがこれ、お兄ちゃんに私がエンジェだと知られてしまうこと。辛かったよ。お兄ちゃんが目の前にいるのにそれを口にできないなんて。このルールさえ守ればずっと永遠にお兄ちゃんのそばにいられるはずだった。お兄ちゃんと一緒に魔女と戦うゲームを永遠に遊べるはずだった。でもそれじゃダメ。お兄ちゃんは帰らなきゃ。お家であなたの妹が待って。それは私のことではないけれど、それであなたの妹は救われる。
エンジェ、こんなに違う。こんなに。
He wanted to turn around, but Angie was gripping his head too tightly. However, judging by the blood that was pouring out and Angie's pain breathing, he realized that something seriously wrong was happening to her right now.
気にしないで。私は所詮チェスではね、サクリファイスって言うんだって。
サクリなんだって。そんなことはどうでもいい。早く手当てを。この手を一度離すんだエンジェ。
サクリファイス、捨て駒のこと。戦略的展望のため わざと損を承知で駒を見捨てることを。
In chess, the ultimate goal is victory. So, if it can bring you to victory in the end, there's nothing wrong with sacrificing a few individual pieces. Angie had coolly made a decision. She had been taught over and over that she was a piece, not a player. In order to act like a piece and save Battler, right now, she would have to become a sacrificial piece herself. Battler had to know. His purpose in the Witch's game couldn't be something as abstract as finishing off the Witch. He had to win the game, release himself, and bring his family back home. Why? Because he had a family, a little sister, who was waiting for him to come home. A being was created so that Ushiromiya Anji's voice could reach you. That's me, Angie Beatrice. I'll sacrifice the piece that I am to give you the will to fight. To give you purpose. My purpose isn't to play with you in a witch's game for all eternity. I came to bring you Ushiromiya Anji's mourning and sadness. That is my unshakable purpose.
Angie! Angie!
The white thin arm that held Battler became pale and transparent, almost like wax. And even so, the fresh blood stained it so cruelly.
私はもう消えちゃうけれど、お兄ちゃんは頑張って戦ってきっと私のところへ帰ってきてね。待ってるよ、ずっと。お兄ちゃんをもっといっぱい手助けしてあげるつもりだったのに、何もできなかった。ごめんね。
いいんだ。お前は俺に教えてくれたじゃねえか。どうして俺が勝たなくちゃならないか。そして俺が絶対に勝ってお前のところ。俺は何をこんなところでぼんやりと遊んでいたんだ。ああ、もうこんなところで遊んでなんかいないぞ。帰るからな、帰るからな。お土産持ってきっと帰るからな。約束する。
いらないから一つだけ約束して。
なんだよ、何でも約束する。
この手を今から離すね。痛かったでしょ。ギュッとしててごめんね。私は大丈夫だから。振り返らなくていいから。だから最後にお兄ちゃんの一番かっこいいところを見せて。席を立って目の前の魔女を指さしてゲームの再開を宣言して。
Angie's hand slid and disappeared behind me. There were bloody fingerprints left behind, blurred by her fingernails. But I turned around right away to take care of Angie's wounds.
エンジエンジ。
ああ、振り向いちゃダメって約束したの。
エンジ。どこへ。
Behind my chair, as though it was as though about 10 watermelons packed with blood had been smashed. There was a sticky, pulpy mountain. And around that mountain of blood and minced meat, the clothes and shoes Angie had been wearing lay crumpled as though they'd been taken off and thrown away. As though just the human's insides had been pulverized and tossed there like scrap. As though Angie, who had been standing there until a second ago, had been crushed.
エンジ エンジはどこだよ。エンジはどこに消えたんだよ。おい、エンジはどこに消えたんだよ。
Two young-looking witches said nothing. Just silently looked at the mountain of blood and meat and clothes. But I didn't want to accept it. I definitely didn't want to accept it.
わらわはそなたの正面でずっと見ていた。そなたの後ろでエンジがどうなっていくか。
お前は知ってるのか。エンジはどこへ行ったんだ。
生きながら焼けたでっかいペンチで一つ一つ親指大の大きさに全身の肉を引きちぎって捨てていくんだ。
Red hot pencils.
わらわは見ていた。魔女の釜で真っ赤に焼かれた無数の残忍な行為をエンジェを後ろから一つまみ一つまみ肉をついばめひね引きちエンジェは誇っていい兄と最後の言葉を交わすためにその苦痛の喘ぎを最後まで耐えたこと。
As if something like that could have happened. But on top of that mountain of flesh and clothes, what had fallen there was without a doubt what she had been wearing on her head, those pink jeweled hair ornaments. To be honest, I thought they were a bit too childish for her and didn't suit her, so I remembered them well. Why did Angie wear such cheap hair ornaments all the time? No. The thought that this is Angie couldn't possibly be.
レアとも正直ね。バトルには見えてなかったんだから、蝶々になって飛んでいったとか言ってごまかしちゃえばいいのに。
お前らもそれを見ていたのか。エンジがバラバラに引きちぎられていくところを見ていたのかよ。見ててそんな平然とした顔をしてたのかよ。
Without answering, Birkenstell, Lambda Delta, and Beatrice stared at me. In some pity, others in derision, watching me. Since she called herself Gretel, and after what had happened with Virgilia in last game, I thought she might be Beto's underling. And I've been wary of her, not trusting her, even though she was an ally. And now, after learning it truly was Angie, without even being allowed to see her face, I turn around and find something like this.
良いではないか、妹のことなら。どうせそなたは永遠にここから帰れなどせぬ。そなたが帰らぬ世界の妹などどうなろうが知ったことではなかろうが、そなたがここで遊んでいる限り無数の世界のエンジェが孤独となり、今の最後と同じ苦痛を10年以上にもかけて薄めて強いられる。だがそんなことはどうでもいいことではない。ここにいるそなたには見えない。観測できない。観測できない真実は赤き真実を用いねば立証できない。だからエンジェのその後の不幸はそなたの杞憂かもしれない。案外ルドルフの遺産でのんびりと生涯働かずに暮らせてたりしてな。
That's a lie. From Angie's arm, every part of that sad future would have poured into me in an instant. Or had poured into me in an instant. All because I kept on to keep on lazing about forever and playing in a place like this. I never thought about anyone but myself. I must defeat her. I'll take back my family, back to where Angie's waiting, and come home as soon as I can. Because even as I hang around with the witch like this, Angie's heart continues to be torn to bits by sadness. Oh, new BGM?
お前が見たかったのはこれだよな。
I turned towards the cruel witch who had indifferently spoken of Angie's brutal last moments, and slowly, yet with all my might, pointed.
ベアトリーチェ。
うん。
ゲームの再開だ。もう俺は逃げねえし、お前も逃がさない。
望むところよ。わらわはもはや逃げも隠れもできぬ。
This one is called Endless Nine. That is a sick name, dude. I like it a lot.
わらわとそなたの決着を確実につけよう。どちらかが勝つ。どちらかが敗れて滅ぶ。それ以外の結末は存在しない。
俺は勝つ。どれほどの時間をかけようと絶対にお前を打ち破る。この勝負にもう妥協も中断も不先輩もない。俺は逃げない。逃がさない。俺を本気で倒しに来いよ。くだらない騙しもごまかしもおかしな交流も馴れ合いも一切必要ない。お前と俺は敵同士。一秒でも早く決着をつけて俺はエンジのところへ家族を連れ帰らなきゃならない。
揺るぎなき決意、絶対の意志、人間の絶対なる意志、絶対の魔力となる。それは奇跡に通じ、それを約束する。そう、これは約束された絶対の奇跡。わらわの勝ちは100億に一つ。ひとかけらの奇跡も絶対になく。わらわの足にはいつの間にか音もなく、もう片方の足にはこの椅子に縛り付けてわらわに残されたる運命はバトラに殺され敗北することか。それを拒み永遠に引き分けを繰り返すことのみ。いや、殺されるための心の整理がつくまで引き分けを繰り返すの間違いか。いずれにせよわらは敗れるためだけに戦わねばならぬ。もう永遠の鎖はわらわを縛り付けた。そしてバトラもまたみっともなく許しを請うか同情を請うために憐れみの心に訴えかけるか、なりふり構わず土下座して鎖のせいでそれも叶わぬ。チェックメイト。これは完全なる爪だ。だがわらわは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ、黄金鏡に君臨したる黄金の魔王、
Demon Lord of Gold.
敗れるための戦いであってもわらわにはふさわしき態度がある。そしてわらわにはわらわにふさわしき散り際を飾る権利がある。わらわとて同じ。そなたに我が魔法を存在を認めさせてこの島に黄金鏡の扉を開く。そなたはその最初の茶会の主賓となるだろう。そなた以外は全員がすでに揃っているぞ。主賓の到着が遅れているからいつまでも茶会が開けない。そなたの父親も母親もいとこたちもみんなお前の到着。
ああ、上等だぜ。まったくにもって上等だ。何が魔法だ、何が魔女だ。お前との遊びはこれまでだ。行くぞベアトリーチェ。
存分に来るがよいぞ。妥協も中断も不先輩もない。どちらかが勝ち、どちらかが滅ぶ。お前に負ける意志がないというのは、わらわを倒すしかない。殺すしかない。しかしわらわもむざむざと殺されはしない。わらわにふさわしき最後のそなたが用意できるまで抵抗を繰り返すことができる。そなたにそれができるか。いい、できるだろう。必ずできるさ。来いよ、殺し。やりにくいか。ならばいつもの調子でいこう。殺されるかよ。
Soundboard.
せめて勝てなくてもお前に勝ちを譲らない程度の嫌がらせはできるんだぜ。ほう、いい面構えだ。殺してみろ。
Holy, that's a new one. Look.
殺してみろよ、後ろ宮バトル。
Oh. What do you mean that's the end of that? If we continued in the fighting game, but I don't want to play a fighting game. Complete episode 4. Oh man. Is this where the answer arcs like pick up from? Oh man. Let's have a tea party? Alright, but it's been like 4 hours and I wasn't able to get a break in yet, so I need to do that real quick and then we see the tea parties, and I guess that's actually probably it. Man. Oh, I like the ending of that a lot, dude. Oh. Stretch. Alright. Secret tea party after the tea party. A double tea party. The usual then. Anyway, give me a sec. BRB, stretch my legs. Probably won't need to refill my coffee, and then we continue with what we have left. Coffee Party 2? Man, darn spoiling everyone. Eshem, ban him. For life. Spoiling everything. Can't believe this. Alright. A little bit to relax here as I gulp down more of this coffee. Oh yeah, I have some chips here. Let me munch on a snack a bit. So it ends there. We're probably gonna maybe get a bit more info on the tea party here. Right. Yeah, that's still that. Tips are still that. We got like no... Man, episode 4 was so weird with getting like info on how anyone died. Any sort of tip. Like we didn't even have the epitaph in our tips. We didn't get any sort of interesting info like there. We also didn't get to complete the game like at all. Butler didn't see anyone die. Yeah, but at the same time, like usually throughout all the episodes, eventually everything got like filled out. Curious about how the tea parties are go. Maybe it'll be like the last one for episode 3 where it kind of just sets up the next episode. They're probably gonna get set up for the answer arcs, I suppose. I'm pretty sure I'm correct with in that battler, it might actually be Kyrie's like son. So there's like no way there's no way they have both the same like eyes and hair color if they're not like actually literally like blood related, the same mother and father. Anything... Also that we also got the question of what this like sin was that Battler did like 6 years ago that caused everything to happen. I'm still thinking about that. There's also a lot of questions to be had about like what actually happened at the You really need this track to play? Here, I want to go to a much nicer sounding track. Also thing that happened on top of that like cliff with Angie and Asumi and all that. Like that obviously wasn't magic. I suspect that That the guy was actually keeping track of her, like watch over her, and like sniped everyone. No love, true, only hate. What other mysteries do we have? I'm still wondering if maybe... Why can't I remember his name, dude? I read it like 10 times today. Ah, that's freaking... The bodyguard guy. The one who's good at sniping. I'm wondering if he's old enough to have like... to have been working around the time of the incident. Like 12 years back. And if maybe he had anything to do with it. Yamakusa, thank you. Like there has to have been some connection there. I'm wondering if the theory throughout where he is basically the Chester sisters. Like the way they act like computers could maybe be just sort of like maybe some sort of sniper weapon that he uses. And that's why they're so good at sniping. Apparently one of the sisters was lost. One of the bunny girls. Wonder if that could have happened. I guess there's also a question how Eva ended up in ended up being at the Kuadorian during the time of the incident. What actually happened to everyone? Anyway. I finished yapping and eating my snack. Drink a bit more coffee and then we continue the rest of this. See what kind of garbage we have in the tea party. The second day. Oh, is it continuing? For real? Alright, I'm up. I'm ready. Yeah? I don't have a clue what's going on. At least someone explain in a way I can understand. What happened yesterday? I was in the kitchen, imagine, grabbing some food without permission. If you open up that massive business class refrigerator, you can find anything. You can eat and drink as much as you like. Even if the typhoon didn't clear up for a week, I'd have more than enough to eat. With wine in one hand, I was helping myself to some dry-cured ham. I wonder just how expensive this wine and ham are. You ingredients are out of luck too. Okay, I guess that makes sense. If only you had Goda-san cook you, you could have been reborn as much more incredible food. I looked at the clock. Very soon it would be 2400. October 5th, the second day, would end. So we gone about like the entire... Like after that talk with the witch, he gone almost the entire day without anything happening? Second day would end. The insane October 4th yesterday seemed like a lie. Just how much nothing had happened after that test thing. Nothing happened. No phone call came, no letters came, no person came, and no one attacked me. Nothing happened at all. I want to start demanding a refund on all the time and energy that tension stole from me. Because after that, for an entire day, a full 24 hours, nothing happened. So surely nothing's gonna happen now. He says right before he gets attacked. A full 24 hours ago, Beatrice called me to the spot in front of the mansion's entrance. There I was given a strange test to determine the successor to the headship or whatever. I gave a serious answer in my own way, but it somehow hadn't meshed with the other side. Beatrice got pissed for some reason and fell silent. I yelled at her to say something, but she gave no answer. Then I asked where Maria was, and she just told me to go to the chapel and left. To tell the truth, it was an anticlimax. No matter what kind of weird test it gave, at least tell me whether I've passed or failed. Are you going to say thanks for coming, your results will be mailed to you later or something? Quit messing with me. Anyway, I then headed to the chapel. After failing their chest, both George, Annika, and Jessica were killed. I couldn't let Maria get killed too. Also, I might get the chance to catch some person trying to kill her. As a little kid, I often heard from Jessica that you get in trouble if you went near the chapel, so I'd never been there. But I at least knew where it was. To find any trace of a person there. But there was a key bundle lying in front of the door. I thought this might be someone telling me to open the door, but after trying all the keys, I found none of them fit. I also called Maria's name, but there was no answer whatsoever. I searched around the chapel, but there was a limit to what I could do in the pitch black with just a flashlight. I realized that this key bundle might be a set of master keys which could make it possible to open the door to the mansion. I found no sign of Maria, so I returned to the mansion. The mansion was wrapped in silence, and in a horrible stench. However, it's amazing how good humans are at adapting. The entire dimension must still be wrapped up in that smell. However, I grew completely used to it and stopped minding it. It didn't seem to get any worse than the old house. Oh no. It didn't seem any worse than any old house where someone had burnt some meat. At first, I was bewildered by the stench, but I decided to head to the dining hall for the time being. And found those corpses that were so pitiful. Goda-san and the rest had hesitated to speak of them in detail. Oh. Corpse was found in the dining hall. About half her head was destroyed. It's probably reasonable to assume that she was murdered with a powerful gun or something. However, the witnesses don't believe she was killed with a gun. Really? All the same. Okay, hold on. Guess we're getting no, like, updates on anything here. With the remains of Aunt Natsui and the others who'd become the first victims. Half of each head had been completely split open, and it was so gruesome that even without knowing a thing about examining corpses, I could say they were 100% dead. And on top of that, the remaining halves of their faces were left like normal, so it was easy to identify them. Really convenient corpses these were. And in addition to those 6 bodies, was one more. The 7th corpse was Maria. Really? Hold on, let's see the description he gives. She lay next to Aunt Rosa, as though sleeping alongside her. I cried. At the death of an innocent young girl. And at the cruel way my dad and the rest had died. Nothing more than that? Alright. Her corpse was found in a dining hall. Battler wasn't able to make out any wounds in particular, so he assumed that she was killed by some kind of poison. The most peaceful form and invitation to the Golden Land. Okay. I raced through the mansion, swinging the hat stand spear, yelling, "Come out here, bastard." But I couldn't find any trace of anyone else. Thinking they might be planning to hide somewhere and attack me from behind, I went around searching for hiding places. Sometimes growing more cautious, and sometimes intentionally letting my guard down in various ways. But in the end, not even a kitten appeared. There are cats on Rokkenjima? Then morning came. My tension and fatigue combined with my drowsiness, making for the worst kind of dawn. Humans are pretty incredible, even with a murder. Even when a murderer might be hiding somewhere, we prioritize drowsiness and fatigue over our own lives. See cats yet? Shut up. By that time, I was starting to feel pretty ridiculous. After all, for a full 6 hours before dawn, I walked around the mansion yelling at the culprits to show themselves. My search had been a careful one, and I tired myself out and let my guard down. Even so, no one came to attack me. Basically, I lost patience with them and figured they could do whatever the hell they wanted. The boat won't come until the typhoon passes. They said on TV that it won't pass until tomorrow, so I got another full day today. Blazing about lost its interest. And even though I knew it would probably make the police mad, I decided to play detective a bit. Oh? First was the dining hall, where the first murder had occurred. The 6 who had been killed in the beginning really were pitiful. The weapon used was probably a gun. Maybe their heads were split by something powerful like a magnum bullet or a shotgun. It was a reasonable theory to hold. Compared to that, the 7th corpse, Maria, had died in a much better and cleaner way. At a glance, I could see no external wounds, and didn't understand how she'd been killed. But by her mouth were traces of bubbles that he might have spat out. And it looked like a typical death by poisoning that you might see in a TV drama. Wasn't Maria called out to the chapel and given a test? So why was she in the corpse-filled dining hall lying next to her mother, dead? Even if the cause of death was poison, who gave it to her? Her clothes weren't disturbed at all. Hard to imagine that she was forcibly pushed down and given an injection of poison. It's probably better to assume that she was given a capsule of poison or something and made to swallow it. But compared to the scattered and violently mutilated corpses in this room, Maria's corpse was too clean. If they had a gun, they only needed to pull the trigger. But poisoning, whether by having her drink it or by injection, would take a lot more effort. Considering the culprit's brutal nature, you think Maria's death alone was given special treatment. Why was only Maria given a sleep-like death? True, being killed is always a pitiful thing, but for some reason, Maria's death alone seemed very courteous to me. Both of Maria's hands were joined on her chest as though the dead person had put them there herself. Did Maria do that before dying? Isn't this usually something done by someone else after the person dies? As though sleeping with her mother, whose head was half crushed, Maria dozed in peace. For some reason, that contrast really bugged me. Including the direct cause, it's probably safe to say that Maria's death is shrouded in mystery. And more than anything else, the biggest mystery of this dining hall was the pitfalls. The pitfalls that both Uncle Cross, this group, and Goda-san had mentioned. After the first 6 were killed, 5 more fell through pitfalls and were captured. What pitfalls? Those things that suddenly open up and you fall through them, right? The room had a solid floor with a carpet that looked dignified, if a bit worn out. No matter how you looked at it, it was a single piece. If a pitfall had opened up, there would have to be a seam just in that place. And if there had been some trick like a pitfall, wouldn't it creak when you walked on it? No matter how much I walked around, feeling the carpet, I just couldn't imagine that a pitfall was hidden here. Anyway, it'd be one thing if a single person fell, but a full 5 people did. By putting together everyone's story, each one of them had fallen from a different location. So at the very least, there had to be 5 separate places with pitfalls. What does this mean? Was this room actually made with pitfalls across the entire floor? By pushing a button, you could open up a pitfall in the location of your choice. Some kind of a contraption like that? Kind of ridiculous mechanism would be... Or that kind of ridiculous mechanism would be surprising even in a ninja mansion. But if Dad and the rest heard about this, I wonder if they'd say I wouldn't put it past Grandfather to do it, to make it. At any rate, I didn't learn anything more from the dining hall. Do the pitfalls not exist? Or do they exist, but I just can't find them? Amateur that I am, I can't say for sure. Since they claimed that pitfalls were there, I can't ignore them even if I can't find them. And the next ones to be killed were Jessica and George Anarchy. I discovered George Anarchy when I'd been called out for my test. He had been called out to the arbor in the rose garden and probably shot in the forehead with a gun. Jessica had been called to her own room on the second floor of the mansion. The door to her room was locked. That wasn't a problem at all since I had a master key. Inside the room, it was horrible. But after the dining hall, I was used to corpses, so I built up a bit of immunity. The phone receiver was loose and dangling. Had she been killed while still on the phone with me? Jessica was leaning against the wall right next to it. Seems like she's more on the floor than against the wall, bud. Jessica is leaning against the wall right next to it, with half of her head split open. Her corpse was found in a room on the second floor of the mansion. About half her head was destroyed. It's probably reasonable to assume that she was murdered with a powerful gun or something similar. She was smashed by her own attack due to George's counteroffensive specialized barrier. Alright. How do you know about that? As far as I can tell, by glancing at the scene, it looked as though she'd been killed while on the phone. In that case, had the culprit been right there before her eyes? I hadn't gotten that impression while listening to Jessica's voice over the phone. Pretty sure Jessica said, "They got me." Probably best to assume she already received a fatal wound at the time of the phone call. That's right, she also said this. Yes, that's what she said. Thanks for repeating it. From what I could tell by looking at Jessica's corpse, there were no wounds on her other than the damage to her head. Could she have had an injury serious enough to make her prepared for death, then died halfway through the phone call? But the way she talked on the phone made me think that she'd escaped from harm for the time being. You shouldn't be able to have a casual conversation or a phone if the culprit's right before your eyes. So did the culprit come in partway through the phone call and kill Jessica? No, that can't be right. After all, this room was locked. Wait, that doesn't tell me anything. If the culprit stole the master key from one of the victims, locking the door would be meaningless. But she had no external wounds other than her head. In that case, did I assume that the fatal wound she was prepared to die from and the actual external wound that damaged her head are two different things? That both of them were made to the same part of the body? In other words, Samadhi, Jessica was struck severely to the head and received an incredibly bad wound. And she called me and either lost consciousness or died while on the phone. Then the culprit came and damaged her head again. Something like that. After being called to this room, Jessica was attacked by the culprit and received a serious injury. Then the culprit thought she'd been killed and went away for the time being. But Jessica miraculously started breathing again and called me, with what would become her dying message. Then the culprit realized that they failed to kill her, and rushed back to deliver the final blow after Jessica fell unconscious from massive blood loss. That seemed to add up, more or less. Except for how Jessica was able to accurately depict the nature of that final blow. And there was one more thing that bugged me about the phone call from Jessica. She had said this. That it almost as though she witnessed George Anarchy being killed. But while I certainly could see the rose garden from the window in Jessica's room, you could even see the roof of the arbor where George Anarchy had been summoned. It was very far away. Add on the fact that it was the night of a typhoon, and it's very hard to imagine that she was able to witness everything that happened by the harbor from this window. And more than anything else, Jessica left before George Anarchy, so she shouldn't have known that George Anarchy's test took place by the arbor. Why did Jessica know that George Anarchy had been killed? That is an interesting question there. How did she know how she was going to be killed? And that George was killed? Can I think of anything? She could have been directed to look outside towards the arbor and see George like dying. Would the killer have let her make that phone call? Wanted her to make the phone call to Battler, maybe? Maybe told her how they were gonna kill her, so that she can relay that to Battler, making this seem like more of a mystery. I don't... Huh. Weird, ain't it? Also, during my search of the entire mansion, I found Curious Sen's corpse as well. Let's look at that right away. Wow. Her corpse was found in the guest room deep within the mansion. It was a single hole right in the center of her forehead. It's probably reasonable to assume she was shot with a gun or something similar. Demon stake was buried into the hole in her forehead, but it was hard to imagine that this was the cause of death. I didn't miss. I missed on purpose to tease her. Okay, dude. Also, Alright. It was one of the old guest rooms at the back of the first floor. In the past, before the construction of Ghost House, the relatives have spent the night in these. Your situation matched Jessica's perfectly. She'd probably been killed during her phone call with me. The receiver was hanging untidily, and Curious-san lay crumpled in that corner. The way she had been killed was very different from Jessica. Her head wasn't smashed. Instead, a stake with a occult design was buried into her forehead. It was so gruesome. So I pulled it out. Isn't that a bit worse? After pulling it out, I realized this might get me in trouble with the police later. Though a little too late, I set it down by Curious-san's side. Its tip was sharp and stained with enough blood that it must have penetrated fully to the brain. I didn't know what kind of metal it was made of, but it was about as heavy as a paperweight. Certainly, if you were stabbed all out with something like this, it might cause a terrible wound. I probably knew what that stake meant. It was one of those. This is the first we're seeing the stakes, I think. The style of killing from the fourth Twilight onwards in the Witch's Epitaph. It's probably that gouge with the stake and kill thing. However, a human skull is very firm. No matter how much someone mustered their strength, could it really have been pierced so neatly? Oh. By my reasoning, the stake wasn't the cause of death, but had just been used to damage the corpse after death. He was probably killed with a gun or something like George Anarchy, and the stake had been stuck into the hole left by the gun. Thinking of it that way makes it easier to accept. But was Kiri-san really killed with a gun? As she said on the phone, even though she was holed up inside a locked room, Kiri-san was being attacked. In fact, this room had been locked. Also, she mentioned a golden thread or something flying in and attacking her. In fact, there were 4 places around Kiri-san's corpse with holes that could have been caused by some kind of attack, but a golden thread attacked her. Through the keyhole? I looked at the door from Curious-san's perspective. If it had been one of those old keyholes you see in old mystery movies, where you can peek through to the other side, then it would have clearly been possible to stick something through it. But even though the doors in this mansion were old-fashioned, the locks were the familiar average cylinder style that you can find in any normal house. You sure, bud? With an image you're showing me like this? In other words, they weren't constructed in a way that would let you penetrate through them. No matter how thin an object you might try to stick through the keyhole, it's unthinkable that something penetrated through the outside intact. A cylinder lock and a keyhole. But despite that, Curious-san definitely said something like a golden thread had flown in through the keyhole, spun around while aiming for her and attacked her. A golden thread attacking through a keyhole. I couldn't understand what it meant at all. But even so, Curious-san probably predicted that I probably wouldn't be able to understand all this. And it wasn't just Curious-san. Jessica said it over the phone too. No, since the very beginning, from the time we talked with Goda-san and Kumasawa-san, I got the phone call from Uncle Cross's group. Everyone had said the same consistent thing. Grandfather summoned witches and demons and is killing people with magic. They've been shown that right before their eyes. These weren't tricks or fakes. There was no choice but to believe it. With one voice, they had all said that. When the mystery woman calling herself Beatrice appeared, even I had pretty much believed that she was a real witch and might start summoning goat monsters right and left. However, after being left alone for a whole day, my feeling of tension had faded completely. I was now able to think that something so stupid definitely couldn't be true. Did they lose their heads a little in an extraordinary situation where their lives were exposed to danger? Mistakenly think that a witch was attacking them with magic? But multiple people gave the same kind of testimony, and on top of that, none of the opinions conflicted with each other. As hysteria? If it's just been a single statement, I'd be able to suspect that they just didn't see what they thought they saw. But doing that now is pretty difficult. Then, right next to the back door, I found Uncle Cross with his head half smashed. The back door. His corpse was found in the guest room deep within the mansion. About half it in the guest room, though. Wasn't he still outside? Wasn't Kyrie the only one who made it inside? About half his head was destroyed. It's probably reasonable to assume that he was murdered with a powerful... Yeah. Demon's stake was buried deep to the damaged area. Would escape from chase their sister's golden arrows. Still the head? Even though he escaped the dungeon of Huadorian and somehow made it this far by a secret underground passage, he had been killed. Burned into the gruesome cross-section of his hash-crushed head was a stake with a occult design, like the one that had been buried into Kirisan's forehead. With this situation, it was very hard to imagine that this stake was the weapon used. Been killed with a powerful gun like the 6 in the dining hall, and after death, had been jabbed with a stake like Kirisan. I wonder if the golden thread that Kyria spoke of attacked Uncle Cross, too. If there exists some kind of tool, like an endoscope, that's very thin but can be moved about at will, and that can also attack people? No way, I've never heard of anything like that. But even so, if this fact had been revealed to one of the relatives, maybe they'd say I wouldn't put it past grandfather to make it. Since I can't deny the existence of a golden thread X that can be moved at will and attack people, I can either accept that this mysterious weapon exists, or else I'll have to accept that this was a murder committed with magic. To find the next corpse, I had to go out through the back door and search around outside a bit. Behind the mansion in the wild-grown bushes that were almost swallowed up by the forest, there was something like an old well. Nanjo! Ganon 2. The sequence is really cool. I like how there seems to be no danger system quietly going through inspecting everything. Trying to piece together what had happened. Right next to it were Dr. Nanjo and Shan Chan's corpses. Nanjo? Oh, I guess Kanon would be a bit further down, and of course these Goda and Misawa are like in the shack. I wonder if he'll go check on them one more time. Oof. Her corpse was found behind a mansion, while half her head was destroyed. It's probably reasonable to assume she was murdered with her gun. A demon stake had fallen near the body. She wasn't stabbed with it? The witness at least realized that the stake wasn't what killed her. His corpse was found behind a mansion. About half his head was destroyed. Powerful gun. Demon stake had fallen again. What do you mean fallen? Both corpses had their heads smashed, and though they weren't stuck in, there were stakes lying next to each damaged head. Each corpse was atrocious, but having to look directly at Shannon's lovely face, which had been blown half away, was very painful. Then, there was the well. I'd heard that the inside was the secret underground passage to the mysterious mansion in Fluidorian. By this time, I began to think that Beatrice and her accomplices might have used this underground passage and left for Fluidorian. Even though there had apparently been at least 10 of them, I hadn't seen a trace of anyone. It seemed very unlikely that they already escaped to a different location. Or it seemed very likely that they escaped to a different location. There's the typhoon. They can't go out to sea. It goes the same for the forest. There's no way they could traverse such a deep, uncultivated forest on foot. In that case, they had only one place to go. Mysterious hidden mansion, Fluidorian. Even though the secret underground passage at the... through the secret underground passage at the bottom of the well. By this time, I had entirely lost my fear of being killed if I happened to come across the enemy. Don't fuck with me. This time I'll storm into the mansion. Why is it locked? The old well had a firm cover on it. The cover was an iron grill. The gaps between the bars were perhaps 20 centimeters across. You could peer inside, but it really wasn't something a human could pass through. If I hadn't known better, I wouldn't have thought it anything more than a simple cover to prevent falls. But from what Kyrie-san told me, I knew its purpose was to prevent intruders from entering the secret underground passage and its depths. But the cover was extremely firm and rigid. No matter how much I pushed or pulled, I couldn't even get close to opening it. I couldn't find any obvious lock. It might be sealed by some mechanism. But no matter how much I investigated it, I couldn't find anything to release it. The biggest piece of information Curie-san had tried to give me, gambling your finer moments, was the underground passage in this well. I had an idea. After all, I'd seen the various tools in the gardening shed when we locked Koda-san and Kumasawa-san in there. But the shutter to the gardening shed was locked. On top of that, the key was with Koda-san, who was dead on the inside. In other words, his gardening shed was a closed room. There's no way to open it from the outside. In that case, I gotta break the shutter. There has to be a tool for that somewhere. And it feels like I'm going in circles here. Need a tool to get the tool to break the door. Need a tool to break the door to get the tool to break the grate. And while searching for that, I learned that the source of the stench that had... Why can't I read anymore? Then, while searching for that, I learned that the source of the stench that had permeated the mansion this whole time was the underground boiler room. The boiler room was dimly lit, humid, smelled horrible, and on top of all that was incredibly creepy. But there were several large tools there, and I managed to find a fire hatchet and some massive wire cutters. And grandfather's corpse. Once again, tossed in the furnace. Body was found burnt corpse in the underground boiler room's incinerator. No evidence of a struggle was found inside the incinerator, so it's probably reasonable to assume that he was burned after his murder. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. The dead to the dead. No, strictly speaking, I should probably say that I found a burnt corpse of a person who was probably grandfather. Someone's corpse had been stuffed in the blazing fires of the boiler. However, by coincidence, I was able to notice the number of toes on the corpse. What a coincidence indeed. Both feet had 6 toes. That's right, I think I heard from Dad sometime long ago. Something about grandfather having polydactyly with extra toes. According to old Ushimiya family tradition, it seemed that those with extra fingers or toes had some kind of good fortune and were treated as a good omen. And because of that, grandfather was selected to be the successor or something. But I wonder if I can be certain this is grandfather's body just from the number of toes. After all, grandfather was supposed to be the leader of the group of culprits. I didn't have a clue why he gets stuffed into a boiler in a place like this and die. A mysterious corpse burning and spitting out a terrible stench amid the flames. If it really was grandfather, did that mean the leader of the group of culprits wasn't grandfather, but that Beatrice after all? Grandfather was used because he was convenient, and then was thrown away? Unfortunately, it didn't look like I'd been given a chance to hear grandfather's side of the story. Now that I have obtained a tool, I thought about rushing on. Now that I've obtained a tool, I thought about rushing to take on the cover to the well. I decided to break the shutter to the gardening shed first. I had plenty of time to kill anyway. I figured I should check the condition of Goto-san and Kumasawa-san's corpses. I hit the shutter with the hatchet, breaking into it. Stuck the wire cutter into the crack, and scissored it around, opening up a hole. Then I faced Goto-san and Kumasawa-san's corpses once more. And creepy. Oof. Corpse found in Rose Garden assumed I was hung by the neck after being shot in the forehead. Really? They put ropes around their own necks. That can be a pretty interesting experience now and then. What do you mean? Being shot in the forehead. As long as I could construct a closed room murder, nothing else mattered. As a result, I learned a new fact. First, that they had not died by being hung by the neck. Both of their feet were solidly on the floor. And on both of their foreheads were signs that they'd been shot with a gun. The loop seemed longer than a normal noose. On top of that, the length was different on each to match the height of each person. In other words, the lengths have been adjusted so that both Goto-san, who was tall, and Kumasawa-san, who was short, had their feet solidly but barely on the ground. Also, while the ropes carried both of their weights as their heads lolled, both of them had some slack below their knees. This meant that if they stood up with these loops around their necks, there would have been some extra length. In other words, these loops wouldn't have been that great for hanging people. The direct cause of death was probably a shot to the head. It was gruesome. Their insides were still dripping out from those gaping holes, staining their faces deep red. It's probably best to assume they were then hung, pulled up, and left exposed like that. If they'd been shot with a gun, they probably would have been lying down on the floor. If that had been the case, you wouldn't have been able to tell they were dead even if you peeked through the window. The mountain of stuff would have gotten in the way, so if they'd been lying down, they would have been hidden. Make the deaths of these two known to the rest of us who couldn't go inside. They would have had to hang them like this, making it visible from the outside. Was this done to get back of us for thinking that those two would surely be safe if we left the key with them? Wonder where the shutter key we gave Goto-san, which should have ensured their safety, is now. That key was in the pocket of his trousers. The gardening shed key had been kindly left there, and even the plate was attached. In other words, the gardening shed had been a closed room after all. That gave rise to another question. Because this can't be explained by hanging, they didn't commit suicide, and those nooses were set up. Whoops, hold on, I didn't finish reading that. If they didn't commit suicide, then those nooses were set up by the culprit. It might have been possible to shoot them through the window, but it's really unthinkable that someone would have tied two loops to the beam from the outside. And furthermore, there's no way they could have lifted up the heavy corpses. In other words, to do all of this, they would have had to go inside, but the key was in Goto-san's pocket, and the shutter had been locked. In other words, the burning shed had been a closed room. Goto-san had said that there was only one key to this shutter, but it is possible there was a copy, and that the culprit was in possession of it. If we're allowed to theorize that there actually was a duplicate of the garden storehouse key and that Goto-san just didn't know about it, then this isn't even a closed room. It isn't even close to a closed room. But why is it that, despite the fact that almost all the other corpses were shot to death and left almost completely alone, just these two corpses were intentionally hoisted up? I couldn't help but feel something a bit odd about that. After all, if we assume that the mystery corpse in the boiler was grandfather's, then the deaths of 16 people have been confirmed. There were 18 people on this island. I'm here, and there are 16 corpses. Kanankum's corpse is the only one that I hadn't been able to confirm. So locked in, you didn't mention the, like, 4 Samaris in a row. I am locked in, dude. It's everything about this episode. Like, the set of murders and stuff is interesting, man. Oh man, I need more info. I want to try piecing together things myself. Like, what? Hinzo came over to the shed, told him to give him the key, that he'll release them, but they have to stall like Cross and the others from escaping. Uh, and they tried, but they failed, so it was like, alright, wear these nooses, I'm gonna kill you now. Then put the key back in like Gota's pocket. Surely you don't need the key to lock it back up. Right? I don't know. I don't think there's enough info about how the lock actually works. I assume it's like one of those padlocks. That's like a hook. Actually, it's a padlock is exactly what I'm... I don't think there's any sort of padlock that's not like a little like loop. You stick a key under to unlock it, right? Well, whatever. That's what I think of when I think of like this stored shed lock. That's what I feel like it was described as in like episode 1. When they were locking it back up, they locked like a lock out of a new like package or something. Just to make sure like it wasn't relocked with the old one in case the culprit had a key or something, right? So it has to be one of those. According to Kiri-san, he had been killed while climbing out the well and had fallen down into it. So with the well close up like this, it's impossible to check. I tried shining a flashlight through the bars down into the darkness in the depths of the well, but it seemed that the jet black darkness had no intention of showing me its depths without light of that level. It looked like I have to break the bars after all. Using the hatchets and things I dragged from the boiler room and the gardening shed, I tried breaking the cover of the well. But the metal bars were extraordinarily sturdy, and breaking them wasn't easy. I hit them with the hatchet over and over until my hands started feeling weird, and eventually gave up on breaking them. It's impossible. If there were at least wood, I might have been able to break them. But this metal... That's right, there's no way you can slice through metal bars like butter with a human strength. I can't even begin to understand that story about how Kanon could cut through metal bars. I heard that a light like a red laser beam grew out of his arm. That he sliced through metal bars like he was cutting through butter. Cutting through metal bars like butter? And what's with the red laser beam? Does that mean he secretly had a burner on him or something? And he used that to burn through the bars? Still, just what kind of laser could cut through metal bars like butter? It almost sounds like the kind of laser beam you find in those robot anime I loved as a kid, doesn't it? Does something like that actually exist? And how did Kanon-kun get that laser beam? No matter how much I want to ask him, he's already been killed. Plus, even his corpse is now in the depths of the well beyond this cover. Canon-kun could slice through metal bars. I'm sure he could handle this metal cover in a single swing. It feels just like a closed room Goto-san was locked in a well, holding the key. Only one person can open the door, but they're locked inside. If only I had that power of Canon-kun's, I'd be able to do something about this cover myself. Just who is Canon-kun? He couldn't really be a non-human capable of using a strange power, right? Yuri-san told me to believe in witches, and I even met an insane woman calling herself one. Could Canon-kun possibly be a human on the witch's side? Or else a culprit? What the heck? Am I gonna start treating him like the culprit just because I can't find his corpse? Just like Rosa? Oh.
死体がないだけで犯人扱い。疑わしきは白だとほざいたのは誰だったの？よかろう。カノンに全ての犯行を押し付けて人間犯人説にされてはかなわぬ。わらわが赤にて保証する。カノンは死亡している。
Alright, cool, thanks.
キリエたち5人の中で一番最初に死亡した。
Okay.
つまりは9人目の犠牲者というわけだ。
He was the first to die. Ninth victim.
死体がない以上、カノン君が死亡しているとは。
Ninth. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9. I guess it has to be that. Alright, so Goda and Kumasawa died before they got to Canon? Or was it George and Deska that died before they got to Canon? I feel like it was after. They must have been after that. Oh, that's also... So holy. Battler was not able to find his corpse, no matter how he's skilled with magic. Without a corpse, he's a definite suspect. Now, that's definitely anti-fantasy. Therefore, I guarantee his death with the red truth. Now, that's definitely anti-mystery. Maybe you stop whispering. Talking to me? At a glance, this was a mass murder due to something strange that can only be thought of as magic. Golden threads that attack through keyholes. No, we even have a testimony that something gold flew around the dining hall when the first 6 died. The two might have been the same weapon. Then there was the closed room murder of the garden shed, and a laser beam that could cut metal bars. And that wasn't all. There was much, much more. Like a group of goat monsters. The story of a witch who could create pitfalls just by snapping her fingers. The rabbit-like demons who had fired golden threads. I think there was more, but each part was all screwed up. I couldn't possibly accept it, and was forced to suspect that it was some kind of trick or mistake. But why in the world had everyone spoken with one voice, saying the same thing without contradictions in their testimony? It's not only the magic. There's Maria's mysterious death. Why Jessica knew that George Aniki had been killed. The mysterious burnt corpse that I couldn't confirm really belonged to that damn geezer. And more, and more. All stuff I don't get. I tilted the wine bottle up and gulped. I don't have a clue what's going on. After dinner last night, the kids were chased out and told to go back to the guest house, and then there was a massacre in the dining hall. Teresa and the rest were dropped through pitfalls and captured, and Jessica and George Aniki were called out to take a test or whatever and killed. Even though Curious-Sen's group was able to escape the dungeon, somehow all of them got killed in the end. And at the very, very end, even Maria was killed, leaving me all alone. In short, I did nothing except stay locked up in the guest house. During that time, a huge incident occurred and ended. What can I call it except incomprehensible? I don't have a clue anymore.
もう俺はただの食欲魔人なんだぜ。俺だけ生き残らせるつもりかよ。とっとと姿を現して殺しに来いってんだ。もう面倒だからこっちからは探さねえぞ。そっちから正体を見せやがれってんだ。俺は逃げも隠れもしねえぞ。矢でも鉄砲でも持ってきやがれ。
I haven't gotten any sleep since yesterday, so I'm incredibly sleepy. Wanna kill me? Go ahead. I decided to return to the guest house and boldly rest in a bed. When I exited the kitchen and passed through the lobby, that portrait of witch came into view. The big clock did too. It was almost exactly 2400. Then the sound of the bell rang out, proclaiming that 2400 had arrived. As I listened, I looked up at Beatrice's portrait. Exactly 24 hours ago, I met you. What were you trying to say? And where did you go? Just who in the world are you? Golden Witch Beatrice. I hadn't solved a single one of the riddles surrounding you. Show yourself, and fight me. Then, the witch showed herself. Like a guest of honor finally appearing, she showed herself on the landing at the top of the big staircase. Oh?
ようやく姿を現しやがったな。丸一日。退屈させられてたところだぜ。
そうだ。丸一日を与えた。人間側の権利行使は十分か。
ああ、退屈だったんでな。存分にやらせてもらったぜ。
エンジェは良い子まであったな。
エンジェの名をお前が口にするんじゃねえ。
あれは奇跡によって現れ、自らを生贄にしてそなたに絶対の勝利の執念を与
えた。エンジェの名を口にするな。
あの無残な死は、そなたの死を見なければそなたは本気にならない。エンジェの幸薄き未来を自覚しなければそなたに勝利の執念は生まれない。
エンジェの名を口にするなと言っている。
Getting mad.
つまりは必要な生贄だったというわけだ。そうでなくてはそなたにわらわを殺すほどの怒りは生まれない。わらわとそなたの拮抗が崩せぬ。ベルンカステル教名、これは駒ではないわ。切り札と呼ぶがふさわしい。駒はどれほど活躍しようと盤上を離れることは。しかし切り札はどんな力を発揮しようとも切れば確実に捨てられる。エンジェはそなたにとって実に良き切り札だったのだ。
You just say.
エンジェの名を口にするんじゃな。
That battle was angry roar. Beito finally stopped talking.
俺はな、こんなところで遊んでる暇はもう一切ねえんだ。引き分けすらもエンジェを待たせてる。俺はな、お前を打ち破り家族を連れて 家に帰るんだよ。てめえと魔女ごっこで遊んでる暇は1秒たりともありはしない。
ならばどうすればよい？分かっている。
ああ、お前をぶっ倒す。魔女も魔法も幻想も妄想も全て俺がぶっ飛ばす。さあ、おっ始めようぜ。もう二度とごまかさせない。ゲーム再開だぜ。お前という嘘っぱちを追う魔女のベールを俺が引き裂いてやる。
Hell yeah.
素直に一言、わらわを殺してやると言えばよい。
ああ、その言葉をお望みなら言ってやるさ。俺が聞いてやるお前の望みで最初で最後のものだ。
感謝する。
お前も。
ならばよし。
You almost said it in red. It's true. It's gonna happen.
魔女狩りの時間だ。わらわを追ってみろ。追い詰めてみろ。殺してみろ。わらわはそなたに期待している。妹の最後がそなたに何を与えたのか、それをわらわに見せてみよ。
上等だ。
I burned the world with a white light. And if you open your eyes amidst the darkness, two of them could be seen in a rose garden. Whoa, all red.
先手はどちらから？
俺だ。
潔し。
Ooh, crack. In the rose garden, beautiful rose petals danced. The color of those rose petals was red. The fact that they faced each other in this beautiful rose garden prove or make claim to a red single truth. That must be why the roses are red. But in the language of flowers, roses represent passion, not truth. A flower for truth is a forget-me-not. That flower is blue.
俺の青き真実で全てをうがつ。全ての一番最初から。一番最初のゲームから始めるぜ。
よかろう。そなたのお手並みを拝見しよう。来い。
行くぜ。すでに宣言済みだが、もう一度言う。こいつは前回のゲームの南條先生の殺人だけじゃないぜ。一番最初からのあらゆるゲームのあらゆる場面を切り裂ける。後宮金蔵はすでに死亡している。よって島の本当の人数は17人。そこに未知の人物 X が加わることで18人となっている。この人物 X の存在の過程によって17人全員にアリバイがあっても犯行は可能になる。これにより人間の数18人を満たしつつにもかかわらず、一見18人全員にアリバイがあっても犯人 X の存在と犯行は可能になる。
You could break through all of the murders in episode 1 by supposing an unknown person X. Furthermore, it's even possible to explain the mystery of Kinzo's evaporation from the closed room sealed by the receipt by making the bold assumption that Kinzo wasn't there in the first place. Unless Beto counters this... Oh! Ooh, I like that little part of the song. Unless Beto counters this with the red truth, the illusion of the witch from episode 1 has been completely smashed. This blue truth is valid. The wedge of the blue truth that Balor had thrown stabbed her right through the top of Beto's left foot. Was the red pouring out from there a protest being made by her red truth? Beto shut one of her eyes tight, enduring the unbearable pain of the blue truth that denied her.
まだまだわらわは否定されてはおらぬ。この程度では足りぬわ。続くゲームではそれだけで説明できる謎がある。
どの謎だ？
第2のゲームの終盤でジョージがゴーダとシャノンを引き継ぎ夏日の部屋に立てこもり殺された。夏日の部屋を解錠した鍵は室内に閉じ込められ、残る全ての解錠可能な鍵はローザの手にある。犯人 X が存在しようとも密室構築は不可能なはず。
The blue wedge that pierced Beto shook. He was resisting, fighting to pull it out.
いいや、俺の青き真実は揺るがない。犯人 X がマスターキーを入手していれば、あれは密室でも何でもないんだ。
いや、入手は不可能だ。マスターキーすべてはローザが管理した。
だが、ローザおばさんが共犯であったなら何の意味もない。ローザおばさんは犯人 X に何らかの方法で鍵を渡し、そしてその後同様の方法で鍵を回収したんだ。
Ooh, I
甘
like
い
it.
ぜベアート。こんなのは当時の俺もすでに推理している。
そうであったな。
The wedge that had been gradually losing its sparkle had seemed as though it was about to be pulled out. Regained its strong blue again thanks to Battler's additional blue truth, and dug into Beto again, eating into her foot. Beto let out a cry of anguish at that pain.
まだ答えぬ。まだだ。まだだ。
さらに続けて6連結の連鎖密室、ローザおばさんとマリアの殺人、親父たちのホールでの死亡、クラウス・エヴァおばさんを犯人に仮定することで説明可能だ。これは当時すでに論破済み。それに対しお前がエヴァを通して出題してきた最後の難題、南條先生殺しも18人目の未知の人物 X で説明可能。これで第3のゲームまで全て打ち破ったぞ。
無論この程度答えはせぬわ。ならばゲストハウスからのジョージの失踪はどう説明するというのか。
He wanted to go see Shadow, so he snuck out and then was found by the Cobra X and destroyed.
赤き真実を追加しよう。ジョージはゲストハウスの階段を降りてはおらぬ。窓から飛び去ったのだ。
I'm sure he didn't fly, but he probably did go out the window, right? In the final stages of the third game, George suddenly vanished from the second floor of the guest house. Eva, who had been on the first floor, claimed that no one had come downstairs, but because of the blue truth, George could have snuck down to the first floor and escaped while Eva was busy carrying Cross and Natsui's corpses outside. But by adding an additional red truth, Beito had denied that possibility. To go outside without going down the staircase to the first floor, he would have had to leave by the window, but all the windows had been locked from the inside.
だからなんだ、お前の言葉通りだぞ。窓から飛び去ったんだろ。下へ飛び降りても芝生じゃわからないし、あの大雨だ。多少の痕跡なんて消えちまう。
赤き真実を繰り返す。
Oh?
外部へ通ずる窓も扉もすべて内側より施錠されていたぞ。しかもそれらの施錠はすべて外側からは不可能。
Someone just came by and locked it back up. Maybe Nanjo did it. And that's why he was sweating bullets. Whatever Battler showed that it could be done like that.
ジョージには施錠する術はない。
青き真実を繰り返す。当時の俺も言っているぜ。ならばジョージの兄貴が窓より脱出後、誰かがそれを施錠すればいい。何も難しいことはない。
Drop there, remember a detail like, what do you mean? what do you
ジョージには施錠する術はない。
mean?
青き真実を繰り返す。当時の兄貴が窓より脱出後、誰かがそれを施錠すればいい。何も難しいことはない。 Drop there, remember a detail like, what do you mean?
だからなんだ、お前の言葉通りだぞ。
That I was pretty sus of like Nanjo during that, like maybe working with Eva. So I was like trying to memorize everything he did up to the point where he died. It was only like right here that I thought about him being nervous at the fact that the window of like Battler closing the window and showing that it can be locked from the inside. Him being nervous at that could be seen as suspicious. Would it make more sense to add on to that, to why he was trying to say it was the witch's doing and not like some actual culprit inside? Maybe he was trying to throw suspicion off of him. Yeah, maybe he wasn't worried and said that because he thought Battler was catching on to what he was doing. That maybe it wasn't the culprit, but he was involved with things happening. Which I'm pretty sure he was involved, because at the very end, before he died, he said that he had a niece that he needed money for. Something like that, at least, before he died. Kato couldn't remove the blue wedge that was buried into her foot. The fake witch was burned more and more by that forceful blue.
第3のゲームまでの全てにおいて青き真実は未だ揺るがないならばお前が魔女であることを証明する唯一のゲームは今回の第4のゲームだけってことになる。
わらわが赤き真実にて反撃していない以上この度のゲームでのみ魔女を証明せねばなるまいな。よかろう。存分に来るがよ。
食堂の6人殺しについて不審な点はない。18人目の X が銃を乱射してみんなを殺した。落とし穴については実際に落とし穴が本当に隠されていた可能性もあるし、キリエさんの仮説である瞬時に混沌させる毒矢の発射装置 X の過程でも説明可能。ジョージの兄貴ジェシカ、そして地下牢から脱出したメンバーの殺害も食堂と同じで銃によるもの。不審な点はない。だが分かってるぜ。来いよ。
そなたの最大の刃である18人目の X は金蔵がすでに死んでいるとの仮説に立脚している。そう来ることはわらわも分かっている。だから金蔵を書斎より出した。その金蔵を親族会議の全員が迎えたぞ。親族会議に居合わせた全員が金蔵の存在を認めた。
All of those who met at the family conference acknowledged the presence in the presence, but not him himself, right?
そうだな。だがじい様はずっと視線をさまよって寝込んでいた重病人ってことになってるぜ。やつれてて別人に見えちまってもみんな気にしないかもな。俺は後悔す。そのじい様は別人の替え玉だ。親族たちがじい様と見間違えた別人だ。
ならばわらわは後悔す。すべての人物は後ろ宮金蔵を見間違わない。
No person would mistake Enzo by sight.
いかなる変装であったとしても後ろ宮金蔵を見間違わない。
ならば後悔す。お前は第一のゲーム時では5本以上存在することになっていたマスターキーの本数を第2以後のゲームの設定変更を行っている。同じことで第4のゲームにおいて金蔵の生死の設定が変更されている可能性がある。よって第4のゲームの金蔵の存在をもって それ以前のゲームでの金蔵の存在を証明することにはならない。よって食堂での6人殺しはじい様が自ら執行したと仮定しても何の矛盾も生じない。
Nice.
ならばこう返そうぜ。
Oh, a lot of back and forth
4
here.
つのゲーム開始時の金蔵の性質設定は全て同一である。第4のゲームのみ設定が異なることはない。
Ooh. Kinzo's life or death status is the same at the start of all 4 games. The setup was no different for the 4th game alone.
副賞要求。各ゲームの開始時に金蔵は生存している。
副賞拒否。答えぬよバト。わらわはそなたに望まれて赤き真実を答えはせぬ。
くそ、じじいね。我が最愛の魔女ベアトリーチェを守るために体を張ってやがるってのか。
Damn you, old man! Swaying, that damn geezer came to view. Is he trying to be some kind of knight blocking the path between me and Beto?
バトラよ、お前にこのわしが超えられるかな。至らせぬ、至らせはせぬよ。黄金の魔女の高みにはな。お前の浅はかな推理など私一人を超えることもできぬわ。ひねい。
Whoa. Looking sick. Excuse me? Kinzo's jet black cape spread as though it swallowed the world, becoming the snout of a vast black dragon that came at me, trying to swallow me in one gulp. Faced with the black dragon's roar, I calmed my breathing and closed my eyes lightly.
Oh, わしを亡霊呼ばわりしてみせるか。あくまでもわしはすでに死んでおるとする仮説を貫くか。それがお前の命取りよ。第4のゲームの第1の番にて闇に飲み込まれて消え去るがよい。
They acknowledged the presence of Kinzo, what the Red Truth said, but you could acknowledge the presence of a dead person, right? They could have been shown Kinzo's corpse. And that would still fit everything into place, right? The Black Dragon's vast mouth, its snout, its fangs swallowed Battler whole. In that instant, Battler suddenly opened his eyes.
ありがとうよ、ベアトリーチェ。お前の第3のゲームが俺の反撃の足がかりとなる。あばよ、クソじじい、こいつでお別れだぜ。俺は金蔵死亡説が第4のゲームでも主張できる根拠として以下の仮説を提唱。よかろう、存分に来るがよい。我が末裔よ。行くぜ、クソじじい。金蔵の名は後ろ宮家当主の称号として引き継がれているという仮説だ。
Ooh, hold on.
後宮金蔵はすでに死んでいる。そしてその名を誰かが継承した。全員が承認した。それにより親族会議に居合わせた全員が金蔵の存在を認めた。
I like that one better.
じい様の変装をする必要さえもないのさ。一同が新しい金蔵を認めたのだから。
I wouldn't have thought of that, but they kept using, like, Beatrice's name as something that can be passed down when succeeded. Ah, like right there too. I'm kind of mad that I didn't think of this as well.
よって見間違えるわけもない。以上の仮説が否定されない限りお前が死んでいる。これでとどめだぜ。クソじじい。お前に復讐要求だ。
I was making him repeat it.
全人物の中で異なる複数の名前を持つ人物は存在しない。
Even getting Kenzo.
安らかに眠りな。クソじじい。感謝しろよ。お前やっと死ねたんだぜ。こいつが引導だ。食らってくたばりな。後宮金蔵はすでに死亡している。そうさ。あんたは気の毒だよな。その死体が見つかる場合、いつも丸焼けだ。それは死後が経過している死体であることを悟られないための工作なのさ。そしてその名を誰かが受け継いだ。以上の仮説でてめえは死亡しているにもかかわらず金蔵は親族会議に登場することができる。どうだよ、これだ。チェックメイトだ。
Yo, he's exploding several dozen blue stakes bored into Kinzo's ghost. Their terrible destructive power wouldn't let the ghost recover again. Down he goes.
今日までありがとう。安らかにそなたの日々を忘れる。
Dispersing along with the shadow of the black dragon as golden flower petals scattered, Shiromiya Kinzo became a gold-colored cyclone and disappeared. Even after death, he had fought for the sake of the woman he loved. There's no doubting that your love and madness were the real thing. Okay, but why was he a dragon? Because dragons are cool!
恨むな。死者は眠らせろ。起こすな。次こそは。これでお前も最後だ。
Rachel still couldn't pull out the blue wedge that pierced her foot. She realized that she was on the verge of death.
お前には随分と付き合ったぜ。お前の遊び相手としての義理は十分果たしたはずだ。だが、そろそろお片付けの時間だぜ。家で寂しがり屋の妹が待ってるんだ。家族揃っておいとまさせてもらうぜ。
ならば殺せ。ならばわらわを殺してみせよ。逃げも隠れもせぬ。今や避けることもかなわぬわ。来い、後ろ宮バトル。
おう。金蔵死亡説による18人目の X により残り全てを貫く。第4のゲームにおけるジョージの兄貴とジェシカの死も X が犯人で説明できる。地下牢から逃げて殺された5人も園芸倉庫の2人も最後のマリアも全て18人目の X で説明できる。何もおかしなことはない。以上にて全てのゲームにおける犯人の説明を人間にて完了する。ベアトリーチェ、これでチェックメイトだ。
Holy. Beatrice, who couldn't dodge, had several blue stakes driven into her and was skewered. Rachel grabbed at them, trying to pull them out somehow.
食らっちまった。痛えよ。こりゃ死ぬな。こいつを引き抜かなきゃ死んじまう。痛いのは嫌だ。辛いのは嫌。
With both hands, Beto firmly grasps one of the blue stakes. Naturally, the power to which Nine Blue Truth burned her hands. Unable to even hide her tears at the pain, Beto howled and tried to pull the stakes out with all her might.
これが抜けなきゃ死んでしまう。これが最後の反撃ならバトル、我が魔法の数々を一番最初に登場したのは第二のゲームにおいてわらわがマリアのかぼちゃのマシュマロを直してやった時だ。
She was giving those out so the real person who had gotten one just swapped them out when she told her to close her eyes. Easy.
この時ローザはその魔法を確かに目撃している。
Currently, at that time, Rosa witnessed gold butterflies gathering and the fixing of a marshmallow by the miracle of magic.
ローザ一人の目撃では信憑性がないであろう。だからわらわはその目撃者を極限まで増やしたのだ。それこそが今回のゲームよ。我が眷属たちの召喚、そして魔法による虐殺、それらの全てを大勢の人間たちに目撃させた。それこそが我が魔法の存在する証明。これをどう説明するのか。後ろ宮バトラー。
ステイルメイト。魔法があるから魔法はある。そういう論法にはできないってのが俺たちのブラウン管裁判のルールのはずだぜ。
そうだった
な。誰が何魔法を目撃しようとも、それは魔法の存在の証明にはならない。俺はお前が見せてきた全ての魔法の存在するしないの遺憾にかかわらず、それは俺の不可侵の権利である。違ったか。
Those words, blue stakes let out an even brighter light, knocking my hands away.
やはり
Is this her perspective?
抜けぬか。
As Battler is now, even if I pull up a witness for each individual bit of magic and demand an explanation, he'll probably use some kind of move to deny all of them. Not just the magic with the marshmallow I showed Rosa, but all of the miracles of magic. So I can no longer even claim to be a witch without questioning him about something like how a marshmallow was fixed. I'm in such an inferior position that I must fight over such trivialities.
わらわは無理かもしれぬ。分かっている。もとより勝ちのなきゲームだったのだ。なればいつか敗れる日が来るのは当然のこと。わらわはバトラに敗れるためだけに今日までを戦ってきたというのか。勝てるかもしれないと始めたゲームだった。簡単には勝てなくても無限に繰り返すゲームの中でいつかは奇跡が起こると信じてた。何しろわらわには絶対に勝つという絶対の意志がある。しかし今やその奇跡は完全に失われた。そして絶対の意志はバトラに宿り、私、いや奇跡も絶対もないが正しいのか。
Not a miracle or a certainty. Did you have Lambda Delta on your side?
勝利はなく、引き分けによる終了もない。唯一許された決着、敗北を与えられるまで永遠と抗うだけのゲーム。そうさ、
And it seems a lot like a
私は
ending to me. How does this continue on? In like 4 more episodes.
バトラに殺されるためだけに戦っている。
I looked into Battler's eyes. That which was reflected inside them wasn't me. The figures of the little sister waiting for his return and the family he had to bring back were reflected in those eyes. To him, my existence is already not even that of an individual. Doesn't the answers aren't real? What? They're magic too? Obviously. From the very beginning, he has been trying to deny the individual that I am.
前回のゲームは面白かったな。ちょっと騙しただけだったけど、ほんのわずかの間だけでも分かり合えたような感じになって面白かったな。そうだよ。
Oh, show me this
そ
frame.
こで手を打っておけばよかったんだよ。バトラがコロッと騙されたまま永遠に騙し続けてればよかったんだ。でもダメなんだよな。
Without love, the answer cannot be seen.
あれじゃ本当の勝ちじゃないんだよな。
これでチェックメイトか、ベアトリーチェ。
Oops, I don't know why I'm not reading that. I read it in my head and then just didn't speak it. Beito had been run through at several blue stakes, skewered over and over to the ground while still standing. Because of that, she wasn't even able to fall over. And still looking up to the sky was sewn in place. That tragic form might have been fitting end for a cruel witch who had endlessly toyed with 18 people's lives and who had killed constantly for hundreds and thousands of years. Gently, as though someone was mourning over something, rain began to fall. Amid that rain, Beito was soaked and crucified.
終わりなのか、ベアト。
グーの音も出ぬわ。
まだだろ。お前はこの程度で終わる女じゃねえだろ。
無茶を言う。この姿がどう見たら終わっていないように見えるのか。早くとどめを刺せよ。言っちまえよ、お前の青き真実で。以上により魔女は存在しないって言っちまえよ。その一撃で私の息の根を止めてしまえ。
ダメだな。
ほう、わらわにこれ以上生き恥を。すでに決着はついておろうに。
立てよ。俺たちの殴り合いはまだ
まだとな。
お前のそれは負けじゃない。もうやめたと投了しているだけだ。
いいではないかよ、投了で。それでそなたの勝ちだろうが。とっとと 妹のところへ帰るがいい。わらわなどこの場に打ち捨てていけ。
俺は言ったはずだ。逃げない。そしてお前を逃がさないとな。お前は何者だ。そして一体何が望みだったんだ。
それが知りたくば、そなたの18番でも試せばよい。
Just gonna spin it around.
いいではないか。ただの妄想、幻想。それでいいではないか。
全然ダメだぜ。俺はお前を逃がさない。俺はお前をこのまま逃がしてなるもんか。お前をうやむやにしたまま幻想の暗闇に逃げ帰らせはしない。打ち破る。完全にな。だから立て。弱々しいふりなんかするな。お前はまだなんてか隠してる。俺にはわかる。
なぜおとなしく見逃してくれぬのか。
He loves
お
you.
ふくろ、いとこのみんなや親族のみんなを、そして使用人のみんなを、お前はあれだけもてあそんで殺した。その非道を俺は絶対に忘れない。許さない。俺の肩にはよ、まだエンジェの腕の感触が残ってるんだよ。俺はお前の非道を許さない。だからそんなことで逃がさない。
Eller's eyes burn with the flames of hatred. Time had long since passed during which pitiful behavior would have earned his compassion. After being tricked once, Battler will never sympathize with me again.
狼と羊のパズルどころか、これじゃ狼少年だな。どうすればいいんだよ。どうすれば。負けを認めぬためだけに無限に戦うのも、無限の魔女にふさわしき無限の拷問か。バトラに勝利を与えぬために無限に嫌がらせを繰り返すのもまた無限の悲しいな。無限の魔法なのか。もう嫌だ。魔女たちに無限に玩具にされるなんて、もう嫌だ。勝ちはなく引き分け終了もない。ならばわらわを解放してくれる結末は魔女の道に落ちた時から、悪魔と契約をしたその日から、末路は悲劇であると約束されていたではないか。
どうした黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。六軒島の支配者ならば最後もそれにふさわしい貫禄を見せてみろ。
Oh. Lightning. The world was smashed with white. Fitting last moments for the ruler of Rokkenjima. Still pierced by blue stakes, Beethoven faced the rainy sky and let out a cry of laughter. Then she slowly raised her face and stared at Battler.
愚か者め、そなたの健闘をたたえ、勝ちを譲ってやろうと思ったのに慢心したな。後悔。
それは譲られるものじゃねえ。お前から奪い取るものだ。お前だってそうだろうが。俺が 魔女はいてもいいからなんて言い出す。そんな甘っちょろい勝ち方が納得できなかったから、前回はわざとああして最後にぶっ壊してくれたんだろうが。そうさ、俺は前回お前に一度情けをもらってたんじゃねえか。だからその借りをこれで返す。俺の仇、俺の黄金の魔女
His golden
ビア
witch.
トリーチェ。
バカバカが愚か者が二度とチャンスがあると思うな。
When Beto yelled, the blue stakes that had pierced her chest blew to bits and disappeared. However, the blue wedge that had pierced her foot in the very beginning did not vanish.
まだ抜けてないぜ。18人目の X の青き真実が抜けていない。
そなたの副賞要求の一つに応じる。そなたの推理通り、全ゲームの開始時に金蔵はすでに死んでいる。
Ooh.
しかし、ならばつまりは一人を抜かせばよいと。わらわはこれまでこの島には19人以上の人間は存在しないと宣言してきた。それを金蔵の分一人減らす。この島には18人以上
No
の
more
人
than
間は存在しない。
17.
以上とはつまり18人目を含めるぞ。つまり18人目の X は存在しない。
But furniture aren't people, so they can do things. That person X could do. Applies to all games. Wow. Andro was a front. He was, wasn't he?
そら見ろ。やっぱりまだ。とんでもねえ奥の手を隠してやがったぜ。17人しか人間のいない島が18人と偽られてきた。それが1人減って17人になり、ようやく正しい数になったってわけだ。これだ。お前をぶち抜いていたくさびが抜かれたな。戦いはゼロから仕切り直しってわけだ。
Blue wedge had sewn Beto into place broke apart. There was no longer anything piercing her. The scars on her body had disappeared completely. There stood, just as Battler has hoped for, the figure of the majestic golden witch who ruled Orkanjima.
さあ来いバトラー。もう一度最初からだ。
Another track?
すべてについて青き真実で打ち抜いてみよ。わらわももはや遊ばぬ。逃げもせぬ。隠れもせぬ。そなたが不甲斐ないならばこの勝負、この場にて決着してくれようぞ。わらわの譲り勝利にて妥協しなかったことを永遠に後悔させてくれる。さあ、第1のゲームからだ。
おう、第1のゲーム、第1の番からだ。最初の園芸倉庫で見つかった親族6人の殺人に不審な点はない。アリバイのない誰にでも犯行は可能だった。
有効だ。続けるぞ。次のエヴァ夫婦の密室殺人はどうか。チェーンまでかかった密室であったぞ。赤き真実を追加する。
Ooh.
2人は他殺である。
Homicide.
密室構築後に片方を殺害の後に自殺したのではない。また殺人は執行者、犠牲者が共に同室して行われた。執行者が室外から殺害する手段は存在しない。
犯人にはアリバイのない人間を想定する。それは死者だ。最初の6人の死体の中には顔面粉砕による身元不明死体が含まれる。これが実は偽装死体で、犠牲者のふりをして姿をくらました犯人 X が2人を殺したとの仮説は可能だ。そして犯人は密室殺人構築後、ベッドの下に隠れ、
It's
俺たち
hiding
全
under
員
the
をやり
bed!
過ごしたんだ。
次だ。ボイラー室に至ったカノンが殺され、赤き真実を追加する。すべての生存者にアリバイがある。さらに死者も含めようぜ。つまり島のいかなる人間にも死者にもカノンは殺せなかった。
誰にも殺せないなら自分で殺したということはあるかもな。ならカノン君は自殺かもしれない。不詳要求。カノン君は自殺ではない。
カノンは自殺ではない。
Ooh, she actually did.
重ねるぜ。副賞要求。カノン君は他殺された。
副賞を拒否する。
Oh, so it was an accident?
その拒否で他殺を認めることも可能だが、お前はすでに赤で誰にも殺せなかったと宣言している。つまり他殺ではないんだ。これは第3のゲームの連鎖密室と同じなのさ。カノン君は自殺でも他殺でもない理由で死亡したんだ。状況は不明だが事故死というわけさ。胸に杭がぶち込まれて死んでしまうような、どのようなドジを踏んで事故死に至ったかについての説明は悪魔の証明により説明拒否。
ほうほう、悪魔の力を身につけたそなたは今や敵なしだな。有効であるぞ。ならばその後の客間にての源氏、南條、熊沢の3名の殺人はどうか。無論同室していたマリアは殺していないぞ。そしてもちろん3人は他殺だ。
殺人を実行したのは身元不明死体で姿をくらました犯人 X で説明できる。そもそもあの3人の顔面も粉砕されていた。どれかが替え玉死体の可能性は十分にある。
身元不明死体についてその身元を全て保証する。すなわち替え玉トリックは存在しない。
Ooh, no body doubles.
ならば相打ち殺人で説明できる。3人はそれぞれに銃を持って時計回りに突きつけその後マリアがその銃を回収して隠した。
What, she have done that?
どうだ。
なんという暴論。
Completely insane. But it still counts as valid, right?
ならば最後の夏日は赤き真実を追加。夏日は他殺である。身元不明死体は一切なく、生存者も全員がアリバイがある。
トラップ X による間接殺人で説明できる。夏日おばさんの銃に細工がされてたんだ。あの銃は構えて撃った人間のちょうど眉間に弾をくれてやるように作られた罠の銃だった。
夏日の額に埋まりし銃弾は夏日の銃から放たれたものではない。
夏日おばさんは内容不明の手紙によりおびき出された可能性がある。
Then Maria. Oh wait, was Maria with Balor? I was gonna say Maria came in and freaking shot her, but no.
そしてオールに呼び出された。そして特定の時刻に特定の場所に立つように強いられて、あらかじめ設置してあった銃を利用したトラップ X により殺害されたんだ。
So many interesting traps.
素晴らしい。そなたの暴論はもはや心地よくすらある。
She likes it.
第一のゲームをそなたに譲ろうぞ。感服したわ。
Ooh. Nice roar of thunder. The instant Beto acknowledged her defeat in the first game, the stakes of Blue Truth once again pierced her chest, letting out a terrible sound.
これくらいでは答えぬわ。まだまだ来い。第2のゲームだ。
Beto just barely pulled up the stakes that had pierced her chest. Even though there was no hole left behind, she still seemed to be bearing a deep wound that was letting out massive amount of blood. And she was tormented by an equally fierce pain. Beto grinned, grinding her teeth and pushing for the next game to start. But I won't feel sympathy for her. Despite her existing there, we would have been killed and harassed over and over. Nanju's been burdened with a future of isolation.
そうともわらわがここにいてただ笑うだけでも永遠の地獄は続く。そなたを妹に返しはしない。妹は帰らぬ家族に1000年の間泣き続ければよい。
くしょうが情けも容赦もしねえぜ。第2のゲームだ。行くぜ。まずは最初の事件だ。6人が殺された礼拝堂での密室殺人については当時の俺がすでにカンパしている。マリアの鍵を何者かが密かに拝借し、事件終了。
マリアの鍵はマリア受領後から翌日のローザ開封の瞬間まで誰の手にも渡っていない。
He was hiding that trick up her sleeve?
ジジイの書斎と同じ構造で礼拝堂の扉がオートロックだった可能性がある。
He was the one that constructed it afterward.
事件前に開錠しておいて扉が閉まりきらないように石でも挟んでおいた。そして鍵をマリアに預けた。施錠はオートのため鍵は必要なかったとの仮説もあり得る。
金蔵の書斎以外にオートロックの扉は存在しない。
扉は犠牲者たちが内側から閉めたんだ。6人の中に犯人がいて5人を殺し死んだふりをしていた。
6人は発見時にすでに全員死亡していた。全員が他殺だ。6人は全員が純粋な犠牲者であり、相互の殺人には関与しない。相打ち殺人は存在しない。
熊沢さんをはじめ当時アリバイがない人間が存在した。そんな誰かが6人を殺し内側に隠れていたと仮定すれば問題ない。
So I did wake up late.
あの礼拝堂には誰も隠れていなかった。よってその引きこもり密室は通用しない。どうしたよ後ろにはバートラー。第2のゲームからは甘くないぜ。
It was a thundering exchange of red and blue truth. Stakes and wedges of blue truth that I sent flying attacked one after another. Beto cut them down one after another with her red truth. Her red treasured sword, knocking them down. But the blood she lost from the first game was probably serious. The intense exercise was putting an even greater strain on her. I could see her breath grow ragged. That's why I can't hold back now. I'll corner that witch. This time I'll break through her.
まだだぜ。ああ、ダメだ。全然ダメだ。俺のへりくつは終わっちゃいねえぜ。ならばこれはどうだ。彼らに与えられた飲食物に小型爆弾が入っていて、つまりトラップ X による犯行の
He
可能
really
性。
is going insane with the theories, dude. Small bombs.
気づかずに飲み込んで腹をぶちまけるような爆弾の詳細については悪魔の証明。説明拒否。
Holy shit, that's a great theory. I'm with Beatrice on this one. That's hilarious, dude. Beto failed to knock down the blue wedge as it flew at an angle like a breaking pitch. It let out a loud thunk and gouged itself deep into her left shoulder. However, even as the breaking pitch hit her, her laughter didn't seem to be stopping. Yeah, I get it. Even I think that theory is pretty screwed up.
好きなだけ笑いやがれ。文句があるのか。
なし。その暴論や心地よし。次なるジェシカとカノンの密室は
問題ない。使用人の誰かが犯人であればマスターキーを使える。密室ですらない。
その後使用人室でカノンらしき謎の人物が襲いかかり、南條と熊沢が殺されたな。
Because maybe it actually was Canon, we didn't have his corpse. Oh, but you stated Canon was dead with Red, huh? But does that Red Truth mean at that very instant he was already dead? Probably it
カノン
is.
の死亡はあの時刻以前に赤で宣言済みだったならばあのカノンは何者だというのか
The real Canon, the ones whose name we don't know.
カノン君の死亡は赤で宣言済みならば生きているわけがない。
Wait, hold on. Canon told Jessica his real name, so that Canon was dead. And then he killed her and then went off to kill the others.
よって襲われた彼らがカノン君と誤認するような何者かの変装の可能性がある。
Like my theory bad, or...
彼らは異なる人物カノンと誤認することは絶対にない
Okay, so my theory still works.
ならば金蔵の名の世襲と同じにカノンの名が世襲された可能性がある。カノン君が殺され別の人物がその名を受け継ぎ彼らを襲ったと仮定できる。
It sounded like a watermelon being squashed right now, and a blue wedge was buried deep into Beito's left flank. Maybe it hit a bad place since it seemed to be really effective. After leaning over and moaning for a while, he laughed it off as if trying to make it seem like no big deal. Yeah, I get it. That must have hurt a lot. Oh, back up again.
またしてもこともなげに人間の誰かを犯人に仕立ててきやがったぜ。ゲーム盤上では口が裂けても言えぬことを実にシャーシャーとのたまん。しかし有効だ。その暴言心地よし。心地よいぞ。
She loves it.
これは痛みではない。心地よさだ。
Kinda freaky. Beito howled. The wedge that pierced her was blasted away. But the wound remained, and she continued to be tormented by fierce pain.
いいのか続けていくぜ。第2のゲームの最後の殺人夏日おばさんの部屋で死んだ3人についての青き真実は18人目の X を否定されても有効のはず。赤で反論はあるか。なければ第2のゲームも俺のものだ。
ああ、ないぞ。そのようなさまつで戦うのもつまらない。くれてやる。第2のゲームだぞ。貴様にくれてやるわ。
The instant she acknowledged her loss in the second game, 2 blue stakes gouged through Beito's chest this time. The witch's lungs were gouged, as were her intestines. Her face twisted in anguish. Her body twisted as she gasped in pain.
痛えのか。
Oh, alright, back up.
痛い？いやいや、くすぐったいくらいよ。全身を細切れにされてくず肉の山にされたお前の妹に比べればね。お前もくず肉にしてやるぞ。兄弟仲良く混ぜて合いびきにしてくれるわ。
Oh man.
ぶち殺してやる。お前を同じ細切れにしてやる。次だ。第3のゲームだ。いつまでへばってやがれ。てめえを地獄に叩き落としてやるのはこれからだ。
無論よ。これくらいでへばるものか。そうともまだまだこれからよ。さあ第3のゲームを始めようぞ。まずは最初の6連結の連鎖密室。本来ならこの密室はそなたが当時にカンパしている。しかしそなたは金蔵を殺してしまった。
the time I theorized that Gramps was the culprit, and that after killing off the other 5 and stringing the keys across each room, he'd constructed his own closed room in the boiler room. And that there he died in an accident while carrying out some kind of scheme, burning to death in the boiler. But now I've declared that Gramps was already dead. So I've denied my own theory myself, ironically enough. However...
問題ない。ジジイ以外にも犯行可能な人間は大勢いる。親族会議中だった大人たちが全員グルで犯行に及んだとさえ言い切れる。
マスターキー5本はすべて5人の使用人の懐よりそれぞれ発見された。個別の鍵は死体の傍らの封筒の中に。つまり連鎖密室に関わるすべての鍵が連鎖密室内に閉じ込められていたわけだ。ドアの隙間だの窓の隙間だの通気口だの、そんなところを使って密室外から鍵を戻すことなどできるぞ。
なら毒ガスで殺したんだ。鍵は通らなくてもガスなら通るぜ。密室の外から殺人を実行したんだ。
彼ら全員には致命傷となった重曹と思わしき傷跡があったぞ。室外からの殺害は不可能だぞ。さらに赤を重ねようぜ。金蔵を除く5人の殺人の際、殺人者は必ず同室していた。
The 5 other than Kinzo were killed. The killer was definitely in the same room as
自
them.
殺者がいないことは当時に赤で宣言済みだ。
犯人は全員をそれぞれの部屋で殺害後、連鎖密室を構築した。しかし最後の部屋の鍵だけはどうしても密室内に戻せない。だが戻すことはできたぜ。死体の第一発見者が鍵を見つけたふりをして誰かの死体のポケットから取り出して見せればいいからだ。
Oh, I wouldn't have thought of that. He couldn't fully block the retort of the blue stake. Beito was pushed back by the blue wedges that were unleashed on her one after another, finally failed to block one, and once again took a severe wound. As she howled in pain, she pulled out the blue wedge that had pierced her right arm. Beito's entire body had been torn apart and pierced with blue wedges, stakes, and blades over and over again, and now she was totally covered in blood. But even so, Beito grinned, cackling as though this was amusing.
エンジェに親を連れ戻して帰宅すると約束した男がどの口で親を犯人にした説を語るというのか。いいぜ、それでもいいんだぜ。家族で仲良く大量殺人に手を染めて決して落ちぬ血にまみれながらエンジェのところに帰れよ。それでこそ魔女の島からの生還者にお似合いだぜ。クズ肉エンジェにぴったりだ。
Oh.
黙りやがれ。てめえを殺せ。バラバラにして殺せ。命乞いの必要はないぜ。絶対にこの手で最悪の死を与えてやる。
ああ、そなたならできるだろうよ。千年の果てに残虐の限りを尽くしきったわらわにそれに見合う最後を与えてくれるだろうよ。ああ、それは痛いのか辛いのか。これくらいで答えるかよ。来いよ後ろ宮バトラー。まだ謎は残ってるぜ。
I had already countered my first powerful move, the 18th Person X, by making the number of people on the island 17. But just limiting the number of people to 17 didn't overturn the theory that Aunt Eva was the culprit. I can crush most of the murders in the third game this way. Blood dripped from all over the body of the Golden Witch. I cornered her, this time thoroughly, without mercy. This isn't a game played to decide who wins and who loses. Yeah, we aren't playing. Even the time I spent playing and fighting like this delays my trip home. In her isolation, Angie would continue to have her heart torn apart by loneliness and sadness. I have to go back to Angie as fast as I can.
ボロボロだな。虫の息ってやつか。
Oh. Well done. Back up again.
まだまだ答えぬわ。これくらい。こそばよいわ。
いらねえようだな、容赦。
元よりそのつもりもなかろうが。
存分に行くぜ。
そうせよ。逆の立場だった時、わらわは容赦しなかった。だからそなたもそのチャンスがあったならそうするべきであろうが。じゃないとまた別の世界の孤独な演者を呼んで、今度は獅子を引きちぎって槍に刺して炙り焼きにしちまうぜ。
黙れ。
Just keep pissing him off.
俺の家族も親族もそして使用人のみんなもお前のおもちゃにはさせねえぜ。俺はすでに第4のゲームの謎も全て青き真実で打ち破っている。残る謎は第3のゲームの一番最後、南條先生の殺人だけだぜ。
おや、わらわはもうそんなところまで追い詰められていたか。わらわも風前の灯火であるな。
I'm still thinking that Hideyoshi wasn't actually dead. But I'm not too sure who else it could have been. She coughed violently, spitting out blood. Her insides had been punched through so many times. It was only natural.
ということは、この南條先生殺しの謎だけがお前が魔女であること。
そうなる。これを破られたわらわは全ての謎を破られたことになる。そなたの真実はいずれかは新しき赤き真実で反論するか。わらわは死ぬ。
追い詰められて風前の灯火って感じには見えねえぜ。まだ何か隠し玉を持ってやがるな。
さあどうかな。わらわはもはや1000年の長すぎる生涯にあいている。その果てに巡り合ったそなたという好敵手によって生涯を閉じるのもそなたならやれるよな。やってくれよ。頼むよ。殺してくれよ。殺してばっかりでさ、殺された試しがねえんだよ。お前ら18人を幾百と殺してはきたけれど、殺された試しは一度もねえから。
Hundreds.
一回くらいは経験してみ
I
て。
thought this has only been 4 games. It was a graceless show of boldness, unchanged from before. But blood dripped from her mouth. Her once beautiful dress was covered with holes, and blood poured from all over her body, making her physical appearance stand in sharp contrast to her attitude. Maybe the shot she'd taken to the flank was still tormenting her, since she was still pressing down on it unconsciously without a trace of grace. But I got no time for pity. As long as I feel sympathy for this witch, my family and I won't be released from this place. Until I defeat her, we won't be able to go home. In the outside world, it may be possible for even enemies to understand each other when circumstances change. But pure evil does exist. Evil that brings misfortune just by existing and is to be spared no compromise. Just by its continued existence alone, it's evil.
お前をアーレには思わない。お前が俺たちの誰にもあれまなかったように。
そうともさ、お前らなゲームの 駒だぜ。
This isn't a game.
毎回最初の6人は誰を殺そうかな、次の2人はどう殺そうかな、もっともっとグロい殺し方はねえかなって考えるのは最高に楽しいぜ。なあバトラよ、少し改心するから今回も許してくれよ。そしたらさ、もうちょっとマシな殺し方に変えてやるからよ。
What are you saying after all this time?
どんな風に殺すかお前の希望も聞いてやるからよ。楽しいぜ、人の命をもてあそぶってのはよ。お前なら考えつくよ。エンジェをもっともっとクズ肉にしてやる方法はよ。来いよバトラー、南條殺し暴いてみろ。
18% X has been defeated, but I won't give in. We'll stop that witch's breathing cold. The end of the third game. It was announced in red that the survivors at that point in time, Battler, Eva, Jessica, and Nanjo were all involved with Nanjo's murder. But what if Battler was the culprit because he's a second Battler? They could be talking about the other Battler that's Asumu's son wasn't involved, right? It's the... It was me! I've done it! And Nanjo were all involved with Nanjo's murder. And it was also proclaimed that he was murdered directly by someone before his eyes. All the other people had the strongest possible ally by having their death proclaimed in red. I'll break through this without using the 18% X. Think, don't stop thinking. Her red doesn't only bind me, it's also supposed to be her weak point. I've got to somehow use it against her. That's right. There's still a gap. Yes, this way I can break through it. This way, Beatrice's Legend of Witch is finished.
確かに他の連中は死亡だったろうさ。だが赤で死亡を宣言されたのは南條先生が死んだ瞬間ではない。
Was it Hideyoshi like I was thinking?
南條先生の死体が見つかった後の俺とエヴァの戦いにおいてだ。つまり南條先生を殺した時点では生きていた何者かがエヴァの死亡宣言までの間に死亡していれば、つまりはこういうことさ。エヴァの死亡宣言で初めて死亡とされた人物の中に犯人がいて、その人物は最初うまいこと死んだふりをして俺たちをやり過ごした。そして赤での死亡宣言がないまま俺たちには死んだと思い込ませた。そして南條先生を殺し、その後に何かの理由で死んだ。そしてその後にエヴァが赤で死亡宣言を出す。以上の仮説でも南條先生の事件は説明できる。
It's that, Beatrice. When he forcefully asked that question, there was a terrible sound that could only be likened to that of a compressor, and a blue stake that was as thick as a log appeared from under the earth and skewered the golden witch Beto, pulling her excuse me, pulling her up into the air. Ugly tearing sounds rang out, and each time a blue stake or wedge would appear and pierce Beatrice's body. When that finally ended, her tragic form was exposed there, pincushioned by more than 10 stakes and wedges all over her body and dripping with blood, dangling and crucified. Oof, jeez. There was none of the dignity of the brutal witch who had sneered at the honor of the dead and toyed with and killed hundreds of the living. The rain, which had started falling at some point, quietly tormented the crucified witch. As Battler heaved with his breath. Why is this hard sentence to read? As Battler heaved with his breathing and waited for some kind of answer from the Golden Witch. Although it wasn't long, it took the witch a bit of time to show any signs of life.
自業自得だぜ。お前が殺めてきた人々の痛みの一部を思い知れ。
Even as he said that, it seemed Battler had lost a little of his momentum at this extremely pathetic sight. Even if it was an enemy, he couldn't look straight at a woman exposed in such a brutal fashion. Even so, unless he destroyed Beatrice, this battle wouldn't end.
バトラー、頼むよ。
Huh? Rachel let out a sob.
いてよ。すげえ。いてよ。終わらせて。終わらせて。これでもまだ死ねねえんだよ。こんなに痛えのにまだ死ねねえんだよ。
Man.
何を求めやがる。
終わらせて。この苦痛から解放して。
Rachel's expression was soaked with blood and tears. Battler certainly had been tricked by her at one point, though he was probably able to suspect that her expression, that even her tears were an act. However, Battler believed in those tears. After all, those tears had the red of truth mixed in with them.
どうすりゃいい。どうすればお前の痛みを終わらせられる。
今からすべてを晒すから。それがわらわの心臓。
心臓。
どうして
ベアト。
殺して。死ぬ。
Were those tears from pain and torment? Or else... Either way, that pathetic expression was painful for Battler to look at, even after burning with such anger.
早くヘンゼのところに帰ってあげ。
帰るためじゃない。お前の痛みを止めるために。お前の願いを聞く。
Oh no, he's falling for her again.
ありがとう、バトラー。
In her last breath, Beto summoned up all of her remaining strength and managed to close both of her hands into fist. A red light began to gather at those fists. Then she lifted her arms, as though appealing to the heavens for something.
バトラーなら私のすべて心臓を潰して貫いてね。
Red light around both her arms gradually began to strengthen.
おね。
After saying that much, her face tilted to the side a bit. Then her right arm lost its light and flopped down. But our left arm alone did not lose its light and remained held out towards the heavens. Then, before Battler's eyes, another Beto appeared with a faint form, transparent like a curtain. The crucified Beto had already lost consciousness, however, the newly appeared faint Beto quietly looked at me. Her eyes expressionless, and spoke.
後ろ宮バトン、今から私が あなたを殺します。
Excuse me?
それで
そしてたった今、この島にはあなた以外誰もいません。この島で生きているのはあなただけです。島の外の存在は一切干渉できません。
I understand. This is the last mystery Beatrice will be able to make as a witch. She's trying to offer it to me, entreating me to solve this final mystery, then kill her.
来いよ、お前の最後の謎。俺が受け取ってやる。
この島にあなたはたった一人。そしてもちろん私はあなたではない。なのに私は今ここにいて、これからあなたを殺します。
南條先生殺しの謎の強化版ってわけか。それで
私は誰？
それがお前の最後の出題なのか。
私は誰？
Whoa! Then Beatrice slowly approached me, and still expressionless, held me. Yeah, I get it, Beto. I'll kill you. Don't worry. I also slowly held her head. Then I, as a piece, left the game board. Died on the 10th Twilight. Died 1998. Died on the 10th Twilight. Oh man. We still never learned Kenon's real name through all of this. Eva Beatrice. Virgilia. Nove. Fuck, that's fuck you. That's what the answer arc is for, right? Surely I'll learn everything there. All of the goats. Can't forget them. Man, Alliance of the Golden Witch. Why was that so sad to me, dude? Actually, kind of emotional there, dude. Yes, it was. I should hate Beatrice. Why am I feeling this way? The end. Complete the 4th tea party. Oh my lord. Gaining up. No! Oh shit, I toppled over my thing there. No. No love. Discode. That's the name of that track there. Real nice one. And we won't have tips updated until, I guess, after we do this. But we'll do that after I take another quick break, because holy, that was like another 3 hours. One more break, and then we come back and finish it all. Let's stand up and pull down a bit. No, I don't cry. I would never. Where's my BRB? There it is. Alright, give me a couple minutes and I'll be back. BRB. I'm back. Let's finish the last tea party. Oh man. Better. The last tea party, and then we're done. But what? On the stream, I'm not crying. Man. I kind of just don't want it to end and want to immediately start whatever the answer arcs is supposed to be. But I guess... What is the answer arcs? I'm assuming it's like another 4 episodes, since people talk about episode 5 and all that. Surely they don't count these as like part of the episode count. Up till that's what I assumed. I figured that was the case when I was going into these. Don't do that. I'm actually not gonna start it right away. I need like a week to process everything that's been going on. Maybe a couple weeks. Maybe a month. Alright, so what are we doing? Now I'm done. Now that I'm done totally not crying. Unknown. Fragment 5 quintillion. What's going on? Scattered on a large bed were cute jelly beans of various colors and chocolate shaped like oajiki pieces. A fork was struck into a cake peeking out of a gift box, and there were decanters with drinks of various colors lined up on the side table. Is this like a freaking... like a game board where Maria solved a freaking riddle and is hanging out here? A whole bunch of candy and whatnot? But the color of the partially finished drink that had been poured into a cup was venomous, matching none of the decanters. Someone had probably been playing around, mixing various things together. That can be lots of fun if you don't mind the taste. On top of the fluffy bed were several colorful big pillows, like something from a dream. Oh, it's these two. And on this bed, what looked like something out of a child's dream world, Birkenstell lay face down, and Lambda Delta lay face up, clutching a pillow and relaxing.
ベアとがゲームやめるとか言い出してかなり焦ったわ。
これだけのゲームを始めておいて投げっぱなしで終えようとするなんて失礼な魔女よね。
エンジェ、いい駒だったじゃない。とんずらしたベアとを引きずり戻してゲームを再開させてくれたわ。バトラをやる気にさせすぎちゃったのはさすがに参ったけどね。
バトラは情に弱いって分かってたから。
確かにあいつ敵であるベアトにも手加減しかねない雰囲気があったわね。
前回の流れから下手するとベアトに同情しておかしな方向にゲームを流すかもしれないって危惧してたの。
It kind of did a little bit at the end, right?
バトラがゴールを誤解した時に再誘導するための切り札よ。本当はもっとサポートさせてそれから切りたかったんだけどね。いきなり切らされたわ。仕込みに随分かかった駒なのにもったいなかった。
例の名乗っちゃダメルール枷にしておいてよかった。あれを設けなかったら兄弟タッグ大活躍でベアとはあっという間に飲み込まれてゲームエンドだったわ。
Going on about.
一気に畳みかけるチャンスかと思ったんだけどあんたのマークがきつくてうまく活かせなかったわ。ああ、もったいない駒だった。
Man, Battler wouldn't like hearing this.
当然でしょ。あんなずるい駒とっととリタイアしてくれないと困るわ。まあ結果的にゲーム中断を阻止する活躍をしてくれたし それは私にとっても助かることだった。
How so?
互いの利害が一致する活躍をしてくれたという意味においては本当に素晴らしい駒だったわよ。
バトラと同じで単純な子だったから簡単に私の言いなりになってくれたわ。
Who are both evil?
駒にするならバカか直情型よね。ああ、本当に惜しい駒だったわ。
その子も今じゃひき肉ねえ、後で一緒にそれでハンバーグ作りましょうよ。あ、餃子の方が好きだっけ？妹味ってどんな味かしら？笑える。
And I already
そんな余裕で
kind of dislike Lambda Delta, and she's making it worse.
エンジェのおかげでバトラは奮起。ベアとを猛追し始め、今やだいぶ私が有利なゲーム展開だと思うけど。というかバトラ、今回でこれまでのほとんどの謎を解いちゃったんじゃない？
はあ？とんでもない。バトラの青き真実なんてほとんど外れてるわよ。ベアとのぬるい赤なんて隙間だらけだもの。多少は知恵の回る子だったら適当にへりくつ並べりゃ簡単にすり抜けられるわ。ああ、本当にイライラしたわよ。私だったらどれもこれも徹底的に赤で切り返してるわ。
あら、そうだったの？
No, sure, all of those.
小型爆
Those were
弾
all
を飲み
correct.
込ませてうんぬんはさすがにどうかと思う。
This a small bomb is great, though. It has to be the truth.
バトラの青き真実だって全部が有効になっては
Not all of them, but some of them then.
ベアとは第一のゲームにおいて身元不明死体についてその身元を全て保証すると。これによりバトラのエヴァ秀吉の密室殺人の犯人は
Oh.
偽装死体を演じた何者か。
I wasn't thinking about that because she said that like way after in another instance, right? That applies retroactively?
次にボイラー室のカノンは事故死だったろうとしてるけど自分の胸に杭が突き刺さっちゃう事故って何よ。ばっかじゃない。私が赤き宝刀とやらで切ってやるわよ。カノンは事故死ではない。その次の客間での源氏たち3人の殺人の時計回りに同時に射殺して死に合ったとかいう源氏、熊沢、南條は殺人者ではない。
Oh.
最後の夏日殺しのトラップ X もバカバカしいわ。夏日を射殺したのはトラップじゃなくちゃんと銃を構えて引き金を引いてしっかり射殺したのよ。ご愁傷様。
あんた、ダメよ。そんなこと赤で言っちゃ。あの子、夏日の銃弾を魔法で跳ね返して殺したってことにしてるんだから。
あらあら、いけない。第2のゲームの青き真実だって甘すぎよ。礼拝堂での6人の殺害時、犯人は礼拝堂内にいたわ。
What? The six were murdered? The culprit was
あいつ
fired.
何でもかんでもトラップ X で説明しようとするわよね。トラップ X って何よ。変なミステリー小説のお約束。
Just completely destroying everything in like
南條と熊沢が殺され
was
た
built up over the course of like the last 3 hours.
募集したとかいうのも滑稽
I like
だ
the
わ。
span of like 2 minutes, dude.
カノンの名を名乗ることができるのは本人のみ。
Okay, for that one, I think maybe I was onto something with saying that the canon we know technically died, and he had started living as whoever his real name is that Jessica wanted him to be.
異なる人間が名乗ることはできない。
How much she hates traps. Amazing how hard Umineko is when opponent isn't throwing. True.
マスターキーを管理して以降、それら全ては一度たりとも彼女の手を離れていない。夏日の部屋を開場した時にバトラーに差し
Except
出
for
した
the
際を除いて
shield
ね。
when the battler didn't lock next to
まだまだ続くけど、ざっと軽く見てもこんな感じかしら。
軽くも何も、あんた第一と第二のゲームにおけるバトラの青き真実。あらあら、なんてこと。バトラがそれを聞いたらそっとしちゃうわね。
ね、ベアとは全然追い詰められてなんかいないのよ。あの子やっぱりなかなかの役者だわ。きっと今回のゲームでは一見追い詰められたふりをしてみせて、次のゲームあたりでバサーッと赤で一刀両断にしてバトルをびっくり仰天させる作戦でしょうよ。それできっとまた大笑いしながら言うんだわ。
I'm actually kind of unsure
魔
about
女は
that
ピ
though.
ンチになんかなりませんって。
じゃあ、あのベアとの追い詰められたみたいな悲壮感は全部演技なの？
そうに決まってるじゃない。あいつ本当に大女優よね。全然追い詰められてなんかいないのに、最終回顔負けのクライマックス感だったわ。今年の助演女優賞はあいつに決定ね。ああ、もちろん主演は私だけど。
Yeah, of course
ベ
you
ルでもいいわ
are.
よ。
私を殺してみたいなことを言って、それを解かれたらベアとは今度こそおしまいの排水の陣じゃないの？
やだ、ベルまで騙されてるの？あんなの排水の陣でもなんでもない。ベアとはね、まだまだどぎつい奥の手を温存してるわ。最後の謎を出すために両腕を突き出した時、右腕だけ下ろしたの気づいてた？
ああ、そういえばあれはそういう意味だったわけ。
そういうわけ。あの子はまだまだ奥の手を残してる。そして何も謎は解かれちゃいない。それをまるで全て完歩されて次回最終回みたいなテンションにしちゃうなんて。つくづくあの子は演技の天才よ。ああ、早くバトルをどん底に叩き落とすところが見てやりたいわ。あの子、前回のゲームの北風と太陽作戦ですっかり味を占めちゃったんじゃない？バトラ、きっとまたベアトに同情してコロッと引っかかるわよ。
Surely not
女
again.
の涙は一粒で男を騙せるからね。実に安上がりでお得よね。
バトラ、またその手に引っかかっちゃうかしら。二度と同情しないように私もバトラを焚きつけないと。当分はエンジェのひき肉で焚きつけられそうだけどね。
エンジ味のハンバーグでパワーアップ。
Oh.
もちろんこっちも負けないわよ。ここからバトラと拮抗するくらいに盛り返せるようベアトを徹底的にサポートするもの。負けないわよベアト。負けたら素敵な罰ゲームがあるわよってきっちり脅してるもん。
あんたの罰ゲーム本気でシャレにならないから少し加減した方がいいわよ。
ベルに次に罰ゲームをできるときはこうしようって決めてるのがあるの。聞きたい聞きたい。
嫌よ。
もう聞いてよ。あのねベルを素敵なお城に閉じ込めてあげるの。
Doesn't seem too bad.
そのお城は真っ白な純白の城壁に囲まれていて、一辺は12km、高さは10メートルあるの。魔法とズルは禁止。とても飛び越せないわよね。
14億4000万竜兵。話のうちが読めたからもういいわよ。
そこをね、毎日一粒ずつの宝石で埋めていくの。それで城壁いっぱいに溜まるまでベルンを閉じ込めて、 その宝石で埋め殺すの。
Like a
素敵なロマ
take
ン
a
チックな
long
罰ゲーム
time.
でしょ。
一辺を5倍にしていいから、高さを10分の1にしてくれたら、今から閉じ込めてもいいわよ。
罰ゲームが
Man, witches are very good at math.
時間になるわよ。そんなにも長い間虜になってくれるのね。
Multiply the length of the walls by 5 and make it 1/10 its current. Wouldn't she be able to, like, jump over it and climb over the wall if it was 1/10 its height? It would just be a meter tall. That's like 3 feet.
ベルン大好き。愛してる。
I think she might be stupid. She falls for this. Lambda Delta playfully approached Birkenstow, who yawned, looking bored, as she touched the bottom of Lambda Delta's chin as though cuddling a cat.
ベルンはバトラの勝利にかけてて、私は二人が永遠に引き分けになるのにかけてる。それで、誰かベアとの勝利にはかけてないの？
かけないわよ。勝率ゼロだもん。
奇跡の魔女に奇跡ゼロって言われるのも本当にお気の毒。私もかけないけどね。絶対。
絶対の魔女に絶対ダメって言われるのもお気の毒ね。
Unusually for them, they giggled
こ
together.
のゲーム、どういう決着に終わるかしら。
Even Birkenstow? I wonder how the
さ
results.
すがにそれだけは読めないわ。だから楽しいわけだし。
もう逃げも中断も許さない。絶対にゲームを続けさせる。逃がさない。これからどんな風に展開していくのか想像もつかないけれど、絶対にありえない決着の仕方だけはわかるわ。
ベアトが勝って終わることだけはないわね。
だって私もベルンもどっちもベアとの勝利にかけてないんだもん。つまりベアとが勝ちそうになったら、私たち二大魔女を敵に回すことになる。
そういうことね。私たちの力が最も均衡するのは、引き分けとバトラ有利の中間で均衡している場合のみ。ベアと有利に傾きすぎれば、私たちは共に同じベクトルに団結してベアトを引きず。
つまりベアと優勢になった瞬間、私たち二人をまとめて敵に回すってことよ。
Why are they so against like Beto winning?
ベルンと共闘楽しい。
ありがとう。でもコンペイトーのお風呂には一緒に入らないわよ。
コンペイトーのシャワーを浴びながら
Sounds painful.
とろけたマシュマロを塗りたくってあげるのに。
気の毒にあの子は私と遊ぶためにラムダが捕まえてきた生きたおもちゃ、お人形だわ。
私お人形遊びは上手なの。ほんと上手に遊べるのよ。飽きずに一つのおもちゃで何百年も遊べるのが自慢なの。
ある時は味方し、ある時は敵対し、永遠にもてあそび続ける。かわいそうにね。あの子はもう私たちのお人形。
そういうことよ。あの子は私たちのお人形。私たち二人の望む末路しか用意されてない。つまり私によって永遠に引き分けが繰り返されるか、ベルンによってベアトが敗北して滅ぼされるかでベアトが勝って終わるようなことは。
奇跡の魔女として宣言するわ。
なら私は絶対の魔女として宣言するわ。ベアとは絶対に勝利できない。そして奇跡は絶対に起こらない。
Man, I almost want Beta to win because of these two. Wow, that was a face she made. Burn having any kind of expression is weird, dude. Gonna say in the red there's still a chance? It's true. Alright, cool, like, emotional moment we had with Battler and Beatrice at the end of the first tea party, and then just everything is just completely shattered with these two in like 10 minutes. Also, Burn being like pretty expressionless the entire time didn't make me think she was that much of a bad person, but it's like, I guess you can never actually never trust any of the witches. Holy. Okay, episode 5, let's go. I don't even have the game! That's not a game. Bum, 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 bum. Now I gotta watch the thing. Do I? Do I really? Bum 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 bum. Alright, give me a moment. How to properly set this up? It's cool it has an original song. So apparently the PS3 opening is like has like major spoilers in it. I'm curious as to how much it could possibly spoil. Could also watch the anime OP ending. It doesn't hold back. Oh man. Oh man. So is the answer arc going to be like the actual going through what the actual answers are? Probably going against these two. Only one way to find out. Kinda. Darn already said it was kind of that, so that means it is that. I was right. Ban him for spoiling. Anyway, man. Time to refund? You can't refund what he already given me. Actually, he gave me nothing yet. He can refund it. Never mind, it's right there. Oh, that's a bit of a spoiler. What the hell is Battler wearing there? Whoa, I was getting Steam cards! Got Shannon, Jessica, Maria, George, I Cthulhu. All of the Umineko characters. Man, yeah. Can't avoid spoiler. It even did that with this one where it shows you what Beatrice looks like straight up. But without context, context, can't really. Not like you really know how any of that happens there. Addition of new feature. October. He needs a coat. It's getting cold. Oh, true. All right. Thanks for the spoiler. Ban him again. The beginning. You can't just call... Give me a freaking achievement called the beginning after all of that. Oh, look, that load isn't locked anymore. Ding dong. Music box! Is this where I can listen to the music? God, there's a lot. Oh, this code is cool. Oh, you get a little background. Artist Sunny. Papillon. Sakura Kane. Vocal. Skip scary tunes! Play scary tunes only. Actually, I like that. That's cool. Alright. Oh, keep playing. Alright, we'll watch the PS3 thing after looking through the tips here. Ooh, missing. Went to hell embraced by the witch. But to the witch, that hell was the Golden Land. Huh. Oh, we already read all of these, I suppose. Anything here? What if I execute? What? Oh yeah, he can get executed. Hold on. All of the goats? What change? Was that always there? Why can't we just have a change button for freaking things? There's no one like execute here. Oh, why is that even? Why does it do anything when I click it? Oh, what? Why does it? Area sorcery? The portrait epitaph. Is it a bug? An alliance of witches formed by Lady Maria, the Witch of Origins, and Lady Beatrice, the Endless Witch. Together, they created a groundbreaking magical pentium, which brought about an immense influx of strength through Beatrice's once declining magical power. It's probably safe to say that the formation of this alliance allowed Beatrice to gain the endless power in its truest sense. According to its first clause, member witches must acknowledge each other and respect each other's magic. Young Angie did receive an invitation to join this alliance at one point, but she was later excommunicated. Oh, the other rabbit should take a quick look at that. Rabato. Oh, okay, execute. That's a cool way to see it. You don't even get to see what she looks like. Weapon of the Sister's Cavalry, which serves Pendragon 556, was quiet and often teased, but she was loved by everyone. However, her luck was always bad, and she met a tragic end in a battle against the Black Witch. Really? She was a cutting-edge weapon, unique in the Sister Cavalry, which tended to and served as honor guards. 556 was in charge of the squad fire support. He shot not to kill, but to protect her allies. Oh! I got an achievement for that. The Quiet Rose is always teased by everybody, but that's because everyone loves her. The trumpet is her specialty. Everyone skips to her lively tune. Is she supposed to be the freaking little band rabbit that the freaking Rosa smashed against the wall? Oh man, that's cool. I didn't really think about them being the... like, being related to the rabbits. Now I want to go back and look at what other little freaking knickknacks and stuff Maria had. Why as a weapon? Trumpet was her specialty. Execute you. Execute you. I can't. What? Endless Witch who has lived for 1,000 years, she holds the fatherly magical power that is the source of endless evolution in the sea. However, that power is meaningless. No matter how many times you multiply something in the sea of zero, it will never be more than zero. However, when she was blessed by a miracle that gave birth to one in that sea, her world became endless. When she was joined with the Witch of Origins through Mariachi sorcery, her magical compendium gained an endless span as well as endless power. Is that ever actually something we saw before? Oh. Clicking the execute button, this cycles through all of them. What? Why couldn't you have that before? Executing you just does that. Yeah. Nothing there, nothing there. I don't know what's up with you, dude. All of the groups. Did I click off of you? Anyway, back to the tips. Magical Compendium. Term refers to a foundation that gives birth to magic. In particular, indicates a system through which magical power can be gained automatically by sharing. For witches, committing one's magical compendium to paper and leaving it behind for future generations often considered to be an important life's work. However, the more fearsome the power of a magic compendium, the harder it is to comprehend and share with others. An easily learned magical power may be easy to share, but such magical compendiums are doomed to end up as little more than good luck charms that are eventually forgotten. The essence of sorcery is maintaining a balance between these two outcomes, when leaving a magical compendium behind for a later generation. Wires? Simply put, anytime a magical compendium is written down to be passed on to later generations, the result is a grimoire. It is said that today, the most famous grimoire in the world has a history of over 2,000 years and is still in circulation, acquiring new alliance members even now. It is forbidden to speak the true nature of this grimoire, so it's simply called Book. Book! Alright. Beatrice's titles. As a witch, Beatrice holds two titles, Golden and Endless. These originally came from separate magical compendiums, so it can be said that she wields the power of two compendiums. The title of Endless Witch has its foundation in endless creation, and is the root of her unmatched endless magical power. The title of Golden Witch has its foundation in the realization of magic, the magical power that can materialize imaginary precious metals, providing the miracle manifestation to all less tangible forms of magic. These two titles were refined even further within Mariage Sorcery, leading to the sublimation into the compendium known as Endless Realization. In that sense, he technically shouldn't be referred to as either Endless Witch or Golden Witch, but by a new title that is the fusion of the two. Ah. Guarding Witches. The definition of a witch is vague, but according to the generally accepted theory, one becomes a witch at the moment they gain possession of a power surpassing the boundaries of humans that they can use at will. The world or fragment in which they can use their power freely is known as their territory. Most witches cannot leave their territory at will, but those who can travel freely across the world of fragments are called voyagers. In the story, Birkenstone and the Delta belong to this special category. Regarding voyagers, Worlds of different fates and circumstances are called fragments, and witches capable of crossing the ocean of endless fragments are called voyagers. It is also a title used to indicate a high-order witch, and witches limited to their own territories cannot compare to their power. However, perhaps because they don't have well-defined territories of their own, they're vague and ever-changing, and easy for their souls to become vague and insubstantial. Isn't uncommon for this to result in them turning into scraps of seaweed in the fragment ocean and fading away. Their voyage has no destination, and you might even say they're on a journey to escape a destination. Witches of an even higher order than voyagers are called creators. Regarding creators. Creators are sacred beings who can create one out of the sea of nothingness. They can give birth to one from zero, give birth to the endless, and then return to zero again in a flash. They are freed from all restrictions, and voyagers sometimes even call them gods. In that sense, perhaps the Witch of Origins Maria is a chosen girl fated to become creator. All voyagers fear the destination of their own journeys. Or all voyagers fear that the destination of their own journeys is becoming a creator. As to why they would fear advancing to the status of a higher order being, only they themselves can comprehend the answer. Ah. Interesting. Alright, how do I start showing off whatever this is? Hold on, pause. See this, and I suppose end stream. That'll be it for this like 7 hours of like freaking story we just went through. 7 hours of speaking. My throat feels a little rough. How do I? Didn't I guess I got rid of that. Try to account for yapping too. Well, I was, no matter what, I was gonna keep going until we finished here. Window capture. Capture. I gotta learn how to use the thing where you can, like, I guess, have a scene previewed before it shows. Oh, wait, you can just do that. That probably good. Client area, what is that? What does that do? But whatever. We probably want this, probably down. We'll just tap, whatever. Okay. Get that wind out of here. Okay, so what does this opening do? Oh, so animated. Crying over the roses. This shows Gap straight up. It shows like the ending scene there too, dude. Not that you would really understand that there. The dragon? Is George dead, dude? Oh, that... But you weren't kidding. Holy hell, they showed a A lot of the ending stuff there. Oh, Angie. Man. All of the CGs. It was really cool looking, but holy. The one for the answer arc does the same. It's literally the ending is it. Wow. That's like we're kidding, holy. I feel like if I've seen that, if I played on the PS3 version, I'm like, ah, yeah, that's all this stuff looks cool, and then I probably wouldn't have thought about it because I usually don't watch like the openings again. Although I guess after like maybe the first or second episode, I might have gotten curious and rewatched it. I feel like that was made for fans that already like that already read through Umineko. I'm doing like a reread or something. Because otherwise, that's a lot. Holy. I really like the animations in it. Where did my thing bring that back? Oh, did I really close out of the music thing? Anyway, I guess that's it, unless there was something else you wanted me to look at. Oh boy. And the question arcs here, and probably I don't know. If I start thinking about it a lot, we could start it on the 1st of next month, next Friday. Start episode. No, that's too much, dude. It's already been 7 hours. I'm so hungry. I want food. Alright. I don't know. If I can't get Umineko out of my head, we could start Friday, but I'm thinking closer to like the week after on the 8th or even the 15th, depending on things go. I gotta re-look at when I'm supposed to do that rando tournament, because that's sometime next month. I just don't know when. If it's too close to like around the 8th, then we'll probably for sure do Mineko stuff around the 15th. Oh, right. Give me a link to the mod stuff again and... So quiet. And I'll get started on that. I'll at least set it up and then we can get started on Mineko again in a couple weeks, I guess. OG sprites are good. They are pretty silly. I would want the consistency of the sprites we have had like so far. It'd be pretty jarring to me to switch back now after all this time. How many streams? Is stream like 27 or something? Anyway. Wow, I have this music any lower? There we go. Anyway, we'll end things here. Fun time. Nice to finally get through all of this, although still so much to learn and figure out, to do. All of Battler's like blue truths were apparently invalid. How do you start the next episode after that? Jeez. Not all of them, just most of them. All right, so come on, the tiny bomb one could have been true. That one would have been very funny if that one was true. Come on. Tiny bombs. As soon as he said that, And Beatrice like just accepted it as a and decided to move on. I figured something might have been up, because that couldn't have been the truth. There could have been many ways for her to deny that. I wonder why. What's going on? What kind of trick is she doing this time? Also, I was fully expecting like the 2 times that Battler said that he'll start revealing everything starting from the first episode. That's when I expected like for it to like cut off and for like credits to roll or something. And that would see it in the answer arcs. I really like how they ended up doing things here though at the end. These 4 episodes, you should be able to figure out the answer according to Rikishi. That makes me... that makes me want to go back and like do like what I was talking about before, where I just kind of like speed run through the episodes, starting with the first one again. Like speed read through all of them and write down things of note and see if I can figure something out. Going by now that we have Red Truths for episode 1, that should make it a bit more interesting in that regard. Shut up, Darn. In any case, maybe that's what I'll do. If I'm still feeling like Umineko, like sitting down and reading for like another 5 hours or something, maybe we could do that next week. But for now, I'm pretty satisfied with how things are. I like a nice, decent break. Nice break of like a week or 2. I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna finally eat some lunch. I'm starving. I didn't really eat much at all. I had my usual mug of coffee. Ate a small snack of like some chips during the last break we had. With that, anyone want to watch me, thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Don't know what I'm gonna do on the weekend, if anything. Probably more rando practice, or actually, S-Jam, do we got Terraria this weekend? I feel like it was either that or Repo if we can get people together. Sunday, probably? I'm okay with Sunday as a Terraria day. But also let me know if Repo is still something we can get together. If no, it's Terraria? Alright, that works out for me. So I guess Saturday, I'll go ahead and probably take a break. Honestly, probably just relax for that day. Like, I already kind of relaxed yesterday, but I like relaxing on the weekends. Then Sunday, either Repo or Terraria, and then on Monday... Ugh, it's a little bit too loud, I can't hear myself think. But yeah. Monday, I'll probably do more Cage to Rando practice, and then... I don't know, I'll wing it for the next few days. I think I wanted to play through Titan Tasmanian Tiger. It should be a fun time. Fun, short, little platforming collectathon sort of game deal. And with that, I'm off. I got nothing more to say. I'm actually tired of speaking. See ya, see ya.